Weeds all over the place here. Early season gremlins. Jamie trying to sort out the gremlins in the works. Here's Farrant again. In, and this is a very full ball. It's flicked around the corner, and fine leg kind of spilt it in the direction of deep square, and they were able to scamper through for another run. So it's taken us up to 9 without loss. Do we have sound, Jamie? That's the question.
I think we do, John, yes. I'm crossing my fingers.
That's always good.
Absolutely.
Always a relief. 9 without loss. My papers have gone all over the place. I'll retrieve them at some point, as you do. Here is Tash Farrant in and bowls, and that's very full. There's a stifled appeal, but I think that was always going down the leg side.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it clipped the pad, John. Maybe that was the reason for the appeal. Otherwise, surely the umpire would have signalled wide.
Yeah, she hasn't quite got our radar in yet, Tash Farrant, but only 3 came from the over, so 9 for none off the first 3 overs. I think Stars would have taken that. And obviously you always want an early wicket, but short of not getting that, 9 for no wicket is pretty contained. So Phoebe Franklin, who bowled a maiden in her first over, is in again, right arm. That's short and cut away, but there is a fielder out on the fence at point who has 3 or 4 goes at picking that up, but they were only ever going to take one.
Yeah, always the old adage, don't run on a misfield, and there is a sweeper in place out there at deep cover.
Which, as always, is Danny Gregory. That always seems to be her posting on these occasions. Playing sweeper. She got it back to the wicketkeeper ultimately. No damage. 10 for none. So not back on strike. And this is a full ball from Franklin, which has not pushing forward, and just playing it to the fielder at cover. That's Paige Schofield on duty.
I'm not surprised, John, that Alice Davidson Richards, she had the short sleeve top on and has now put on the jumper, and so too out on the boundary's edge down there on the deep mid wicket boundary, the other opening bowler, Tash Farrant.
This is played out to mid wicket, no run. Yeah, I think I'd have at least 1 jumper on this morning, Jamie. I might have 2.
It's a 2 jumper morning, I think. Yep. I don't disagree.
It's a coat morning in the box, I can tell you that.
It really is almost a 2-coat morning.
It is, yeah. Here is Phoebe Franklin once again. That's wide of the off stump, cut away. Drops just short of the fielder at backward point. Not far. I'm not sure how far that was from carrying, actually.
It's one of those, you think to yourself, if you're Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, can you just dive forward, can you take the catch? It's risky business, because if it beats you, it's 4 runs. Always a conundrum, that one, for me.
Yeah, I think she did the right thing in not attempting to catch it. Here's Franklin again, and this is pushed forward by Knott, and fielded straight, no run. So Franklin is nagging away on this off stump or just outside line, and certainly applying an early strangle to the Vipers' attempts to make hay in the power play. And this one is just driven to the fielder at cover, and that's no, just 1 from the over. 1 from the over. And 10 for none after 4.
Well, as you say, John, it is a very, very good start from the South East Stars. Delighted to win the toss, and then when you do win the toss, you want to have control, don't you, early on? Certainly when those power play overs are in play or in place, and they're there for the first 10. It's been very, very good, and Bryony Smith will be the happier of the two skippers so far.
Yes, yes, absolutely. She certainly will. So we move into the 5th over.
I'll give you a chance to think about it, because I'll take over commentary duties from you when the 5th over's complete. You can tell us all about your job and how you've been covering and doing such a sterling job with women's cricket.
Oh, chance to blow your own trumpet.
Absolutely.
Here is Tash Farron once again in and bowls, and that's played out to cover again, and I think that's Paige Schofield who's moved to the other side to be cover on the other side.
We'll make you a walking, talking LinkedIn person. How about that?
Can't be all bad, can it? Can't be all bad.
And that wind seems to have dropped, which is very good.
Well, we're all grateful for that in this box, that's for sure. Here's Farron again. She's in, and this is just played to mid-off by McCocken, and no run. They've certainly not been able to get away in the early going here. McCocken on 3, and not at the other end on 5. 10 without loss. Farrant off this run of about 12 or 14 paces. That's another one down the leg side. That's going to see the outstretched arms of the umpire once more. The 3rd wide of the morning.
Couple of quick steps across, wasn't it, for Chloe Hill? Always tells you that it was straying a long way down that leg side, and as you say, a relatively easy decision for the umpire.
Yeah, she's been very tidy as Hill. Obviously got the nod ahead of Kira Chatley for this game, having joined Stars after a loan spell last year. Farron in again, and this is cut away. It's beaten the fielder at cover, but I think she might have got a hand on it because they only got 1 run.
Yeah, I agree. Took some pace and power off of that shot because it was struck with great force. A good stop from McDonald Gay. It was an attempt, wasn't it, at a catch. Would have been very, very difficult to cling on and hold on.
She's done well to get anything on it at all, I think. So McCocken's gone on to 4, and that brings Knott back onto strike with this ring of close fielders. In comes Farrant, and this is played away on the leg side, square of the wicket, and in comes the sweeper, who is Sophia Dunkley, out there throwing it in. A rare appearance these days in a Stars shirt for Sophia Dunkley around her centrally contracted England duties. Stars will be pleased to have her in the middle order later on when they're chasing whatever the Vipers can post. So 12 for no loss.
And a slip just going back in.
Yes, well, there's been a little bit of fishing outside off stump, but Farrant needs to get her radar right. In she comes, and that is outside off stump, and it's just driven to cover. No run. Farrant just wiping her left hand in the dirt as she went back to her mark. Maybe she's having a few issues with grip, which on a cold morning you don't want really. She's at the top of her mark again and runs in past the umpire, and there's another fish outside off stump. That's why the slip's in place, but no touch. Goes through to Chloe Hill behind the stumps, and that's the end of the 5th over. 13 for no wicket, and so my turn to turn you over to Jamie Reid.
Thanks very much indeed, John. Yeah, always a pleasure, and as you say, a great start from the South East Stars this, so we're very, very happy. No thoughts about making any bowling changes thus far, and you can understand why from Bryony Smith, because these two have bowled with great control, principally Phoebe Franklin, who's been very effective from the city end, and she's at the top of her mark once more. A slip in play, sweepers both sides of the wicket, and here she is running in, and it's going to just work the ball, that is, out to backward point, I should say, and they don't think about going through for, or did they take a single?
No, they didn't. No. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay was onto it quickly and threw it back in. That was a little bit shorter from Franklin.
And Franklin's on her way once more, running up past the umpire, this time leg side, and worked out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. They take one and settle for it. Good throw, good return into the wicket keeper.
Yeah, another short one from Franklin, who seems temporarily at least to have departed from her nagging line that was a little fuller.
And here comes Franklin once more, a gentle approach to the wicket and bowling with a fair bit of width. I'm not sure if there was any bat involved here or whether this will go down as byes, or in fact we're just waiting for confirmation. There was a little bit of bat, so 4 runs to the batter.
4 pretty streaky runs, Jamie.
Absolutely, yeah, very, very streaky, John, indeed. And time now for you to educate us on your role, because we're delighted to have you in the commentary box, but your principal role, John?
Yeah, principal role for the last 5 years or so has been working for the ECB Reporters Network and covering domestic cricket around the London area. There's a team of 3 of us, myself and Ben Koski and Jeremy Blackmore, who cover Middlesex and Northamptonshire and South East Stars and Sunrisers, so there's usually some cricket to be written about somewhere, and we're all on duty today. Good.
Well, that is the most important thing, that it keeps you busy and your colleagues, and it also keeps everybody busy being able to look at the content that you're producing. Another dot ball there, 2 in a row. And it's lovely to watch the growth of the women's game, and I think we're all seeing it. It helps, doesn't it, when you have success domestically and nationally, internationally. You know, when you see England doing well, that must really help.
Yeah, absolutely, and these are 2 of the most successful sides, obviously.
This one is cut this time out to the fielder at deep cover. No thought of a single because it did race out there so quickly, and that is the end of the over. Just confirmation, was there a couple off that? Only one off the over. In fact, there was 5, wasn't there? Because the one that went down here to the boundary's edge.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the streaky 4. Yes.
One off that ball. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. So 19 for no wicket. 6 overs gone.
Yeah, just a couple of 4s in those 6 overs, and one of them that very streaky one in the last over, so slim pickings so far, but the Vipers have not been separated.
Tash Farron up past the umpire and bowling with that left arm variety, but this one with no sweeper in place out on the offside is just worked away square off the wicket. 4 runs, hit with great pace, and you have to say probably the shot of the innings so far from Ella McCocken.
Yeah, much more authoritative, much better stride that time. She got the front foot somewhere near the pitch of that and hit through it, and that made it a lot easier.
Yeah, plenty of effort and endeavour and lots of purpose. You could see the ball just raced away to the boundary's edge, and the Vipers will feel that they are now properly up and running as this time Farron comes in. What can she do? That's much better, tighter to the stumps and certainly right up to the bat. Dot ball.
Yeah, that's much more the line that Farron needs to find, really, I would say. She's been a little bit both sides of the wicket early on, which, as we say, after a long injury layoff, you would expect.
Well, she's always been a talent, hasn't she, Tash Farron?
Absolutely.
Injuries just the curse of any professional sports person. Never nice. This time driving down the wicket to the skipper, Bryony Smith, at mid-off, and no thoughts of a single. Bryony very much on her toes, wanting to try and cut off any runs, and that's what you want to see. We've got the grandstand directly opposite us. There's a sprinkling of spectators, and all around the boundary's edge you can see people who've brought their own seats, looking to try and make it a day to remember. Always nice to come and watch relatives, daughters, whoever it may work. And yeah, plenty of visiting supporters. We're seeing lots of orange dotted all around as Farrant comes in once more. Slower ball, and just worked down to third, where they take another single.
That was cleverly played, actually, because third was up, but nice soft hands from McCocken, who hit through that one earlier in the over, but showed that she can play much more softly and deflect. Beginning to find her groove a little bit as we move into this 7th over.
Yeah, not long to travel to come here to Beckenham for the Vipers, and you can see lots of orange flags dotted all around as this one goes leg side of the wicket. Maybe it hit the pad on the way through. No thoughts of a wide from our umpire, our on-field umpire.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jamie, the sad thing about Tash Farrant was that her stock was very much rising when the stress fracture first hit. She'd she was strongly in place with England and had a very good season with the Oval Invincibles in
Farrant charging in once
21.
more. Full toss, driven down the ground, and that's going to be another boundary. It was just slightly overcooked, wasn't it?
Yeah, just straining for that line, really. Lovely shot.
It was racing straight past Sophie McClelland, our on-field umpire. James Treadwell also standing in this fixture.
Happy to say that the scoreboard in front of the players' dressing room is now working.
And McCocken are not starting to get to work after a fairly circumspect start.
Yeah, I mean, McCocken in particular is beginning to assert herself.
Phoebe Franklin runs up, right arm over the wicket, past the umpire. And this one is worked out to the sweeper on the deep cover boundary, who's a good few steps in from the boundary rope. They take one.
Yeah, just starting to find some momentum, this opening pair.
And Franklin again just bustles into the wicket, almost a carbon copy. And they take one. Think about a second, but it's not there. Good bit of work out in the deep from Danny Gregory once more.
Yeah, she did well. She got away to her left quickly and got the throw off. I mean, the throw itself wasn't great, but the fact that she got it off quickly was a deterrent to them taking a second.
Yeah, as soon as it's in the fielder's arms, you're worried about coming back or trying to come back. This one runs past the outside edge. Probably 5th stump line through it goes to the keeper, Chloe Hill, and it is glorious when that wind does drop. The sun is out, and certainly it's a sign of things to come. We know that we are going to get better weather as we head into the British summer.
We'll hold you to that, Jamie.
Yes, absolutely. I'm no meteorologist, I would say. This one is a cutter, and again it runs past the outside edge. If it does start to rain, everybody, then my name is John Bathurst. And then we'll hold you to it, John.
Ah, right, okay, fair enough.
How about that? Oh dear. It is still cold, it has to be said, but we mustn't complain. We're watching Leather on Willow, and it is Phoebe Franklin who is bowling at the city end here at Beckenham, and this one on the pads of the batter McCocken, who works the ball down to the boundary's edge, and she's going to pick up 4 runs, just signalled by James Treadwell, the opener. Quickly shifted that off her hips very nicely. Elegant stroke 4 easy runs.
Yeah, unfortunately that's the worst ball that Phoebe Franklin has bowled this morning. Her first 2 overs were very effective, but since then she's bowled a little shorter and lost her line a bit.
On her way again, running up past the umpire, and that's much better. The batter taking a couple of quick steps to get to the pitch of the ball, but that is the end of the over. Nice way to end the latest over, and that certainly gives you a little bit of pride when you take your cap. And there is going to be a change of bowling here. That is Rihanna, is it not?
Yes, it felt like it was time, really.
Yeah, no surprise to see Rihanna being given an opportunity, as you mentioned at the top, John. Maybe it was a surprise from the skipper, Bryony Smith, not to give Rihanna the new ball, but you can understand why Farrant and Franklin got an opportunity, and they certainly bowled nicely with the new ball. Rihanna McDonald-Gay now gets her opportunity from this Beckenham end, and she runs up past the umpire. Bowling just outside off stump, it's worked away to backward point. Good bit of fielding, fizzed into the wicket keeper. Not what you want if you're Chloe Hill, but she did well to get there goalkeeper fashion.
Yeah, she's looked very tidy.
Yep.
That's Chloe. She had a good loan spell here last year, didn't she? And obviously Stars decided to pursue it.
Yeah.
Oh,
this one just slightly over-pitched. It was a lovely shot, just leaning into it and working the ball away out to that deep cover region. The field up, and it means that you're going to get full value for that stroke. Very nice from Charlie Knott. And these two now finding their feet, finding their groove, finding their rhythm, and McDonald-Gay has got it all to do here as she runs up past the umpire and bowls this one on the pads of Knott, who's working out to deep square leg, and they take one and settle for it.
Yeah, I mean only 10 runs off the first 4 overs, but here we are in the 9th over, and 40 is on the horizon. You know, so they're accelerating nicely, this pair.
Yeah, slow and steady acceleration. I think that's fair. Everybody wants to get an opportunity. You can see Elish Cranstone, as this one is just turned round the corner. It's going to go down to... There's 4 more runs. That's so unfortunate. It was just a little top edge, if you like, dinked over the wicket keeper, and it's raced away down to the fine leg boundary. Very fine, and 4 runs picked up.
Yeah, I was surprised it carried that far, because my initial reaction was it might have come off the glove or
I think maybe the shoulder of the bat, the way it ran down, but maybe it was glove. Certainly moved quite quickly, I felt, when it went over the keeper's head. That's much better from McDonald-Gay, and that's a dot ball, and the wind has really got strong once more.
It's testing our resolve, Jamie.
It really is. We are working in a marquee, but believe me, we're trying to get you the best angles, and as a consequence we are facing these cold elements. Not that we're feeling we're anything like Ranulph Fiennes or anybody of that ilk. That is the end of the over, and you'll have to just remind me of the score.
I think it's 43 for no wicket off 9 overs, so Stars would have been happy early on, but I think Vipers now will feel that they've done a decent job here.
So 4 overs for Tash Farrant. Rihanna McDonald has bowled 1, and Phoebe Franklin is into her 5th over here. She's keeping hold of the ball and running up past James Treadwell, the umpire, and bowling on off stump to the batter, who's backing across, and Charlie not just pushing out to the fielder, who is McDonald Gay, quickly in.
Again, that's back on the line that Franklin needs to bowl, really. Her last couple of overs have been a bit scattered, but she was finding that sort of fourth stump line again there.
Charging in past the umpire again. That's probably fifth stump, you would say. The umpire had a little look, but then thought, no, that's okay, happy with that. Through it goes to the wicket-keeper, Chloe Hill.
Still a slip in for Franklin.
And of course the restrictions will be lifted at the end of the 10th over. These are the power play overs that we are watching. Lots of width here. It might well have hit one of the edges of the wicket, one of the practice strips, and they're back for a second. It got very, very high on the fielder as it worked its way out to Gregory. They take two.
Yeah, that was a bit fumbly from Danny, moving away to her left. But probably not the easiest conditions to field in. I mean, you don't even know whether the wind's taking effect on the course of the ball.
I'm sure it is, yeah, moving it laterally. This time again, more width, and it runs under the fielder, so it's going to go out to the boundary's edge. And after it beat McDonald Gay, you were fearful that it might go for four, and that is the net outcome. So 4 more runs to the batter, and these two suddenly really getting into their stride, McCocken and Knott.
Yeah, the scoreboard is racing along.
Franklin approaching the stumps once more, and that is much, much better, making the batter think about it. Not just pushing forward. Through it goes to the field in that ring. Plenty of chatter out there in the middle. You have your warm-up games, you go warm weather training, but nothing quite beats being back out there for the season. And Franklin again bowling another good delivery. When that line is tight like that, that is the end of the over. And are we one away from the 50? Is that 49 without loss? Yes. 49 without loss, 10 gone, John.
Yeah, 49 from the power play. Openers still together and looking increasingly confident. So a few reasons to be a little concerned for the Stars, I would say.
Well, let's just put it this way. Your 5 overs cost 13. My 5 overs cost 36. I don't think I'll be given any opportunity to commentate anymore with that kind of run giveaway.
I shall try and tidy us up.
If you could. No pressure.
As you do, you know. Yeah. Well, it's going to be Rhiannon McDonald Gay to continue the attack from the Beckenham end. She's in, and McCocken just stays in her crease and plays it to short mid-wicket. No run. She's been overtaken by Knott in the run scoring stakes. Knott 23, McCocken 19. Here's McDonald Gay again in, and this is driven by McCocken, but only out into the inner ring, which has stayed put despite the end of the fielding restrictions. There's nobody out on the cover fence. There's a fielder at third, but nobody out on the fence at cover. There's McDonald Gay in, and this is just dabbed down to that fielder at third, and they cross for a single and raise the 50 in the 11th over. And McCocken moves on to 20.
So that 50 partnership coming up in the 11th over.
Yeah, just 68 legitimate balls. McDonald Gay again. This is driven up to mid-off, where the skipper Bryony Smith is on patrol. Fields that one, throws it back. Need to get some control back here, the Stars. It certainly got away from them in the last little while. We'll blame Jamie's commentary for now. It's McDonald Gay. This is a little bit shorter, but Knott is moving forward as she plays it. Just played it to short mid-wicket once more. No run there.
You know I'm a team player. I'm more than happy to take the blame if we can get the bowling back where it needs to be and nice and tight in those lines, John.
Taking one for the team,
Absolutely.
Mr. Reid.
Absolutely.
Here is McDonald Gay in, and that's a good line. Just outside off stump, played back along the pitch. Bowler does her own fielding. That's a much better over, just one from it. 50 for none off 11. But, Rihanna, of course, has had some duties with the England under-19s and seems to be progressing nicely upon a path.
Well, it's lovely, isn't it, when you see young players get the opportunity to represent nationally. Alice Davidson-Richards is going to bowl from the City end. I always feel she bowls with that heavy ball, gets good power and pace, that strong shoulder. And this is an opportunity now, isn't it? You mentioned about Rihanna coming through, and that very much is the case. Alice Davidson-Richards, I think, when she gets it all right, has got everything that she needs in her game.
Yeah, absolutely. I was looking at her stats before this game. It's amazing to think that she's only ever played one Test match and she scored 100.
Yeah.
And hasn't played another one, which is slightly bizarre.
I think that's bizarre to everybody, yeah.
But there we are. Presumably that's why we're not selectors, Jamie, and somebody else is.
In the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy last season, she played 13 games, 322 runs, faced 415 balls and averaged 27, or the best part of. And here she is
to open her account for the summer. She's in, and that's very short, and it's a wide.
Yeah, not what you want, is it, that?
I don't know. We gave her the big build up.
We really did.
And she bowled a slow, very wide. But there you go.
She took 15 wickets in this competition last season.
Thanks, Alice.
Danny Gregory topped with 21, and then 15 apiece for Rihanna and Alice.
Here is Davidson-Richards again. That's much more on the stumps. It's played out on the leg side, just behind square. And they've gone through for a single, which will take McCocken to 21, and the score to 51 for no loss. Yeah, talking to Alice last year, she said she plays her best when she's having fun and doesn't take herself too seriously. Here she is again, and that's tickled away down the leg side. Oh, fielder comes round and completely misses the ball. Oh dear me, that's an error on the boundary edge, I think we'd have to say, from Danny Gregory. She put her right hand down, but the ball beat her to it. It's come off the pad, so no extra runs accrued for Knott in that particular case, but 4 leg byes. 55 for none. There's Davidson-Richards again, and this is driven out to cover. That's a really good stop. I think it pitched just short of the fielder. I think she felt that one. In fact, I'm hoping that the fielder got a hand on that, because if not, it's probably struck her in the face.
I think it might be a head injury. We're going to need the physio on here, I fear.
Yeah, that's Paige Schofield who performed the fielding. Yes, I think they're going to bring out the concussion. Yeah, it's come off one of the wicket strips, I think, and bounced up and hit her in the face as she was diving away to her left. So we're going to have some concussion protocols here Jamie.
We have to go safety first, John, and quite rightly so. It is all about the welfare of the players, and you could see umpire James Treadwell just signalled straight away that we would have a stoppage in play.
Well, it's been a very important element introduced into cricket in the last couple of seasons, isn't it, really? This concussion protocols, we've seen it in other sports too. And Paige Schofield being checked over,
and quite rightly
the
so.
Physio.
Yeah, I think it's very important to make sure that we put the players' safety at the forefront of anything else, and the two umpires just going together to have a little chat. It gives them the chance just to take a little break, and both teams get the chance to reassess. The two batters will be delighted by the way it's going, and the most important thing, Paige appears to be okay.
Yeah, she's staying on the field, so they've obviously decided there's no lasting damage from that incident. Paige, born in South Africa, of course, but grew up most of her formative years in Sussex. Here's Davidson Richards again, and this is driven back to her by Knott, and Davidson Richards gets a hand down and does enough to take the weight off it and complete the fielding.
Well, she was very impressive for the Stars last season, and wanting to make sure that that's replicated in this campaign.
Yeah, certainly scored a few runs, did Paige. Here's Davidson Richards in, and this is sort of chopped away and just backward of point, but fielded there and no run. Yes, she's a keen conservationist, is Paige Schofield. She's got links to charities working with endangered species back in her native South Africa. In comes Davidson Richards again. That looked a little quicker and a little fuller. Gave Knott a little bit of hurry up, but she got the defensive shot organised and played it back up the pitch. And so that's the end of Davidson Richards' first over.
And just a reminder, it was the South East Stars who won the toss and elected to field first here. The Southern Vipers therefore getting the opportunity to bat first, and the latest score?
56 for no wicket.
After 12 overs.
Yeah, the Vipers will be the happier, I think, without much doubt. Still to be Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. In she comes. This is short, and it's just chopped away to third, and they cross for one.
Fair bit of width on offer, wasn't there, for McCocken?
Yeah,
just
too
to run the
much
ball
there,
down.
really. She's gone to 22. Not one run ahead of her on 23. Slip's been dispensed with. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay comes in, and that's a missed timed drive by Knott. It just maybe it was onto her a little bit quicker than she anticipated, and it just dribbled out on the offside for no run. Donald-Gay busily back to the top of her mark. She's in again. This is full, and it's driven out to the fielder on the cover fence, who's a little bit obscured from me, Jamie. I'm not quite sure who that is. Is that Dunkley? No, Dunkley's on this
Tash
side.
Farron, isn't it? Yep.
Oh, it's Tash, who's retreated out to the outer reaches, as it were. So 24 to Knott. McCocken back on strike. This is very wide again. Chopped away. Farron moves to her left to do the fielding. Allows another single.
And John, we probably should say, if you are family of, or you do share the same last name, Is it McCocken? Is it McCallum? We're not 100% certain. We've been told on good authority that it is McCocken, but if we are wrong, we do apologise and we'll happily correct ourselves.
Yeah, somebody tell us. It's cut away the next ball, and another single out on the offside.
The wonders of it's all sticking together. If we can play a part via social media, get in touch, let us know via the official club channels. Working on behalf of the Stars and bringing you this game here at Beckenham.
Here's McDonald go again, and that's a little shorter, but no liberties taken with it, just a little dab out on the offside by McCocken. End of the over, and the Vipers' score continues to mount. 60 for no wicket at the end of the 13th. I'm definitely a little concerned if I'm Bryony Smith at this point.
Yeah, I think the big concern is that they're scoring runs or starting to score runs and building up that scoring rate, and they've still got plenty of wickets in hand, haven't they, with this sizeable opening partnership.
Yeah, they haven't really had to take any liberties to get to 60 really in the 13 overs, so this one is driven out to the fielder on the fence. Danny Gregory doing the fielding, so another single. 61 for no wicket now. Davidson Richards again, and this is on the stumps and just played out on the leg side. No run there.
No, plenty of bottom hand involved there as McCocken tried to turn it round the corner, but the fielders, as they have been throughout this innings, on the mark, making sure that they're not giving away any free runs.
In comes Davidson Richards again, and this is dabbed down to third man, or third, as we must call it these days. Danny Gregory's moved round to the third man position now.
Yeah, she's been here, there and everywhere out in the field, one of the better fielders in the team.
Certainly one of the better throwers, I think.
Yeah, that's probably wise. Yeah, good throw back.
Oh, this is short from Davidson Richards. It's pulled away. That's really good fielding out in the deep. Helped out by a teammate, saved 2 runs. That looked like 4 all the way when it was pulled away, but very, very good fielding in the deep.
Yep, it's the fielder at long leg who did all of the hard work there. Is that Beth Miles?
I think it may well be.
Yeah.
No, it's Ailish, I think.
Is it?
Ailish Cranston.
Yes, it is. Very good. Well spotted.
Here's Davidson Richards again. This is a much fuller ball after the short one, and it's played up to mid-on. No run there.
Yeah, Beth is fielding at backward point there.
You were talking about people getting in touch with us on social media. I just committed the schoolboy error of allowing my phone to die, so I'm just kicking it back in gear. It's Davidson Richards, and that's driven back along the pitch. Davidson Richards puts a right hand down. It goes underneath that, but only travels as far as mid-off. No run. So that's the end of another over. That's 14 bowled now. Is that 64 for no wicket? 64. 28 to Knott and 22 to McCocken. So One more over from me and you'll be back in the soothing tones of Jamie Reid.
Always a pleasure working with you, John.
Likewise, here's Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, and this is driven. That's well fielded by McDonald-Gay on her follow through. She got a right hand down, the ball was driven back along the offside of the pitch, and she got a hand down very quickly and probably saved 4 runs, I would think. And this looks like being a high scoring encounter, so every run saved counts. Here's McDonald-Gay again, and this is played out on the offside. Third moves around to her right and throws the ball back in. And McCocken takes another single, goes to 25.
Yeah, Danny Gregory third at both ends, so racing from one side or one end of the pitch to the other.
So I wonder if she ever has the energy to bowl. It's a good job she's a spinner. It's Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. That's wide of the off stump. It's let go by Knott and through to Hill. No run. Danny Gregory always seems to come on much later in the piece. That seems to be a regular Stars plot. Here's McDonald-Gay once again, and that's a good ball. Nicely on the money. Just played respectfully by Knott.
Well, I think that is one of the positives. Sorry, John. One of the positives for Bryony Smith. She does have bowling options.
Yes, very much so. And no doubt we'll see Gregory wheeling away at some stage. Here's McDonald-Gay again, and this is, well, she went to play the little steer shot down to third again, I think, but got an under edge on it and ended up just going nowhere really. No run there. I have to say, in bowling terms, I think Danny Gregory is probably underrated.
Yeah, that is fair.
Here's McDonald-Gay. This is a full ball. It's driven out to the for 4 runs. Yes, beautifully driven, square of the wicket. Lovely shot from Knott, who's going very well and moves into the 30s with that shot. 32 to her now. 69 for no wicket at the end of the 15th. And with all their batting to come, this is a very good foundation being laid by this pair.
Yeah, indeed, the two openers have moved along very nicely. No chance there of Tash Farrant getting round to save the boundary. It just raced away, and there is pressure on the two bowlers at the moment, McDonald-Gay and Davidson Richards. Only 20 coming off your 5 over stint, John, so another good bit of work with the ball, as this time Davidson Richards starts the 16th over, worked out to the fielder in the covers and quickly in to stop any thoughts of a single.
From a Stars perspective, what we need is wickets.
Absolutely, yeah, need the wickets column to start tumbling, and have a look at the middle order. We know that Adams, Elwes, they can both bat. The next two due in, Kemp as well. They can bat deep, as this time the ball is raced away to the fielder. They come through for a single. It just hit you could see the fielder went down into that long barrier position, and as it hit the knee, the chance to come through for a single. They say don't run on a misfield, but she was quickly through the gears, Charlie Knott, and through to the danger end. And it's a well run single.
I think that is Bethan, isn't it? That fielded that.
You may well be right, yes.
Oh,
and there's a big LBW shell, maybe just straying down the leg side. That would be my thought process, because if that's in front of the stump, surely up goes that index finger.
Yeah, we don't have a monitor here, but that looked pretty close.
Yeah, you certainly wouldn't think height was an issue there, so I think it must have been sliding down.
Davidson Richards was certainly interested.
And so too the wicket-keeper, yeah, which shows that they felt there was a question to be asked. James Treadwell, the umpire, said no, everybody carries on.
Sure.
And this time driving down the ground very elegantly to the fielder at mid-off. It's good work from Bryony Smith. No
Saved.
thoughts of a single again. Saved four there.
Yeah, absolutely it did, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously no DRS or anything like that to have a look at that LBW. It would have been an interesting viewing, I think.
I'd have given it. Not that I'm biased, of course.
Yeah, but you're the Stars commentator.
Yes,
Jamie.
absolutely. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm totally impartial as well, John. I hasten to add. This one's gone down the leg side. I'd have given a wide there. What's the umpire given? He's given a wide. Yep, there we are. Impartiality restored.
You're in sync. You're in sync.
Alice Davidson Richards goes back to the top of her mark. The batter very languid at the non-striker's end. Ella McCocken looking on. Charlie Knott is on strike and facing up to Davidson Richards. This one is worked slightly slower ball out to the deep square boundary, and they race through for a single, trying to turn one into two, but it was a decent return. Just stretching down was Chloe Hill.
I was talking about my ECB Reporters Network work earlier on, Jamie, and a colleague in the press box has just ruined my morning by informing me that Middlesex are collapsing at Lords again.
Oh dear.
115 for 5 against Yorkshire.
Yeah, you fancy that Yorkshire might enjoy a good season.
Indeed, they're the favourites for the second division, I would say.
Yep. A dot ball to end the over. And in terms of life for Middlesex under Richard Johnson, what are the hopes and aims for this season?
Well, I mean, obviously their financial constraints have been well publicised. Obviously getting loose deploy was a bonus for them, I think, but yeah, you still worry about the Middlesex batting lineup that was too often in trouble last year and is in trouble again, it would seem, this morning. We got tired last year of writing another day, another collapse.
Here's McDonald Gate bowling outside off stump, and too much width there. Should be stopped from going out over the boundary's edge. In fact, it was just ahead of Danny Gregory, who put in the dive, but it has gone quite a long way wide of her down at third, and they pick up 4.
Teased her for a bit, that, I think.
Yep.
But yeah, 76 now on the board. Not gone to 37. So the Queenslander is enjoying herself this morning.
Well, generally you do see good batting strips here at Beckenham. We're at the county ground watching on as this time driving down the ground with plenty of pace and power. That's a brilliant stroke. You could see McDonald Gate just raised the arm in the air, hoping that she might be able to stop it, but that really went like a tracer bullet and there was no opportunity. Charlie Knott does really look like she's enjoying it, the Australian. What a crunching straight drive that was.
Yeah, a beautiful shot. The shot of the morning, I think, probably.
Yep. Not nice for McDonald Gate when she looks around knowing that 2 boundaries in successive balls have been given away. This one just hits the pad. Slightly slower ball out the back of the hand, and it's a dot.
Well, she probably felt that she should mix it up a little bit. I think the previous ball that was driven was pace on, so the trouble is, if you've had a couple of pace on balls, you're probably waiting for the slower one, but didn't make the most of that.
What's McDonald Gay going to do here again? A slightly slower delivery, just angled into the batter, went slightly wide of the crease to deliver it.
Not has looked pretty assertive right from the start, really. Even in defence, she was the tighter of the two early on, and she's now showing us that she can expand her game.
That's a Yorker dug out by the batter.
Decent comeback from McDonald Gay after those couple of boundaries.
Yep, that's what you want to see. Knott is certainly the aggressor of these two, scoring more freely than McCocken.
Yeah, into the 40s.
And McDonald Gate runs up past the umpire again, and this has gone high up into the air. It's going to represent a chance. It might fall safe, or has that been taken?
Catch.
That is a brilliant diving catch, and we might be in the first game of the season, but it shows just how hard these players work over the off-season, because that really was fielding of the very finest, diving away right in front of her and taking the perfect catch, and that is the end of a batter who looked very, very well set. Take a bow, whoever that is.
Phoebe Franklin.
Brilliant.
Phoebe Franklin diving away to her right in the mid-wicket area. Looked as if the ball was going to drop between fielders.
It did.
But Phoebe Franklin got her right arm extended to the fullest and clung onto it just as it was about to hit the deck. It's a wonderful, wonderful catch, and Stars needed that because Vipers were really beginning to get away and not looked set to really push on. But she's been brilliantly caught, and she's gone for 42.
Yep, great to see the back. No disrespect intended to Charlie Knott, because you just felt if she got to that 50 mark, she could then really look to accelerate. Georgia Adams, the captain, is the new batter, joining Ella McCocken out there in the middle. And that was the final ball of the over, so Alice Davidson-Richards will now continue, and you have to say, when you see that level of authority in the field, it really does raise you as a teammate. Brilliant, brilliant work from Franklin. I thought it might fall safe and evade the three fielders. Yeah, plenty of ground to cover, that is a good point. Had to really race, use those long levers, throw the arms out. Then of course you know that if your elbows hit the ground, it can pop out sometimes. It didn't on that occasion. Here's Davidson-Richards just straying onto the pads of McCocken, who opens the face and runs the ball down, just works it down to long leg. They take one.
Which brings Adams onto strike for the first time. You'd have to be a certain age to understand this link, but somebody getting out for 42 and a person called Adams coming in is very Hitchhiker's Guide.
Yes, yeah. Good,
to me.
Good. I like what you did.
The answer to life, the universe, and everything apparently is 42.
Yeah, you might need to explain that to one or two, but I got you. I got you, John. Liking your work. And just surveying the field here, the new batter, Georgia Adams.
Really, really good player. Dangerous player.
Yeah, if she really gets going, then you know there's no field big enough, because she can score runs very quickly. Here's Davidson-Richards bowling to her, watchful in defence, just pushing back down the track, and this is the benefits of having a new batter. They just need to look around, take their time just to build. Davidson-Richards goes back to the top of her mark, and it does seem to be a lot more pleasant. There is still wind there, of course, but it's not quite as strong as maybe it was earlier on. Oh dear, thought there might be a little bottom edge through to the wicket keeper.
That was an airy-fairy one from Adams. My analogy's been ruined, by the way, Jamie, because I've now decided that not only got 41, so...
oh, okay, well...
so she didn't reach the answer to life, the universe and everything. But there we are.
Charlie Knott sent on her way back then for 41, just confirmation. We got everything else right, but... we're getting going again at the start of this season. Again, Davidson-Richards bowls another dot ball. She does bowl with good pace. You always felt that she would be a cricketer. Grew up a stone's throw from the Neville ground in Tunbridge Wells. Used to go and watch Kent, and very much think and hope that she could be part of a women's team of the future. This one worked out to the fielder at deep square leg. They take one. And it's very nice when the dream becomes a reality. And I think we'll all agree ADR is a very pleasant person.
Yeah, absolutely. Always good to chat to.
Yeah.
Quite often seen when she's not on the field in the presence of her beloved dog. Or it may be her parents' dog, I don't know. But she's usually seen in the vicinity of a pooch.
Always nice to have a little four-legged friend. Yeah, they do keep you great company. Dogs. Dot ball to end the over. A good over from Davidson Richards, and now there's the chance for the Vipers just to rebuild once more after losing that wicket.
But they'll be pretty happy. 82 from 18. That's.
And there is going to be a change of bowling. Yep, Tash is returning.
Tash is back.
Probably makes sense, doesn't it, John, to have a look at the new batter?
Yeah, you would quite like the match-up between Farrant and Adams. You know, Farrant at her best will cause Adams some trouble. And I guess that there may also be the thought that you don't want to leave too long between spells for Tash with her coming back. You don't want it to stiffen or anything like that. So to get her back on again quite swiftly is probably a plan.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it, sports science now, the way that these players are managed carefully by those that know. We all surmise and think we know, but those in the know, experts in their field, of course.
Indeed.
I've tried to master a number of things. I'm not sure I've quite succeeded yet, but I'm always in the hunt, as is Tash Farrant. She's at the top of her mark and running up. It's the left arm variety, of course. This one long way wide of the batter, but no thoughts of a wide from the umpire.
Adams had another fish at it, didn't she?
Yep.
She's fished at one or two, but
yeah, that front foot didn't really move across, did it?
I was going to say, you don't want to worry about being an expert, Jamie. You know what the definition of one of those is, don't you?
Go on.
An X is a has-been and a spurt's a drip under pressure.
This one is driven to extra cover. Great bit of fielding. James Treadwell and Sophie McClelland are our two on-field officials. Helen Pack is also with us, the match referee. South East Stars against the Southern Vipers, and it is the Stars who are out in the field after winning the toss and electing to give Vipers first use of the wicket. And here is Tash Farrant. That's going to be a dead ball.
Yep, an aborted run-up. I'm not sure whether that was Tash or whether the batsman wasn't quite ready.
And you did mention a four-legged friend. I can now see a dog just slightly to your right. In fact, yeah, just slightly to your right. You'll see these three chairs, John.
Oh yes, indeed.
And there is a dog just racing about there.
Indeed there is.
On a lead. Tash Farrant comes charging in once more. Bowls outside off stump and driving elegantly through extra cover. That is a great shot.
Beautiful.
And that is going to be 4 runs. And is that Adams off the mark?
No, she had one before that.
She got the one, of course, so on to 5. But brilliant, wasn't it? Just leaning into that, and you could see all of the power and pace of the delivery. She transferred all of her weight onto that front foot. Great shot.
Yeah, elegant.
Elegant is the word, yep. The right descriptive word to sum that one up. It's got cold again as Farrant bowls and just opening the face, and she's going to get 4 runs for that, and that is a bit fortuitous. Not really opening the face. I think that's come off the outside edge and it's raced away down to 3rd.
Yeah, she changed the angle there. Did Farrant. She changed to around the wicket.
And went very wide, didn't she? Yep.
And found the edge, but unfortunately skated away for 4 more.
Looks like she's going to carry on coming round here, trying to mix it up and make it difficult with that left arm variety. Bowls a slower ball to Adams, who picked it. And he's just worked to the fielder at straight mid wicket, who is McDonald Gay.
They've crept into the 90s. Well, more than crept. They've advanced quite assertively into the 90s of Vipers.
So the run rate must be around the 5 runs per over mark.
Just a fraction under. Pressure is on.
It really is, yep. And the chance now for Farrant to come charging in once more, and this time out to deep cover it goes, and they take one, and that is the sum outcome, and that is the end of the over. So Farrant will take her jumper. And is that 20 overs bowled?
No, that's 19. 5 overs for 30 for Tesh Farrant.
Yeah, so going at 6 and over.
A little rusty.
But to be expected, John, after such an absence.
Absolutely. And the only way you're going to get
Yep.
rhythm back in a match situation is by bowling, so, you know, Davidson Richards has been quite frugal from the other end. 4 overs for 11.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
So let's see what she can do this time.
Here's Davidson Richards running up past the umpire as the wind gets up once more. Apologies if it is causing issues. We're doing our best to make sure that we hide away from the wind in the marquee where we're watching on from. Got a nice vantage point. We're not directly behind the wicket, but we are well positioned to watch Davidson Richards bowl, and the crowd has got bigger. More and more people coming in to watch. It is free to watch if you're close to Beckenham, or if you're only a bus or a train journey away. Come and see us. Come and enjoy this elite level women's cricket. Nothing beats being there. Lots of people taking advantage of the match being free to attend, bringing children, bringing the next generation, even bringing 4-legged friends. We've got some dogs watching on with us. And Alice Davidson Richards is at the top of her mark once more and runs in and bowls to Adams. Adams quickly pushes and runs as it goes out to the fielder at extra cover. That really was putting all of the pressure onto the fielder, and Adams used those long legs to race through for the single.
Well, that was good knowledge from the Vipers, because they knew it had gone to Schofield's left hand and she wanted it on the right hand, so she had to run round it. So smart running.
Davidson Richards runs in and bowls to McCocken, who just plays this with soft hands onto the offside and takes another single. So just rotating and making sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking over. Photographer watching on there. He's got the long lens out, and he's also got the hood up on that hoodie, showing us just how cold it is out there.
I don't blame him for that.
No, I think that is a wise move. Davidson Richards in once more, bowling one out the back of the hand. It was a slower ball and it was picked by Adams.
I should think he could do with more than a hoodie, actually. It's distinctly parky.
Yes, it is. He might be layered up under the hoodie, but these sort of days can catch you out. You look outside, you think that sun is shining.
Schoolboy error.
Yeah. Davidson Richards again bowling to Adams, who's perfect in defence. Works the ball down to the fielder at mid-on. And that is the end of the over, and now it is 20 complete, and the score is
95 for 1.
95 for 1.
Yes. Rocketing along. 29 to McCocken and 12 already to Adams, who seems to have only been here for a blink of an eye, and she's into double figures.
Have you got some spin? Is that Danny?
I thought you were directing that at me there, Jamie. I was going to say most people think most of what I write is spin, but there you go. What can I say? Well, yes, exactly.
Steady now. This is a family broadcast.
This is a family public broadcast. We're being led astray by other people in the box here. But it is Danny Gregory. Danny Gregory to wheel away. She became the first South East star to make 50 appearances in a Stars shirt towards the end of last season. That's in RHFT and T20, of course. But pretty much an ever-present in both forms. Here she is. She's up to the wicket, and this is, oh my word, that's a full toss to start us off. That was a loosener. It was pulled away into the deep on the leg side by McCocken, who will probably think that she should have deposited that somewhere in the Beckenham pavilion, I would think. But only one run, 96 on the board now. McCocken goes to 30. Well, hopefully she's got a grip on the ball now, Danny, after that first one. She's in again, and this is another full toss, which is played out on the leg side, this time not aerially, along the floor, fielded out in the deep. I think that's Sophia Dunkley. No, it isn't. Sophia Dunkley's further round, so it's Rihanna McDonald-Gay out on the fence there at backward square. So here is Gregory again. Oh, that's close! That's close! That's a big shout for LBW. They've gone through for a leg bye. Oh, they didn't go for a leg bye.
No.
I think Adams advanced, or McCocken advanced a few yards down the pitch. That's probably what fooled me. That looked pretty close, that one. Here's Gregory again. And that looks fairly close too, and that's out! Well, the previous one was close. That was closer still. Well, the batter didn't want to leave the crease there, Jamie.
No, the batter just looking at the bat there, which maybe makes you think, but you're right. Two very, very good deliveries and big calls on both occasions.
So that's the other opener gone. McCocken is out for 30. LBW to Gregory, who took a couple of balls to find her line and then produced two super ones. One was close and one was out. And that brings Georgia Elwis to the crease. So this is probably the Vipers' two most experienced batters.
Yep.
Gathering together. But as so often happens, the underrated Danny Gregory has made the breakthrough.
Yep, and make the breakthrough she has. She is a partnership breaker, isn't she?
Absolutely, and it was very much needed too. So a wicket, 97 for 2 at the fall of that wicket. So both openers are now gone. Cocken for 30, not for 41.
And games can quickly change, John. You get another wicket, you get one of these two dangerous players out, and suddenly you're right back in the hunt.
And as you say, Jamie, Elwis has to start from zero, as every new batter does, and potentially that gives you a chance to sneak a few deliveries in without the scoreboard moving too quickly. Gregory on the mark, first ball to Elwis. It's played back down the pitch. Mid-off completes the fielding. So the last ball of Danny Gregory's opening over. Just a couple of paces, really. Big whirl in delivery stride. That's come off the inside edge and gone out on the leg side. That's Franklin that's gone to her right to field. Just the one run. 98 for 2 at the end of the 21st over. Danny Gregory, 3 runs from the opening over and a wicket. I think the batter may have. I think McCocken may have incurred the wrath of the umpire on on that dismissal, because not only did she seem to be staring at her bat, she seemed to be staring back down the wicket at the umpire.
Absolutely.
And taking rather a long time to go.
Yeah.
So I would think that
Number 38, Bethan Miles.
they might have a word or two to say about that later to the match referee. Bethan Miles has relieved Alice Davison Richards of duty at the City end. So a conflab with skipper Bryony Smith as to how they want to play this.
Just a chance to race through some overs as well, John.
Yeah, absolutely. With two spinners in tandem, you can get through a lot of balls, can't you? In comes Miles and bowls, and that's very floaty. It's played out on the offside, but decently fielded at point. I think Danny Gregory's taken up station at point. Here's Miles again, and another quite floaty delivery, but treated with respect by Elwes, who just props forward and plays it out into the covers. No run. Miles getting through the over rapidly. Tossed up again, and again just pushed forward.
Good goalkeeping, wasn't it? Diving away to the right, making the save.
Indeed. He's not frightened to give it some air, Bethan Miles. From what we've seen here in these first few balls, another one that's tossed up, and this time it allows for a single. I think again the wicket end got in the way of that fielding a little. So 1 for the 100 now for Vipers in this 22nd over. Miles is in again, left arm, swept wide of the stumps, so the sweep didn't make any contact, and because it was down the leg side, so the 100 is raised with a wide. 100 for 2 in the 22nd over. This is shorter and flatter, and cut away behind square to Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, who does the fielding at deep backward. Back into the hands of Hill behind the stumps. Miles is in again, and again this is swept, and it's going to go for 4. So lost her radar completely with the final ball of that over, and allowed it to be swept behind square. Somewhat cheap boundary there, which takes Elwes on to 6, I think.
And while we have the little break in overs, we should just mention on behalf of everyone at the South East Stars, all of our thoughts with the family of Derek Underwood, who lost his life earlier this week. Derek, of course, also served as president of the MCC in 2008. A wonderful cricket man. He was born in 1945, very locally to here in Bromley. Nicknamed Deadly, he struck up that great partnership, didn't he, with Alan Knott? We saw it so many times. Caught Knott, bowled Underwood. All of our thoughts with Derek's family.
Here. Oh, that's a full toss, and it's a full toss above head height as well, which is turned away into the leg side. I think that'll be a no ball, won't it?
Yep, it's been given.
It will. It'll be a no ball and a single. So yeah, so she started her first over with a full toss, and this is a free hit, of course, for the above head height. So different batter on strike for the free hit. It's Elwes. This is flatter, and it's hoisted into the outfield, and it's gone for 4, so they've made the most of that. Sent over the boundary at mid-wicket. Sophia Dunkley ran away to her left to try and cut it off, but couldn't do so. So an expensive start to this over for Danny Gregory.
Quicker, wasn't it? That one bowled into the surface, but it was a good shot.
So six off one ball effectively. That's better from Gregory. That was a quicker ball again. Went past the edge, outside the off stump. But that freebie will have given Elwes a chance to get herself moving. Here's Gregory again. This is just outside the leg stump. Not sure whether it came off the bat or the pad. There must have been some bat on it because there's been no signal from the umpire. So another single to Elwes.
And again, good running from Adams. She knew she was going to the danger end. She's been very good at picking up singles so far.
Indeed, and now she's on strike and just pushing that one out on the offside, and another single played with soft hands to enable them to scamper through. So a somewhat untidy over so far from Danny Gregory. But then so was the start of her first over as well, so you never know. She's ready again, and in to Elwes, who just props forward and plays that down in front of her on the leg side. Fielder scampers in, prevents a single. The scoreboard has ticked over well in this over. Comes Gregory again, and this is turned on the leg side, but there's no chance for a run that time, and that will be the end of Danny Gregory's second over of the morning. Is that 113 or 114? 113 for 2 off 23 overs, so very nearly 5 and over, Jamie.
Yep, it's a very powerful and impressive start, imposing start. The two openers back in the hutch, both dismissed. The first to go was Charlie Knott, caught Franklin bowled McDonald Gay, a brilliant catch, sent on her way for 41, and then McCocken trapped in front by Gregory for 30. But these two appear to have found their feet pretty quickly, John.
Yeah, they do, and Stars really need to break this partnership. Two very experienced heads in play here for Vipers. In comes Beth and Miles, and this is a full toss which is hoisted out into the deep, bounces in front of the fielder. Somewhat ragged throw which ended up in mid-pitch, I think, but Chloe Hill was alert and scampered across to take it. So one more to Adams, who goes to 17. Miles is in again, and this is a much better ball, just propped forward by Elwes, played back along the pitch. 32 now, Georgia Elwes. She waits again and doesn't get her timing right on that one at all. Played a little soon, I think, and just bobbles out on the offside, no run. Miles scampering through the over once more. Here she is, left arm in and played out on the leg side, but doesn't beat the fielder at mid-wicket, so doesn't offer any prospect of a single. Is that Franklin loitering at mid-wicket again? It's quite hard to tell. We're
or is it Dunkley? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it is Dunkley.
Yeah.
We're peering through the tent covers here, because if we took them away you probably wouldn't hear us at all, because all our equipment would be blown away, I think, Jamie. So I think we've wisely kept the flaps down. Here's Miles again. This is a little shorter and pushed forward by Elwes. That's a pretty tidy over, that one.
Very good over.
Just the one run from it. 114 for 2. 17 to Adams and 11 to Elwes. So Stars just about keeping the Vipers in check for now, but they really do need to take a couple of wickets, because otherwise the visitors will have free rein to free their arms as the innings progresses. Danny Gregory once more from this Beckenham end. A big whirl in delivery. Played out to cover, no run. Wipes her hand in the dirt as she makes her way back to her mark, which doesn't take her very long. She's in again, and it's a full ball, which is played from the crease by the batter, by Adams. Just plays it down in front of her, no run. Wind is up again, I can feel it really whirring in my headphones. Here is Gregory once more. This is driven, but mid-wicket gets something on it, takes the way off it, and allows Davidson Richards to complete the fielding at mid-on. That was Phoebe Franklin, who's on this side of the pitch. So Gregory now comes in again. This is swung away on the leg side. Dunkley is away to her right, gets there quickly, gets the ball back in, just a single to Adams, taking her to 18. 115 for 2 in this 25th over. Gregory once more. This is outside the off stump and cut away to deep point. They cross for one more, taking Elwes to 12. Getting through their overs at a rate of knots now, with Gregory and Miles at the helm. Gregory in again, and again this is played out to that fielder on the point boundary. Another single, and another Danny Gregory over has slipped by. 117 for 2 at the end of the 25th over, with 18 to or is that 19 to Adams now? 19 to Adams and 12 to Elwes. And you're back in the capable hands of Jamie Reid.
That's very kind, John. Yeah, the players will take a quick drink. We are at the halfway point of the innings. The South East Stars winning the toss and electing to field. Jamie Reid alongside John Bathurst from the ECB Reporters Network. Great to have John's knowledge and expertise on this fixture. The South East Stars. Bryony Smith is captaining the side. Tash Farrant, Paige Schofield, Sophia Dunkley, Alice Davidson Richards, Eilish Cranstone, Phoebe Franklin, Chloe Hill, who's the wicket-keeper, Bethan Miles, Rhianna McDonald-Gay and Danny Gregory. Alexa Stonehouse is acting as 12th today. The Southern Vipers, Ella McCocken, Charlie Noss, Georgia Adams the captain, Georgia Elwes, Freya Kemp, Emily Windsor, Rhianna Southby the wicket-keeper, Alice Monaghan, Lindsay Smith, Freya Davis and Mary Taylor. Megan Sturge is 12th for the Vipers, and of course this is a good match-up between these two sides. We know how good the Vipers were last season. More and more people starting to attend and find their way here to the county ground in Beckenham. It is a lovely vantage point to watch live action, and the good news is, as we see it, they've picked up those 2 wickets, both off the openers are out, but it's a solid platform, isn't it, for the Southern Vipers, John?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, there was a little bit of playing and missing early on, as you might expect, particularly by McCocken, but Knott was really getting going when Phoebe Franklin produced that wonderful catch. I mean, we've seen some very nice shots this morning, but that's probably the highlight of the morning for me. That a really athletic piece of fielding by Franklin. She was right arm was fully extended, the ball was kind of dropping over her shoulder, and she dived away to her right and grasped it just above the turf. It was a crucial breakthrough at the time because the opening pair had put on 80, and as so often happens, one wicket fell and another one fell fairly quickly, but these two are showing signs of just getting it going again for Vipers, and as we've said, they're their most experienced batters really, and Stars need to find a way to separate them before they really get set and potentially run away.
Yep, not the first wicket to fall. Call Franklin bowled McDonald Gay for 41, and Emma Cocken trapped in front by Gregory for 30. Adams has 19, Elwes undefeated on 12. We have 15 extras so far, 1 no ball, 6 wides and 8 leg byes, 117 for 2 at the halfway stage. Farron 5 overs, no wicket for 30. Franklin no wicket for 19 from the 5 that she's bowled. McDonald Gay has picked up 1 wicket, 1 for 23 from 5. Davidson Richards, good control, no wicket for 15 from the 5 that she's bowled. Gregory's picked up a wicket, 1 for 14 from 3, and Miles has bowled 2 overs so far, no wicket for 8. We are going to continue, and it is the opportunity for Miles to bowl her 3rd over of the innings so far. She is at the city end of the ground. The sun has come out once more for the left armour. This one's gone down the leg side, and there was the chance of a stumping, but Adams had that back leg planted. Wide ball is the outcome.
Not the ideal start after the drinks break.
No, certainly not. Driving down the ground, that's much better. Adams, a couple of quick steps to get to the pitch of the ball, and that one's very, very painful for Miles, who did the fielding. She certainly felt the effect. There are plenty of other bowling options should they be required, but it's spin at both ends at the moment, and this has gone very uppish. It should beat the fielder. It does beat Davidson Richards, and it might run away to the boundary's edge. I think she stopped it going out over the rope, and they'll come back for a 3rd. Good running from Adams. Very uppish.
Just about cleared Davidson Richards. I don't think it cleared her by a lot.
No.
I think her heart would have been in her mouth a little there.
Yeah, Alice is one of the taller fielders, isn't she, in the side?
Indeed. Did well to stop it going for 4 in the end.
And Miles will continue. This one, the other side of the wicket. It just goes to the fielder at mid-off, and good bit of work. Georgia Elwes is now on strike, courtesy of those 3 runs to Adams.
Yeah, that was Schofield in the field.
Chloe Hill just having a little word with the field, making sure they're on their toes as this one is driven to extra cover again. Schofield, the fielder, once more.
I think she missed out on that. I think that was another full toss. Good to see Schofield suffering no ill effects from that hit in the face earlier on when she was fielding.
Yeah, good memory, good to bring that up. We did have the concussion protocol. This one is cut square off the wicket, and is that a good bit of fielding? It is
a very good piece of fielding indeed.
Rihanna McDonald Gay.
That saved a couple of runs.
And it just gets everybody going, doesn't it, when you get that high level of fielding. Everyone just thinks to themselves, we're all in this together, we're all playing our part. Again, Hill just making some subtle changes to the field, working with the captain, Bryony Smith. You always see that from the captain and wicket-keeper. This one turned away into the onside, and it's a dot. That is the end of the over.
Yeah, I mean, those pieces of fielding by people like Rihanna McDonald Gay, I think even when you insert someone at Beckenham, you know you're going to be chasing a pretty decent score and you're going to be under some scoreboard pressure, so every single run that you can stop and ease that scoreboard pressure when you're batting is crucial. And that was probably the stop of the morning in that sense, because looking at it I fancied it was going to beat her into the fence and didn't. She got a really good left hand on it and prevented the boundary.
Yep, and that's a big win to the fielding side. Gregory is going to continue. We have got spin at both ends, a right and left footed option. This one hasn't pitched, and it's the first 6 of the innings. It's carried over the ropes, only just, but it was hit out there to deep mid wicket. You could see Adams felt that she was going to get maximum value for it. It is difficult to, with those cold fingers, just grip the ball in these conditions. You really do feel for the bowlers very early in the season like this. This time it's just worked out to mid-wicket and no thought of a single. The arm went up, policeman style, to say no way through. And Gregory comes in once more, just a couple of little, just drag that one down. She might get away with it, she has, because it's only been worked out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. I was fearful that could be another boundary.
Yes, this has been a bit of a licorice all sorts over from Danny Gregory, really, a full bunger that went for 6, and that was a half tracker.
Here's Gregory again bowling another half tracker, and this one is going to be 4 runs because it's beat the fielder there just by the umpire in front of square on that leg side. It races away for 4.
Yeah, she keeps wiping her hand in the dirt. She obviously is having trouble gripping the ball because the hands are so cold. This, and they will be on a raw morning such as this.
I know when you see overseas players, they always really feel it, don't they, early in the season? They've got those hand warmers.
Well, that's probably a good shout. I think I'd have a couple in my pockets if I was out there fielding. I kind of wish I'd got them now.
Danny Gregory, oh dear, that's a high full toss. The umpire might want to
6.
question here. It is another 6. And is it another no ball? It is, yep, confirmed.
Oh dear.
You can see Danny Gregory just crouching down. She's frustrated, she's disappointed. Bryony Smith, the captain, just goes over to have a little word. In fact, she is out of the attack, so Bryony Smith is going to complete this over.
Oh my word, that's a massive blow for the Stars.
After bowling a second ball overweight plate, there is an enforced change in the bowling at the Beckenham end.
And that, of course, is an enforced change because we had the 2 no balls. So this first delivery that will be bowled by Bryony Smith will be a free hit.
So Gregory now can't bowl again in the innings. So
luckily, there are plenty of options for Bryony Smith, the captain.
Self-included.
Yep, one of which is herself, and she will come on to complete this over. And here is Smith running up past the umpire, gentle loosener.
Oh, very
And it just
nearly
feels
carries.
short of the. It would, of course, not have been out because it was that free hit.
A wasted free hit.
It
Then
really was.
When you've got 17 off the over already, that probably doesn't matter that much.
No, it's been an expensive over.
In fact, it's probably 18, isn't it, because of the no ball?
Here is Smith again, and the batter just covering up, pushing back down the track, and that is the end of the over. We'll just update you on the score.
141 off 27, so they're over 5 and over now. And I think it's 1 for the 50 partnership as well, which has come in very quick time. 44. I'm getting ahead of myself. Ah yes, 97. I can't read my own writing. I thought I was reading 92 for the fall of the second wicket, but I wasn't. Indeed, yes. Indeed.
Right, we are going to continue, and Bethan Miles is bowling at the city end here at Beckenham, where there are plenty of fluffy skies, and this time we see the fielder as it was worked out to deep mid-wicket, getting half a hand on it, I think, just stopping it in its tracks a wee bit. Otherwise it might well have raced away. Yep, we're just seeing that was wonderful fielding from Cranstone. Just got something on it, and that took a lot of the pace off of it.
I'm pretty sure it was another full toss.
It was.
There's been rather too many of those from the two spinners.
And 17 extras as well at this stage. This time, again, just
That's
hitting
a wide.
Elwes in front, and the wide has been given, so it's gone down the leg side. Thought it might have possibly hit the pad on the way through. I don't think that did happen. Wide ball has been signalled by the umpire. Here is Miles again, the left arm spinner.
Oh, driven.
This one beats the fielder on the drive at extra cover, and it races away for 4. Suddenly they're really getting together, these two batters, and motoring along. Yep.
And that is the 50 partnership that's rattled up.
How many balls can we work that out?
42 balls
42
apparently.
balls. There we
So
are.
yeah, they are rattling along at 7 and over, these two.
Yep, a wicket is needed. You don't need me to tell you that. Here comes Miles again. That's much better. It's a dot ball as Elwes pushes down the track. The two openers back in the pavilion, and maybe fearing that they've missed out. 41 and 32, good scores. But these two at the moment showing momentum that they could go past that. As Miles runs up again and bowls a perfect delivery on off stump, and has Elwes reaching forward. And the bowler carries out the fielding. Great to have the company of John Bathurst with us from the ECB Reporters Network in the commentary box and watching this game with us. This time driving down to mid-on is Elwes. They take a single. Adams will come back onto strike. Very languid at the non-striker's end, and just takes a fresh guard as she looks around and assesses where all the fielders are. Miles comes in once more, backing away and opening up the offside, working it out to the fielder at deep point. They take 1, and he just hits a wicket end as it comes racing in once more. And that is the end of the over.
I've lost track of the score. Is it 146? 147?
149.
149. 149 for 2.
And Bryony Smith will continue. Remember, she had to come on at the end of the last over after Danny Gregory was forced out of the attack courtesy of bowling those 2 no balls. So Smith will continue. 2 no balls for height, of course, as Smith does continue, and this is on the leg stump and just turn round the corner, tickled away. They take 1. And you can see at the other end there are some Vipers flags, and they really are blowing all around to show that this wind is still forceful. Bryony Smith, the captain, is at the top of her mark and comes in past the umpire, and pushing back down the track is the batter. A couple of quick steps. You could see Elwes wanted to try and get plenty of bat into that delivery.
It's a good line though, that from Smith.
Smith caught her. Yep, she was aware. Slightly flatter, wasn't it, this one? A bit more looping, but again the same outcome as it's another dot ball, and back to the bowler it goes. Smith running in once more and just opening the face and working out to Schofield at point is Elwes, who takes a single and brings Adams back on. Good crowd in place. A reminder that we are by Coper's Cope, and that is where Crystal Palace Football Club train. just over our shoulders. Bryony Smith once more and tickled round the corner down to long leg, where the fielding will be carried out and thrown back in with good force to wicketkeeper Chloe Hill. And is that 150?
Yes, that was a 4, not a 6 off the no ball.
Oh, was it?
I thought it was a 6.
I thought it was a 6, so it was a 4 off the no ball. Confirmation as Bryony Smith continues once more. I thought the umpires might have signalled a 6, but maybe that was misguided from me. I was following the ball.
Well, I think we all thought it had gone for 6, Jamie. So it wouldn't just be you.
There we are. There we are.
Maybe
We'll all be
Stars got
incorrect
away
together.
with one after all. Maybe they did. But yes, 150 for 2. This is starting to look rather ominous. Yes, Gregory can't bowl anymore.
And is it 29 bowled?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
That much is correct.
So Miles will continue twirling away from the city end. A
that's
big
good ball.
LBW shout and given.
Gone.
That is the end of Adams. Not happy, but she's been trapped in front. James Treadwell got that index finger up, and you could see the frustration etched across the face of Georgia Adams.
Beckenham for 33.
33 the score for Adams, and that is a wicket for a very jubilant and happy Bethan Miles.
Well, that's a big wicket from Stars' perspective, because those two were really set to launch, I think. You know, Stars had lost Gregory from the attack, and really from the Vipers' point of view, that's a third batter that had got set who hasn't really gone on and made a match-winning contribution. So yes, plenty of reasons for Stars to be cheerful about that.
It's a huge wicket. 30, 41 and 33 for the three batters that have been dismissed. They've all got in, but have they gone on? Have they done enough? Freya Kemp is the new batter.
That's a frightening prospect.
Yep. Indeed.
Young Freya Kemp with long levers. So
Yeah, first left-hander, I think. Isn't she in the innings so far?
indeed,
Different angles of attack.
yes, potentially very explosive and quite a nice platform for her. Enough time for her to come in and play a proper knock.
It's a nice position to come in, isn't it, with the scoreboard set as it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see Hill there just moving fielders around like a Subbuteo set, making sure that they're in the right fielding position. Here is Kemp pushing down the track, trying to get off the mark, and she will do. First ball, it's going to race away. She might get a 2 here. It is going to be a couple. You could see that Elvis was coming back to the danger end, and Kemp back onto strike, underway. First ball with a couple.
That wasn't a great piece of fielding, it has to
No.
be said. It was a bit of a freebie to get off the mark.
And of course, Kemp really can hit them.
Oof.
Plenty
Like
of
that.
bottom hand in that. Yep. Racing away to the boundary's edge. Not overly elegant, but effective.
Just rocked onto the back foot and actually played it from outside off stump through mid wicket, which shows you how powerful she is. So yes, early ominous signs this, really, from a Stars perspective, but for the Vipers this is exactly what they want from Freya Kemp.
Yeah, Kemp is the kind of player that you want to get early. This time she's going the other side of the wicket, and that's a good bit of fielding. It really was from Sophia Dunkley. Stopping any thought of a single and just bouncing away. I'm not sure if she hurt the hamstring there, the way she's just readjusting the body.
Let's hope not. because they'll need her runs later on.
I'm in Freya Kemp, the batter. Yeah.
Freya. I hadn't
No,
noticed
Freya
that.
appears to be okay and good to carry on, but they certainly will need the runs of Dunkley.
Well, she certainly stretched forward for that last defensive
She
shot,
did.
Kemp. So
I think she's okay. Yeah. Maybe that was one for the cameras more than anything else. And Miles is on her way once more. This one is leg side, and down it goes to Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, who carries out the fielding at long leg. They take one and settle for it, and that is the end of the over. So is that 30 bowled?
I believe it is, yes.
And we'll just confirm the score.
157 for 3 off 30, 28 to Elwes and 7 to Kemp already.
So 40 coming up from the last 5 overs, and that shows just how powerful that was, running along at 8 and over.
Well, they needed that wicket, but they need to keep taking wickets. That's the problem. Bryony Smith seems to have found a reasonable groove in her first few balls, obviously having had to relieve Gregory of duty when she was taken out of the attack. You kind of hope that Smith always intended to bowl at this end and hasn't been sort of press ganged into that by that set of events, but she's in now anyway. She's come round the wicket, and Kemp turns that into the leg side for a single.
And apologies, I forgot to reintroduce you. John Bathurst back with the commentary from the ECB Reporters Network.
Yeah, lovely to be with you all. Kemp certainly doesn't need too many strides to get from one end of the pitch to the other. With that long cadence. Here comes Smith again, and this one, I'm not sure that didn't pop a little bit on Elwes. It was outside off stump, and she played it out on the leg side. Schofield did the fielding. Smith's in again, and again Elwes goes back and plays it to Schofield at mid-wicket once more. Smith at the moment dropping them on a length. This is a little fuller, and it's driven to mid-off, where the fielder prevents the run. Smith back over the wicket to the right-hander, who again brings Schofield into play. She's been very busy in this over, in that mid-wicket position. It's a position that she fields in a lot. Here's Smith again. This is a little shorter, and Elwes tried to go back and find the gap, but she only found point, and that's another very good over from Bryony Smith. Rattled through it and bowled it very tidily. 158 for 3 at the end of 31. But a good platform for the Vipers. The reigning champions, of course. You can't pick a much more difficult opening fixture than that.
No, it is very, very difficult. That is fair to say.
Other than to have ended up in their own ground, I suppose. Phoebe Franklin is going to return.
Yep, she opened up, didn't she, at the City end?
So that's the end of Miles's spell of 5 overs, 1 for 29.
Number 10, Phoebe Franklin.
Yes, Franklin bowled an earlier spell of 5 overs for 19. The first 2 of which in particular were very good.
And you mentioned about the Vipers winning that final last year. Emily Windsor got an unbeaten 50-57. Georgia Elwes also hit a half century, so we know that she can play.
Emily Windsor is the girl of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy finals. She was the star of the 2021 win as well. That's driven by Kemp off Franklin's first delivery out on the offside. They get through for one.
I think Miles might have hurt her hand there.
Well, it's the sort of day where you would do that, really. So, yes, Windsor made 47 not out in the 2021 final as well, in a big stand with Tara Norris when the game appeared to be lost. They put on 78 for the 6th or 7th wicket to pull a game out of the fire that they looked like losing. And that was against the Diamonds. Here's Phoebe Franklin again. She's in, and this is outside off stump, and it's driven square, but fielded at point. No run. Another wicket would change the complexion of this game, you feel. Here's Franklin again, and this is played out by Elwes on the offside. Beats the fielder at cover, and needs mopping up by the fielder coming in off the fence. So it's a single, and they've rotated the strike again. So back to Freya Kemp, who surveys the field, wondering where she can find the gaps. In comes Franklin, and very respectfully forward by Kemp, who uses her height to make a big stride and play it forward on the offside. No run. So Bryony Smith looking to get some more control from Franklin, perhaps hope that Kemp tries something out of the ordinary. Driven by Kemp, that's wide of the fielder. It's being chased back down towards the boundary. It's been retrieved, and they'll cross for two. They scampered back well there. Throw came in from in the deep. A couple of runs. 162 for 3. Kemp props forward, plays that out on the leg side. Kemp's already in double figures on 11. She's certainly not going to hang about. That's the end of that over. 162 for 3 off 32. Ooh, somebody's leaving the field. Cranstone leaving the field. I wonder if that was to do with that piece of fielding.
Possibly.
In the last over.
Alexa Stonehouse is on the
And a whack on the
12th.
hand. Well, again, another key batter, so Stars will be hoping that's not a big problem, because if you've got a whack on the hand, obviously, if it swells up, you have trouble getting the glove on sometimes, so they'll be getting some ice on that, I suspect. That's just what you want, isn't it? You got a whack on the hand and they stick some ice on it on a day like today. That's great, isn't it? Just what you want. Queuing up.
Want to warm
queuing
up first, yeah. Oh, it is cold, isn't it?
It is cold.
When that wind picks up.
It is cold. It's Bryony Smith bowling again to Elwes, who advances down the pitch but can only drive it back to Smith. It was a little uppish. It got to about halfway down before it found terra firma again. Smith again. Well, this is shorter, and oh dear, I think she got too far away from the ball there. Georgia Elwes, I think she tried to hit that too hard and ended up just knocking it down a few yards in front of her. Here's Smith again. In and bowls, and this is pulled away on the leg side. Oh, fielder dives for it. That square leg. I don't know whether that carried. There doesn't seem to be too many hands on heads, so I think it must have pitched just in front. I think that's Bethan Miles, isn't it, at square leg. They got through for a single anyway, to keep the scoreboard ticking. But which brings Kemp back onto strike. She really is an imposing figure standing at the crease. In comes Smith, and Kemp plays this one away on the leg side into the mid-wicket region. Takes one more. Advances to 12. Well, Elwes has become the 4th Viper batter to reach 30. Can she go on? She pulls this one away on the leg side. It's gone quite fine. Fielder runs round, but it's in the right hand, and so therefore there wasn't a chance for them to come back for 2. So just one more. Elwes now to 31. 164 for 3. 165 for 3. I missed a run somewhere. Another one tucked off the pads into the square leg region. Schofield runs round the ball to return it. 166 for 3 at the end of the over. 33 gone now. Nice tidy little spell from Smith so far. So 3.2 overs.
And a good bit of news, Cranstone is back on the field.
Well, that's a relief. So Alexa Stonehouse takes her leave again. Gets to put her coat back on, which she'll certainly need.
And just for context, John, only 3.2 overs because of the enforced change.
Yes, absolutely, because of Gregory being ejected from the attack for 2 head-high full tosses, which weren't really in the South East Stars' plan. That ball is played out on the offside, the first ball of a new over from Franklin to Kemp. I think the idea here is for Franklin to just try and frustrate Kemp and try and get her to do something out of the ordinary. Well, she's driven that one off the back foot, but again she hasn't beaten the fielder at cover. The ball was thrown in quickly, and Kemp thought there might be a chance of a misfield, so was wanting to get down the other end but couldn't do so. Just get the impression she might be ticking a little bit, as the expression goes. In comes Franklin. This is too short and pulled away into the outfield. It's fielded out on the fence, and Kemp does take a single this time and get to take a view from the non-striker's end. Hands the scoring responsibilities over to Elwes, who's played very well. But she's seen 3 of her colleagues get out between 30 and 41, and she's now in that territory. She faces Franklin and drives, and that I don't think she got that off the full face of the bat, because it looked as if she was aiming to play out into the covers, and it ended up in the hands of mid-wicket, so you suspect a shade of inside edge about that. No run anyway. Hill standing up to the stumps for Franklin as she comes in again, and this is driven away off the back foot into the deep for another single for Elwes, but this is a pretty tidy over so far from Franklin. Not too many have taken liberties with her so far. She's coming in again to Kemp. Bowls, and Kemp, well, that's slashed away off an outside edge. Again, it's dropped just short of the fielder. At backward point, that's Miles again. That's a couple of times she's very nearly got a hand on something, or pulled off a catch, and it's pitched just short. It was turned into another single. I think that's 168 for 3 at the end of the 34th. 69. I keep losing 1 run. Yeah, there was. They did take 1, so that's 169 for 3 then. off 34, so
Possibly a bowling change.
very nearly 5 and over. Bryony Smith and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay are in
Rhiannon, I
conversation
think.
with
Yeah.
the umpire about something or another.
Rihanna is back.
A change of bowling at the Beckenham end. Replacing Brian Smith. Number 29, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay.
Well, they've used 7 bowlers, haven't they? So the other 6 between them should be able to
Gregory and
finish off.
Gregory and Smith have bowled 7 between them.
I suspect Smith might bowl 1 or 2 more. In some ways, a bit of a surprise that she's come off because she was keeping it very tight. But McDonald-Gay is back from this Beckenham end, and she's coming into bowl to Kemp, and that's a wide down the leg side. How many new spells of bowling today have started with a wide or
They
a full
certainly
toss?
have, yeah. Wides and
quite a
full
lot.
tosses have been plentiful.
Over of Gregory's first ball.
You know, it's been a little wayward. It's McDonald-Gay again, and this is a full toss which is driven back past the bowler. Super shot, straight as a die from Kemp. She wasn't going to miss out on that. It was right in her arc, and she just eased through the ball, didn't try and hit it too hard. No chance of anybody getting anything on that.
Good shot, wasn't it? All of the power transferred onto that front foot. Born locally in Westminster.
Well, she's such a powerful striker of the ball that she doesn't really need to try and hit it too hard. That's hit her on the pad. It's going down leg side to my line of thinking.
It was a stifled appeal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Nothing more than that.
The umpire was not remotely interested.
No.
Grateful to keep her hands in her pockets on such a day, you would say. In comes McDonald-Gay. She's come round the wicket instead. Changed the angle to the left-hander, who is motoring on. It has to be said. 19 already for Kemp. Here's McDonald-Gay again. That's a little bit short, but a swing,
be
and
a leg by,
swing
yeah.
and a miss. It took Kemp on the pad, and they ran a leg by to square leg. Was there a signal from the umpire?
I didn't see a signal. I thought it hit the pad as well.
Maybe she got a little bit of inside edge as well
Possibly.
onto the pad. We have to assume that. If so, that's taken Kemp into the 20s.
And she's yet to really get going. That is the fear.
That's the worry, yes.
Striking run of ball.
175 for 3 in this 35th over. McDonald-Gay back over the wicket to Elwes. Lifts her bat, having tapped it in the crease. Drives this next ball. Kemp was about halfway down the pitch in anticipation of trying to pinch a single, but she couldn't do that.
2 strides for Freya.
Two strides to reach the middle of the pitch. Yeah, exactly. But, and 2 to get back again. It's McDonald-Gay. She's in again. This is Fuller and chopped away. Oh, that's a tight run. It's turned into a good run because although the fielder got it back in quickly and Hill took the bails off, they got through for a single. So 176 for 3 off 35 overs, and this is a crucial next stint for you, Mr. Jamie Reid.
It really is, yeah. 176 for 3 is the score, which means that you did quite well there. You only went for another 19, is that right, in the 5 overs that you bowled?
What can I say?
Very good again from you, John. You've been economical today, and you've put the pressure well and truly back on me.
Line and length.
Line and length, that is the answer. Yep. Phoebe Franklin is going to continue. How many's Phoebe bowled now?
She has bowled 7, so this is her 8th over.
Here is Franklin running in and bowling to Elwes, who's cutting very powerfully. It beats the fielder. And 4 runs to get up and running. See, it's that change of bowling. I might well, with my Southeast Stars hat on, have to ask you to bowl every other over, John.
You put the mockers on her, mate, by saying that she was tidy.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I've.
It wasn't a great delivery, to be
the
fair.
commentator's curse. No, it was wide, and it did offer an opportunity. She needs to bowl tighter to the stumps. Not really happening, but again, this one goes the other side of the wicket and out to Cow Corner. They pick up 1. And because it went so quickly out to Cranstone, they only have to take the 1. A change in the field with this left-right hand combination. The very powerful Kemp comes back onto strike. Just surveying the field, and you'll probably hear a plane just going overhead, or it might be a helicopter. Plenty of noise as in comes Franklin once more, and this one is worked out to the onside, and they take 1. And again, it means that the fielders have to get on their bikes and move to their positions. And here comes this photographer once more. He still resisted and not put on a anything other than that hoodie. Fair play to him. Working it out to deep mid-wicket again is Elwes, and she picks up a single and brings Kemp back on once more, the left-hander. And again, these fielders being given the opportunity to keep warm, John, which probably isn't a bad thing.
No, but it's very disruptive having the right and left-hander, isn't it? It's disruptive for the bowler, and field getting moved all the time.
Franklin bowling to Kemp, who's driving down the ground, and the bowler took some of the power off of it, but they take 1. Schofield does the rest off the fielding and gets it back to Franklin.
Not a chance, I don't think. I think it pitched in front of her, but powerfully driven again. And we're at the stage again where we're saying the Stars really badly need a wicket.
Yeah, and we could do with this wind dropping, and that's the
dear me.
half tracker, and it's going to be played out. Is it going to break? Oh, it's gone straight between the 2 fielders. You could see the intent was to try and stop it going out over the rope, but that is exactly what has happened. It's beat the 2 fielders, and that's a disappointing way to end the over from Franklin's perspective. 4 more runs.
Yeah, it didn't start well and it didn't end well. That's the
Is there 12
problem
off
with
that over?
Yes, indeed.
188 for 3.
After 36, so they're in advance of 5 and over now. You would think potentially at the moment the Stars are looking at chasing the better part of 300, wouldn't you really?
Yeah.
Which is a big ask.
Well, even here, yeah. I mean, it's 6 and over from the off, isn't it? And that puts you under pressure. You know, you've got to really get going in those power play overs
It's a good attack as well.
against a good bowling attack. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay continues bowling from this Beckenham end back into the attack, and not taking the new ball today. Tash Farron and Phoebe Franklin had first use of the cherry, and here is McDonald-Gay running in once more and bowling a full toss to Kemp. Kemp driving. That's a good piece of fielding. It was hit with great force. Nice bit of work and a good celebration from Davidson Richards. I like that.
Touch of the Dwayne Bravo's there.
Yeah, a little bit of Dwayne Bravo about that, I would agree.
She was giving the sort of chest out double fist pump there, really.
Very stylish. Good work. Here's McDonald-Gay again. Plenty of bottom hand in that stroke again, using those long levers, Kemp, and drilling to extra cover, but it's another dot. just rehearsing the stroke. It always looks much better second time around.
Indeed.
McDonald Gate runs up past umpire Sophie McClelland and bowls outside off stump, and it goes through. They're going to run a bye here, and she has caught the one in the face, I think, which is painful.
Ouch.
Very painful. The bye is painful enough, but the fact that she's been struck there, umpire James Treadwell's going to look.
Might be in again here.
Yep. Maybe not.
She's obviously said she's okay.
The umpire just checked on the way through because we got the left and the right hand. James Treadwell has gone the other side of the wicket. He did check on Chloe Hill as he made his way through.
As any good old pro would, as we said.
Oh dear. This wind is getting into the bones now, John.
It is. It certainly is.
You haven't got a portable heater with you, have you?
Sadly not.
McDonald Gate running up past the umpire and bowling outside off stump. If you are in the vicinity.
Couldn't fit it in my rucksack.
It would be a big ask.
It would.
But we would be eternally grateful, and you would be a friend forever.
If we don't get one, you might not be a friend for much longer, because we might not survive.
McDonald Gate continues, and this one is on the pads of Elwes. Just worked out to square leg. They take one. Oh dear. And that is the end of the over. 190 for 3 is the score. So just a couple off that over.
A much better over.
Good, wasn't it, from McDonald Gate?
It was indeed. But they need wickets. They need wickets at this point, that's for sure.
Is there a bowling change here? Yep, it looks like it is Bethan Miles. So Phoebe Franklin out of the attack to save a couple for the end maybe. And it means Bethan Miles comes back in. A reminder that Bryony Smith is one bowler down after Danny Gregory was removed from the attack. And Bethan Miles is returning and will bowl at the City end, which is the end she's bowled at throughout the innings. 190 for 3 is the score, and here she is bowling
close.
And trapping in front. LBW, that is out. It's been given. James Treadwell raises the index finger. It's been a good innings from Georgia Elwes, but she's been trapped in front and she's sent back as soon as that finger goes up in the air, and that is a big wicket. Take a bow, Bethan Miles.
Yeah, good delivery. That looked as if it may have just drifted in a little bit from outside off stump and then hit her in front.
44.
Let me just 44. So another player to reach 30 and not reach 50.
Yep.
That's all the top 4 that have been in that position. But a good innings by Elwes. 190 for 4.
Emily Windsor, is it?
It's Windsor, yes. Emily Windsor's come to the wicket. I was noticing elsewhere in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, Jamie, that Sunrisers have bowled out Western Storm for 114.
Wow.
Today, Nicola Hancock 3 for 15.
You can't ever turn away from watching all around the country, John. I love that, the fact that you're not only here, you're there. And everywhere.
Well, like most people, Jamie, omnipresence defeats me, but I do my best.
Well, you're doing very well.
What can we
keeping us
say?
informed.
that would suggest that Sunrisers have carried on their form from the end of last season when they had a good run in
Finished
this
strongly, didn't they?
competition, and they've started well again. So a fourth wicket.
Bethan Miles will want to continue here, driving away pleasantly to get off the mark. Is the new batter, very good from Windsor. Out there it went to extra cover. They take 2.
Good fielding again.
McDonald Gay, I think, is it not?
Yeah, I think it is.
She's certainly covered the ground very quickly there.
A mixed bag with the field, isn't it?
And Bethan Miles has praised her there for the good work. This time pushing back down the track and fielding is Miles once again. Dot ball.
Of course, that wicket puts a little bit more pressure on Kemp now.
Kemp off strike as Windsor faces up once more, and again another dot. It's been a good return this from Miles.
2 good wickets.
She's generally bowled pretty well, in fairness.
And she's got the 2 Georges, Adams and Elwes for 33 and 44.
Yeah, she'd have settled for that if you'd offered it to her this morning, I think.
Absolutely.
2 good scalps.
Miles running up again, the left arm bowler width here. Out it goes to the sweeper at deep cover, just the 1.
193.
Good over.
193 the score, 4 wickets down.
30. 12 to go.
And that's 38 bowled, 12 to go in the innings. What are you thinking, John? Where is the mark if you're the Vipers? Where are you looking to get?
I think you've got to be looking at. I think you've got to be looking at 270, 275. Haven't you really?
Yeah.
As a marker, I would say, and I think that would be a decent score to defend. They might get more than that if Kemp really sort of explodes.
Is this Sophia Dunkley coming on?
Well, this is brave. This is very brave. Dunkley against Kemp. That's a brave move at this juncture. This may be about, of course, filling up the overs that they haven't got because Gregory's out of the attack.
Bryony Smith's got overs in the tank though.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see what happens.
It's a good ball first up. Windsor is facing up here.
Gets Dunkley in the game.
Yeah, it does get Dunkley into the game, and she's running up past the umpire again, and plenty of loft on this delivery. Push back down the track. Kemp's fallen over. It was all happening. The only thing that really matters, no runs to the total. She's bowled 2 balls and 2 dots, Sophia Dunkley, so that's why Bryony Smith's captain, and we're sitting here. Here she is once again, and that's a much slower ball, and it's another dot.
Well, she was reaching for that, really. Again, I think it was a slower ball than she thought, and she played the shot really before the ball came. Oh, that's
Slightly quicker, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And flatter.
Gregory-esque, that was.
Yeah, much flatter. Maybe this change of bowling, not knowing too much about Dunkley.
she's mixing it up.
She really is. This is the 5th ball of the over. And this is going to be turned away. They're going to go through for a quick
That
single.
would have been
It's
out.
shy at the
Had it
stumps.
hit.
It would have been out by a distance, I think, there.
She would have been gone for all money there.
Windsor.
Would Windsor.
Only 1 off the over. It's been very impressive, this. From Dunkley. She's going to change the line of attack to bowl at the left. Handed Kemp, who is very, very powerful.
They've generally come round the wicket to Kemp, haven't they?
Yeah.
To try and sort of cramp her a little bit.
She's facing up to Dunkley, and this is a flat delivery.
really?
She drills the ball down the ground to Alice Davidson Richards, who does the fielding at long on, and they take a single. which means that Kemp will keep the strike. Just 2 coming off that. Good first start from Dunkley.
Yeah, she mixed it up well. She got away with the last one a little bit. It was a bit of a drag down, but Kemp could only sort of hit it straight back past her. But yeah, they'd certainly have taken that when Bryony Smith threw Dunkley the ball, without a shadow of a doubt. So 195 for 4? 195 for 4. 39 overs.
Miles to continue.
Into a 7th over.
Dog enjoying himself.
2 for 32. Yeah, he looks a happy sort, doesn't he? The dog that's just passed in front of us.
Yeah, nice little dog. Might be a poodle, I think, that dog, with the short hair,
Yeah.
curly hair. Miles to continue. And driving down the ground, that was certainly caught low down the back. You heard. Sounded very hollow. That's when you have a little look at the toe and just check that it's okay.
Yeah, make sure you haven't split it.
Kemp facing up once more. Facing the threat of Bethan Miles. A couple of quick... Good bit of fielding, wasn't it? It was drilled down the ground. A couple of quick steps to get to the pitch of the ball. And Miles diving away to her right. Pushed it into the path of the captain, Bryony Smith. And between them, they stopped any thought of a single. This is good. The dots joining up. 2 dots in this over so far. What can Miles produce here? Plenty of bottom hand as it's worked away onto the onside down to long on. They take 1, but only 1, and this is good.
She actually ended up with one hand off the bat there, Kemp. Sort of swinging through that.
She was waiting, wasn't she, for
She
it?
was, yeah.
Miles will change the angle of attack once more with this left-right hand combination.
Yeah, it's been a good few balls for the Stars.
South East Stars playing here at Beckenham, which is home, or one of the homes, and the positive is that you do always get a good cricket wicket here. The ground staff work hard. There's been good runs over the years at this place.
Shot.
Driven down the ground here. I think it's going to race away. It does. 4 runs, and you could see as soon as it left the bat that was very, very impressive from Emily Windsor. She's got 4 on her back, and she's picked up a boundary here. And he's at the 200.
200 up, yes. Is that 200 exactly? 200 exactly. With 1 ball of the 40th over to go.
And she's
Ooh.
just reaching here. It's going to be a dot ball to end the over, so that is 40 overs complete. 10 to go in the innings. You are starting to think what will be the total that they can reach. But even with my elementary maths, we know that we're running along at 5 and over so far, with runs and wickets in the tank for the Southern Vipers. It was the Stars who asked the visitors to have first use of the wicket, and 200 for 4 is the score at the end of 40 overs.
I mean that said, Jamie, looking at the rest of the Vipers batting lineup, I'm not sure there's a huge amount to come.
That is fair.
Let's see, Dunkley continuing. That's a full toss, which is driven straight. Ends up at mid-on, where Davidson Richards comes into field. 201.
John Bathurst from the ECB Reporters Network alongside myself, Jamie Reid. Commentary from John for the next 5.
And it's Windsor now to face Dunkley, who's in and floats this one up. It's come off the edge and it drops just short of the fielder at backward point. She wasn't in control of that shot, Windsor, at all. Looked as if she played too soon. I think it was a leading edge, and it's dropped just short of Cranstone at backward point. This is a wide down the leg side from Dunkley to follow that. 202 for 4. Dunkley again is in and bowls, and this is played up to mid-off. No run. This is a tight spell from Dunkley. We don't see her bowling too often when she's in England colours, but she's doing a good job here. This is a little shorter, but it's cut away by Windsor, but only finds the fielder at backward point. Again, no run. Stars trying to get some control of this game as we enter the final 10. Dunkley in again. This is... oh, it's gone! She's driven it straight to cover. Dunkley has struck. And Windsor has departed. Another dangerous player leaves the arena for Vipers. Gone fairly cheaply. Out for just 8. Caught in the covers.
Another catch for Franklin.
That's a big wicket. And we did say that the Vipers batting lineup isn't that long. Southby's list day record isn't great. She averages in single figures, I believe, so Stars will sense that they're almost through here. They've fought back well.
And Dunkley's playing a good hand here with the ball.
She is, and Stars will hope that that puts her into a good frame of mind for batting later. As we said at the top of the show, Jamie, they don't often get a chance to have Sophia Dunkley in their team, so
no,
and it
true.
Makes such a difference. That's a wide though to the new batter. She was trying to float one up there, I think, and almost looks as if it slipped out of her hands a little bit. In she comes again, and this is floated up and driven to the offside. Another very good over from Sophia Dunkley. The wicket of Windsor. 1 for 5 from her 2 overs. Not so dusty, we might say. Was that 13 off the last 4 overs? 2 wickets. Well, that's a really good fight back from the Stars, because they were rattling along prior to that. Yes, Miles is going to continue to wheel away.
2 wickets so far.
Kemp will now feel that she's batting with the lower order. She's down the track and driving. It's a glorious shot. It's going to be fielded though. Oh, well, it should have been fielded. It should have been fielded. That sort of extra cover on the fence, but I think that's gone straight through Sophia Dunkley. So maybe she was living the glories of the wicket in the last over and lost concentration, but what should have been a single has gone for 4, and it's kept Kemp on strike. Here's Miles again, in and down the wicket again, and driving. She's going to drop short of the fielder at long off. Drop just short. Kemp goes through for a single. 208 for 5 in this 42nd over. Kemp has made her way on to 30. The 5th player to reach that landmark for Vipers today. Here's Miles into Southby. There was an appeal there. Must have flicked the pad on the way through, otherwise I assume that would have been a wide. Obviously sliding down, so a stifled appeal. Here's Miles again to Southby. A real floated one, driven back Fielded by miles of her own bowling. Well fielded away to her right. They want to keep Southby on strike as long as they can. So the fielders are squeezing in. You can see them squeezing in. That's another wide down the leg side. Yes, there's been too many of those today from Stars. Something they'll need to address. I'm sure Johan Myberg and his team will be on that. Cut away. That's a good shot. Is it going to reach the fence? No, it's a good slide from Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, but they get back for 2. 210. Southby off the mark. They've got to try and make Southby face as many balls as possible, haven't they, Jamie?
I would say so. Keep Kemp off strike. Yep.
Starve her of strike, and in comes Miles again, driven by Southby, back to the bowler. Another fairly tidy over. 211 off 42 overs, so just over 5 and over. 8 overs to go. Well, we said 275 a little while ago. They need 8 and over from here to get that.
Yep, that suddenly becomes tougher, doesn't it? Emily Windsor, the only batter to really miss out, but when you look at the scores, McCocken got 30, Knott got 41, Adams 33, Elwes 44. They've all got in, but not really gone on, John.
Yeah, they've not made what would have been the match-winning effort. It may turn out that collectively they've done a good job, but you can't really tell that until the Stars get their chance to bat. But you know, it's a very interesting game, this, and we're going to have another over of Dunkley coming round the wicket. Oh, that's short, pulled away by Kemp, but only one, reaching mid-on where it's thrown back in, and that gets Southby on strike. Southby, of course, used to be with the Stars, so back on familiar territory. She has a cut at this next one from Dunkley, but only finds backward point. You can see the fielders in the inner circle pressing in, trying to stop the single. Oh, that's a poor delivery from Dunkley.
It's a wide, yeah.
It's a wide, and it might run away for 4 wides. No, they fielded it, and it's 2 wide. Well, it's 2 and the wide. That's a poor delivery from Dunkley. I guess you're always going to get that from someone who doesn't bowl a lot of overs. You're going to get the odd ball that escapes. That one's very full, and it's driven.
Might be a no ball, is it?
By Southby.
Did she overstep?
It's a no ball for height. Oh, don't bowl another one of those, Sophie, otherwise we'll have 2 bowlers thrown out of the attack. Well, and the free hit is smashed over the top for 4. Oh, so that's expensive. That's very expensive. So we've had a wide and a no ball, and the free hit for 4 in this over. It may be that Sophia Dunkley, is a pretty occasional bowler, has been given 1 over too many, Jamie.
Yeah, it's been a real eclectic mix, hasn't it? Not just from her, I think the whole team. We've seen plenty of highs, some lows, and everything sort of in between in the innings so far.
Into Southby again, who backs away from that one, chops it square on the offside, finds the hands of Point. No run, but an expensive over.
Yeah, and Bryony Smith does have plenty of options, doesn't she?
She does. Well, that's a bit short again from Dunkley. Well, again, it didn't beat Point, really, who needed a couple of goes at grabbing hold of it, but prevented a single. 219 for 5. 220 for 5. I've lost a run again. and that's going to be 220. Well, no, it's obviously come off the pad because there was no wide signalled. 220 for 5 at the end of the 43rd. An untidy one from Dunkley. Still 3 overs, 1 for 15, I think, which they'd have settled for when they threw the ball, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. 42 balls to go in the innings. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. If you are watching us, the live stream via YouTube on the South East Stars Network, thank you for being with us. We very much hope that it's going to be an enjoyable, productive season.
Miles again to wheel away to Kemp. Kemp down the wicket, driving this to mid-on, going through for a single. So she's not really trying to farm the strike at this stage.
I guess the positive is that with those wickets falling, it's put a bit of pressure on her. She knows she really needs to be there at the end.
Yeah, she needs to be the one to take it deep, because otherwise both ends are open, really. So it's probably checked her a little bit for a couple of overs. Here's Miles into Southby, who drives out on the leg side. Another single. Gets Kemp back on strike. That's Southby's job, to get Kemp facing as many balls as possible. The wind seems to have dropped a touch.
And it's gorgeous when the sun comes out. Feels very warm, John. Very nice.
Just gives my feet a chance to thaw out. Here's Miles again. Down the track comes Kemp, driving, but finds long off, who throws the ball back in. Just a single.
Where she hits the ball so hard, it reaches the fielder with such ease.
Yes, but it means you don't have any chance of running back.
You only get one, don't you? Yeah.
Because it's there so quickly. Here's Miles again to Southby. Southby chops that away, but finds Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, who's fielded really well, actually. McDonald-Gay in that area square of the wicket. No run. Miles in again, floats this one up. Oh, Southby turns it round the corner. Wicketkeeper Hill's giving chase. They're going to come back for 2. 2 something, 2 leg byes. It came off the pad. So the runs don't accrue to Southby, but they do accrue to the score.
And a little word for Bryony Smith and for any youngsters watching. She quickly went to the stumps, didn't she, when the wicketkeeper chased it?
Yeah, good. Something you get taught as a youngster, isn't it? And she's retained that well. Another scampered single to end the over.
It's the one thing I love about cricket. You know, you don't need to be brilliant at it. You can still play club cricket. You can still enjoy village cricket. And of course, it's a wonderful social game.
Absolutely. 226 for 5. Dunkley going to bowl some more. Well, Bryony Smith's obviously decided she doesn't want to do too much bowling today. She'd rather bat on this. I think she's decided.
I suppose you would say with the runs, they've not been plentiful. I know there's been some bad deliveries that have been put away, but it's been a decent spell so far.
It's Dunkley.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Is that a wide or is that a no ball? It's a wide. It just about pitched on the cut strip. The grass to the side of the pitch was in danger there for a minute. Here's Dunkley again, and this is another wide, I think. Oh dear. Maybe this decision to bowl another over wasn't so wise after all. Here's Dunkley again. And this is... Oh, it's out! Maybe it wasn't 1 over too many. Because Southby has driven it straight to cover.
I thought she was stumped.
Oh! They seem to sort of surround the fielder at cover. But clearly she missed the ball altogether. She went to drive it. I should have gone to Specsavers, clearly. But Southby has gone,
And Dunkley's got 2 wickets.
and Dunkley's got 2 wickets. So it just shows what we know, I guess.
How many did Southby make?
Only 8, I think.
So the same as Windsor.
228 for 6. Now, in the 45th over. And we're definitely into the tail now.
You wonder, don't you? Could you pick up Kemp?
Who's come in to join Kemp?
Is it Alice Monaghan?
Yes.
Yes, Alice Monaghan has come to the crease. So 228 for 6 then, Vipers. Just wobbling a little.
We've got a good game on our hands
We have
here,
got
John.
a very good game on our hands here. Here's Dunkley again, in and strikes the new batter on the pad. That turned a little into her. Comes Dunkley again, and this is just pushed out square. They're going to scamper through for 1 to get Kemp back on strike. 229 for 6. So Kemp back on strike. Lot now resting on her. She's 33. And here is Dunkley. She's down the track, turning it away. There's a fielder in the deep, and they've dropped it.
Danny Gregory.
They've dropped it, and they've dropped it over the rope as well. I think it's bounced before it's gone over the rope, so it's going to be 4 rather than 6, but that continues what's been a rather torturous day for Danny Gregory. Ordered out of the attack for 2 head high full tosses. And now a drop in the deep off the danger batter Kemp, who's gone to 37. How costly will that be in these closing overs? Kemp plays a much more controlled shot out on the leg side. Takes another single, goes to 38. 234 for 6. Last ball of the 45th. Goodness me. Here's Dunkley again. That would have been 3 wickets for Dunkley. That one is just played out square for no run. 234 for 6 with 5 overs to go. Sophia Dunkley 2 for 22 from 4 overs, and it might have been 3.
Yep.
But to take you through the last 5 overs of this Vipers innings, I'll hand you back to Jamie Reid.
Thanks very much indeed, John. 58 coming up off the last 10, so just shy of 6 runs and over, 5 to go. Lots of pressure and hope now on Freya Kemp. They'll very much be hoping from a Vipers perspective that she can be there, score quite a few runs and put them into a dominant position. She's facing up here to Miles, who's going to continue a couple of quick steps down the wicket, and she saw her coming, the bowler. It was very clever.
Yeah, saw her advancing
and just cramped her up, bowled at the body. Very, very clever. No width.
Nearly squeezed it under the bat.
Yep. Carrying on again is Miles, and plenty of bottom hand as she drives down to long on.
Another
and it's going to run past the fielder, and it's going to be 4 more runs. I think that might be Dunkley, is it, down there?
I think it is, and that's unusual for Sophia. She's usually very good out there, but there have been 4 or 5 of those today, I think.
In fact, it's not Dunkley, is it? She's the other side. Is it Tash Farron?
There's been 4 or 5 of those today where probably what should have been 2 has been 4, so 8 or 10 extra runs, you would think.
Here's Bethan Miles continuing and bowling to Kemp. Kemp, plenty of bottom hand, and she's going to pick up 4 more. So it's consecutive boundaries, and this is what Kemp can do. We mentioned the strength that she has. A real bottom hand player. Looks to work the ball leg side where possible. And She's picked up 8 from 2 now, and suddenly she's through the gears and moving on to, how many runs has she got?
46.
46. So she's a boundary away from a half century. Top scorer in the innings so far, and facing up once more. One quick step to get down to the pitch of the ball, and Dunkley does carry out the fielding this time at mid-off. They take 1, and it means that it brings Monaghan back onto strike. And just a little word of encouragement and wisdom from Kemp, who's only a young player, but a player destined for great things, you would think.
Absolutely.
You never do know how careers will pan out, but certainly from the way it started and the talent that she possesses, she certainly does have all of the ingredients to make a success of it. Monaghan facing up with that high lift of the bat and pushing down the track this time to mid-on, and takes 1, and it means Kemp is back on strike.
Again, Monaghan just doing her job, really, trying to get Kemp facing as many of these letter balls as possible.
Which is sensible, isn't it?
Absolutely, because her eye's in and she's a bigger hitter.
Miles runs up past the umpire again and bowls to Kemp, who covers up and pushes back down the track, and that is the end of the over. 46 bowled. 244 for 6 is the score.
10 off the over, I think.
So 24 balls to go. And 2 for 59, Bethan Miles.
Yeah, you kind of feel that she bowled a little bit better than that.
Yeah, I thought so.
You know, but I think she'll be reasonably pleased with that effort.
Rhiannon McDonald-Gay is coming back into the attack at this Beckenham end. You wonder if it might be pace now until the conclusion with just 4 to go in the innings.
Interestingly, she's not going to bowl out McDonald-Gay because she's only bowled 7, so she'll only bowl 9, so she'll be an over short, which is an interesting choice.
It was that extra over, wasn't it, that we saw from Sophia Dunkley. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, though, runs up past umpire Sophie McClelland. A dot to get underway. Just turning the ball round the corner was Monaghan, and the fielder quickly on the money. Good work from Schofield, who will probably have some batting to do, you would think. And when I say that, I'm hoping it'll be lengthy. This is going to be 6 here. That's got
huge.
high up into the air.
It's huge.
Alice Davidson Richards will chase it. And that is the 250 up. And that's a big, big hit from Monaghan. Yeah, we all thought that it would be Kemp with the fireworks. Maybe not. Monaghan showing anything you can do, I can do just as well. Well, the jury is still out on that, but that was a good shot, make no doubt about it. Here is McDonald-Gay. What can she do? This time she bowls one just outside off stump and working the ball out to deep cover. Is Monaghan a single? Is the net outcome? Chap in front of us who looks very, very cold has just got a hot drink.
He's a wise man to have a hot drink.
He's got those trousers that you can take off the bottom part of them, so they separate at the knee. They've got a little zip. I rather think that he's not going to be taking them off the bottom part in these conditions. McDonald-Gay bowls a slower ball, which is turned out to deep square leg. They take 1.
Yeah, it's definitely not a day for a suntan.
No. No, we might all have red faces come the end, mind.
I think we will, yes.
Yeah, it's very, very cold.
There is a Hardy sold in shorts somewhere.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. Somebody is wearing shorts. That is very brave.
I'm not sure I'd call them a hardy soul. I could think of a few other things.
Yeah. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay continues. Slower ball again and just reaching for it, Monaghan. They take the single. and they're quickly through. They might think about a second here. There is an overthrow, and that's frustrating, I suppose. Keeps Kemp off strike in one, if you're looking at it from the positive, but it means Monaghan, who can hit them, she just hit that big towering 6, is back onto strike and suddenly finding her mark in this game. McDonald Gay won't be happy. It was a shy for the stumps. She's on her way again, running up past the umpire. That's been edged, has it? It has. That's a brilliant catch. Absolutely superb from Chloe Hill. Diving away to the right-hand side, holding on to it, just the one hand. And that really is a brilliant piece of work to get rid of the dangerous Rhianna Southby. Alice Monaghan, sorry. 11 for Monaghan. Lindsay Smith is going to be the new batter. And how many did Monaghan make?
8 off 12. 11 off 9.
11. And another wicket for McDonald Gay. 2 now, isn't it, in the innings for McDonald Gay? She got Knott at the top.
Indeed, yes.
So Dunkley has 2, Miles has 2, McDonald Gay has 2, Gregory has the other.
2 for 42, I think.
And that is the end of the over.
Or 2 for 40. 2 for 40. 2 for 41.
Is this Bryony Smith?
It is, yes, strange. From the opposite end to where she was bowling earlier.
How many's Phoebe Franklin got left?
At 2.
2, so she could have bowled out at that end.
Could, yes. Yeah. Interesting decisions. It's a magnificent catch by Hill.
Wasn't it?
Superb catch. And we've seen 2 absolutely blinding catches today.
Yep.
But some fairly ordinary fielding on the boundary.
Yeah, we saw that great diving catch, didn't we, to get rid of Knott from Franklin.
Yeah, 2 brilliant catches, but some ordinary bits of fielding scattered in. Bit of an opening day in the field kind of feel,
yes,
I guess.
It can get like that, yeah. So Kemp is facing up here to the skipper. Couple of quick steps to come down the track. It's going to go past Bryony Smith and they take a single.
I've got half a feeling Bryony let that go past her actually.
I think that's quite
to get
wise.
Kemp off strike. I think she thought I'd rather bowl at someone else.
I'd prefer to bowl at Lindsay Smith, yep.
I think that might be a good shout.
Freya Davis and Mary Taylor to come. It is Lindsay Smith on strike and facing up to Smith. Couple of quick steps. I think that was uppish and it might have presented a chance for a caught and bowled there. Was hit with great power.
I think that might be a chance, that one.
That's certainly a stinger to the hand.
And of course it gets Smith off strike and Kemp back on strike.
Yep, Kemp facing up now. The ball's starting to run out. We've got 16 to go in the innings. Just 1 here, which means that Kemp is off strike again, the dangerous batter, and that is 50. 6 fours in the innings. How many balls?
46.
46, so running along at more than a run a ball. We have seen a more explosive than that, but still a good contribution, the best of the innings so far. We saw Georgia Elwes hit 44 earlier in the innings. 41 for Charlie Knott at the top. Here is Bryony Smith coming out from behind the umpire and bowling.
Oh!
And she's got away. Yeah, it was a stumping opportunity. And they're going to pick up 2 bonus runs. You can see the frustration there for Hill.
Yeah, that was a chance. So that's a drop catch and a miss stumping in this over. We questioned Bryony Smith coming on to bowl, but
here is Smith carrying on. This is uppish.
It's going to drop short.
Yeah, it has dropped quite a way short in the end of the fielder at long off. They take 1.
Yeah, that was Tash at long off.
And Kemp is on strike now. And we'll want to try and end the over positively. Just moves around in her crease and she's been bowled. That is the end. Would you believe? Bowled round her legs, Freya Kemp. And this is the good positive news. Kemp will not be there at the end. The captain has done the business, so it was the right decision. Bryony Smith has picked up the dangerous Freya Kemp. She's been bowled for
Freya Kemp was bowled by Bryony Smith for 50.
50, exactly 50. 47 balls, and that is the first wicket of the innings for Smith.
Freya Davies.
Yes.
Well,
Freya Davies is the new batter.
Smith's bowled really well. 1 for 12 or 4.2.
yeah, you feel that Bryony Smith should have bowled a few more overs
She's been
today.
underbowled, hasn't she, today? Yep.
Tyrannic of being a captain, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say that's a captain's thing sometimes, isn't it? You're reluctant to over bowl yourself, and so therefore you under bowl yourself on occasion.
2 to go, 2 overs.
Yep, 2 left.
12 balls to go. Lindsay Smith and Freya Davis are the 2 batters, with only Mary Taylor to come.
I think South East Stars might fancy bowling the opposition out here.
There is a chance that they could get bowled out. Yeah, here is Rihanna continuing, driving
And
down
that's
the
out.
ground, and that is a caught and bowled opportunity. Snapped up very elegantly. That was hit with great power, and Lindsay Smith is the latest wicket to fall. That's a great caught and bowled. It really was from McDonald Gate.
That is some great bits.
Caught and bowled by McDonald Gate for 2, and that is the end of Lindsay Smith. And Mary Taylor will be the new batter coming out, the last batter.
Proved it last team sheets correctly with Mary Taylor coming out.
And you have to think to yourself, they could be dismissed now, the Southern Vipers.
Balls in the tank.
11 balls still to go. 1 wicket needed.
Good fight back by the Stars.
It really has been, and this shows that the squad is talented, the squad is together, and the squad wants to do things this season. We know how good the Vipers were in the last campaign. Always a challenging ask to go up against them. First time out, driving down the ground here is Taylor, and it means that Davis will come on to strike. Taylor straight off the mark.
It's a pretty decent shot from a number 11.
It was,
to be
yeah.
fair.
10 balls to go in the innings.
258 for 9.
258 is the score. You said 275. I think that might prove to be elusive.
I think it might. Now they might fall short of that.
Here's McDonald Gay continuing and bowling one into the pads of Davis, who just works the ball away on the leg side. And Taylor now is back on strike, just surveying the field, looking all around.
They were 190 for 3 off 37 overs.
Well,
The Vipers.
so it is a very good fight back, and you can sense that it does give you a little bit of a good feeling going into the run chase. This one's worked out to deep cover. They take 1. There is plenty of good support staff. Johan Myberg has Darren Stevens and Dan Hellisay working with him. And here is Rihanna continuing, and they're going to race through for another single. And the positive is they're just stopping the boundaries at the end of this innings, and that is so important.
One to come. Remember, it's
Just 1 to come, and then 1 more over. And where are we score wise?
264 for 9.
264 for 9. So a chase of around the 270 mark. McDonald Gay is going to complete her set. That is the end of the 49th over.
Gay's figures. 9 overs. 3 for 46.
3 for 46 from her 9.
Pretty good effort.
Yes, and she's fielded very well as well. She's probably saved a few runs on top of that as well. So.
Yeah, she has been good in the field.
Yeah, good performance from McDonald Gay.
1 over to go. That's all.
Smith's been a bowler.
Yep, Smith's going to carry on. Well, the thing is now you probably would bowl Smith in the last over because you've got 10 and 11 at the crease, so you're not really expecting them to run down the pitch and smash you over the top for 6. I mean, they might, but if they're going to heave across the line, then take the pace off the ball and
make it difficult for them.
Make
Agreed.
it difficult for them to find the boundary.
On time as well.
Because they may feel that they're a few short here, the Vipers.
I'm sure they will, John. Yep.
Completed their overs in the allotted time as well.
Particularly bearing in mind where they were, they may feel that they've...
The wicket of Elwes changed, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. The wicket of Elwes changed the momentum of the innings.
Here is Bryony Smith to bowl the final over of the innings. Was there a little nick?
Asking.
Certainly asking the question there, Hill. The umpire quickly shaking the head.
I think she was asking for the stumping.
Possibly,
because she took the bails off and she looked at the square leg umpire.
It is Mary Taylor who's on strike here with 5 to go, facing up to Bryony Smith, the captain, who's in again. This has gone high up in the air. Is it going to be caught? Oh, it's been carried over the boundary's edge. It did fall to the fielder who got a hand on it.
Has the fielder hurt themselves in the attempt as well?
Is it Alice Davidson Richards? Yeah. ADR out there fielding it, who's generally got a very good pair of hands. 4 runs is the outcome.
Precious runs too.
And that takes the score on to 269, so 1 away from 270. John said 275 a while ago. He's going to be there or thereabouts, in fairness, as Bryony Smith continues again. Just smearing the ball down to long on, and they take 1.
A fairly ugly smear.
But Taylor, in fairness, has batted quite nicely. It's not been the most elegant on the eye, but she scored runs pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think she might want promotion to number 9 at least. I think there might be a little knock on the captain's door.
Quite possibly.
Saying, should have batted me higher up, Skip.
Davis is here now and facing up these last couple of deliveries. 3 to go?
Yes.
Yeah, 3 to go in the innings.
I think we're going to see
Davis moves back into position, and Bryony Smith runs up past the umpire, backing away and working the ball out to cow corner. Takes 1 and brings Taylor, the dangerous Taylor, back onto strike. Psychologically it would look good, wouldn't it, if the Stars could bowl out the Southern Vipers. 270 is the score for 9. 271 rather for 9 with 2 to go. Bryony Smith runs in and bowls to Taylor. That's going to be a dot.
That's handy.
So the score remains at 271. You do get the feeling that this is going to be all or nothing from Taylor here, who's facing up to Bryony Smith. 271 for 9 is the score. It has gone high up in the air. It's gone very, very high. It's going to run out to the boundary's edge, but it's not going to go over the boundary. And they're going to pick up 2, and that will be the end of the innings. So 273 for 9 is the score. Innings complete. 274 will be the victory target when we get it back underway. And we said it, John, earlier on in the piece, it's going to be a very interesting second innings. We've got a real game on our hands.
Yeah, I think first day of the season, probably having been put in, if you'd said to Georgia Adams before a ball was bowled 273, she probably would have said yes.
Yep.
But having been 190 for 3 with 13 overs to go, she would have said no.
I agree.
So, both sides can take something from it. Vipers will feel that they've got a score that's defendable, but at the same time, Stars will feel that they're going to be chasing 20 or 30 less than they might have done. And we know that Stars have got plenty of firepower in that lineup. That if you look at the Stars lineup, Smith, Schofield, Dunkley, Davison, Cranston, Franklin.
If they all get going,
that's a decent lineup.
It really
to
is.
chase a score of 274. You know, it's 5.5 and over.
Yep.
Outfield, good pitch.
Good pitch.
Yeah, quick outfield. It's all there.
You know,
It's on.
We're in for a good one.
Yep, we really are. We're looking forward to it. Kemp top scoring in the innings with 50, 44 from Alwis, and Not at the top got 41. In terms of the wickets, 3 for McDonald Gay, 2 for Miles, and also 2 for Dunkley with her part-time spin. 273 for 9 the score from 50 overs, which means that 274 is the victory target. We'll see you again for the second innings very, very soon. We're off to warm up.
Southern Vipers fielding side led by captain Georgia Adams. And with their side requiring 274 runs at
And welcome back. We're going to get underway very, very soon, and the tale of the tape is that the South East Stars require 274 for victory in this fixture. We are, of course, watching the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and 273 for 9 Southern Vipers taking first use of the wicket. The two openers are already out in position. Bryony Smith and Tash Farrant are the two openers from a Stars perspective, and 274 is the victory after Southern Vipers were indebted to a number of players, none more so than Freya Kemp, who hit a half century. She made 50. Sizable contributions from Georgia Elwis, who made 44, and Charlie Knott, who contributed 41. 3 wickets picked up by Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. It was very impressive in the end. We did fear that it could be north of 300, the victory target at one point. In the end, 274 is the score. Bryony Smith is the opening batter. A reminder that we do, of course, have fielding restrictions in play, or in place rather, for the first 10 overs. The wind is really up at the moment, making it very, very cold and very difficult. Lindsay Smith is going to be the first bowler on show from a Vipers perspective. And it's a wide to start us and get us up and running. Just running past the outside edge of Bryony Smith. The wide signalled by our umpire Sophie McClelland, who just sees the bowler run past her once more. And Lindsay Smith, wearing that number 50 shirt, is bowling from this Beckenham end. A dot ball from the first legitimate delivery of the innings. Bryony Smith just backing away, working it to extra cover, and the ball is fizzed into the gloves of the wicket-keeper. Rhiannon Southby behind the sticks today. Freya Kemp doing the fielding, and she's looking on again from extra cover, as this time Bryony Smith just opens the face. It runs off the edge, and it should be a boundary. Down it goes to the vacant, very fine third. There was a fielder at third, but it just evaded because it was so fine. And now at the top of her mark is the bowler once more. Left arm spin to get us underway from Lindsay Smith. A dot ball comes next, and Bryony Smith will know that she can be watchful here. She doesn't have to get after it from the very first ball. Chasing 5.5 and over for victory. We've had the wide, we've had a boundary, and Smith now faces up once more. Smith to Smith, and it is a dot off the final ball of the over. Smith just takes her glasses from Clive, and apologies if you are picking up a fair bit of wind on the microphones that we're using. It is very, very difficult. Very cold, none too pleasant. Looks like Freya Davis is going to share the new ball and bowl from the city end, wearing the number 61 shirt. And just confirmation that it is Freya Davis, so it will be pace from the city end. And Tash Farrant is on strike. Just checking that everybody is in their right fielding positions. A reminder that there are restrictions for the first 10 with the power play overs in play. Here is Davis at the top of her mark, running up past umpire James Treadwell and bowling one on the pads of Farron, who is underway and off the mark. And the guard, a fresh guard, is just taken by Bryony Smith, who's back onto strike now. Standing for the first time at this end, one slip in play. Georgia Adams, the captain, is standing at slip alongside the wicket-keeper Southby. In comes the bowler, bowling a long way outside off stump, but it's a legitimate delivery. According to the umpire, it kept very low and ran past the outside edge of Smith. Through to the keeper it went. And Smith again, just moving across, back and across, and working the ball out to deep cover. Is it going to have the legs just to run over the boundary's edge? It does. 4 more runs to Bryony Smith, who looks in the mood in these early stages. A couple of boundaries already from the captain. Again, just looking round and seeing where the fielders are positioned. As mentioned, one slip in place. There is a sweeper down at deep mid-wicket. No fielder out at deep cover. And Davis, at the top of her mark at that city end, runs up past umpire James Treadwell and bowls a slower one to Bryony Smith. Smith plays it with soft hands down to third, and good from Farron, just calling and saying, I'm ready, I'm happy, let's go through for a single, running to the danger end. And it is the left hand of Farron on strike. Left-right hand combination here. Right arm over the wicket comes the bowler, and bowls to Farron, who just turns the ball round the corner. A dot ball. And Farron again moves back into position. A couple of swings off the bat, making sure that she's well positioned. And here is Farron facing up once more. That's wide, surely. No, the umpire happy that it was just angling away from the left-hander, and that is the end of the over. So 2 overs have gone in the innings. Score? 11 for no wicket is the score. So right on track in terms of what they need to do, the South East Stars. Well, this is a big result. Erin Cuthbert scoring for Chelsea. They beat holders Barcelona 1-0 in the Women's Champions League semi-final first leg. Lots of reaction to that, I'm sure, but that is a big goal from Erin Cuthbert. And of course a big season for Emma Hayes and for Chelsea. The third over about to begin. It is going to be spin once more. Lindsay Smith continuing. Getting back to the top of her mark very quickly. She's ready once more. The left arm spin bowler, and again making room and just backing away is Bryony Smith. She picks up 2. Good bit of fielding out there at deep extra cover. Smith though into double figures and looking good value to go big with this knock. Facing up again, covering up and pushing to extra cover. This is Jamie Reid with you on the South East Stars stream. A big thank you to John Bathurst from the ECB Reporters Network, who was with us for the first innings. Lovely to hear John's analysis and thought process on this game, which looks as if it's going to be a special. This time Smith works it out to deep cover and picks up another single, and it brings the left-hander back onto strike. Tash Farron, good to see her back in Stars colours and in cricket kit after the injuries that she's been forced to endure. No player likes to have a plethora of injuries and be out of the side for any prolonged period. Well, that's certainly been the case for Tash Farron, so it's a real benefit and a bonus that she is out there and she's facing up here to Smith and pushing to cover. Yet to really get going, Farron. But she can afford to be watchful in these early stages, knowing that she will pick up runs if she can be out there for a prolonged period of time. Drilling the ball down the ground, and eventually she is picking up her first boundary of the innings. Just leaning into it, and a boundary coming up off the final ball of the over. Lindsay Smith takes her cap and glasses from the umpire Sophie McClelland, and that is the end of the over.
At the leading bars in the last minute.
18 for no wicket the score. Smith has been the dominant force, with Farron undefeated on 5 so far. Smith and Davis sharing the new ball. And it is Davis at the top of her mark. Lots of good club news on the South East Stars website if you are, or if you're not a regular subscriber and you don't check out all of the action, make sure you start to look now. We are underway. A dot ball to start here as Smith just pushes forward. It's a nice piece that went on about a week ago. The Stars set to charge into the 2024 season. And in the lead up to the season, it's been a winter of growth and development. The senior squad going from 19 players ending to a roster of 21 players. Chloe Hill, of course, as John mentioned earlier in the game, that's just runs past the outside edge of Bryony Smith and through it goes to the wicket keeper. Decent delivery that, not getting back and across and running through to the keeper. Chloe Hill, the captain, of course, of Worcestershire Rapids, did so well on loan with the Stars last summer. She said she really enjoyed the winter and called it a family atmosphere. I think a lot of players would agree with that. A good environment, great group, and lots of banter between the coaches and the players. Well, that's pleasing to hear. Johan Myberg, Darren Stevens and the team really looking to try and foster that kind of atmosphere. There's been an influx of players in the team, many stars though travelling around the globe, and Bryony Smith was one of them. Sophia Dunkley also away playing in the women's BBL Down Under. Alice Capsey featured alongside Dunkley in Australia before going off to India to represent the Delhi Capitals in the WPL. Again, another dot. Bryony Smith here has to be watchful. She knows that she needs to be there for a long time, with the team requiring 274 to win. Capsey and Dunkley also joined the Three Lions on tours to India and New Zealand. And here is Smith with that high bat lift, just making sure that she gets into position and driving down the ground uppishly. The fielder is very deep there at mid-on. Alice Davidson Richards, Tash Farron, Rhianna McDonald-Gay, Paige Schofield and Kalia Moore got a run with the England A side. Tilly Courtine Coleman, Charlotte Lambert and Alexa Stonehouse, part of an under-19 side. They toured Sri Lanka for a tri-series against the hosts in Australia. So it's been a busy off-season for a number of the players, as Smith this time just covers up and pushes out into the covers. Bowling a good line and length, Freya Davis. Bryony Smith's side headed over to Abu Dhabi for a training camp. They played multiple friendly matches against the Blaze and everybody happy with that experience. Warm weather training. That is the end of the over. Just confirmation of the score. 18 for no wicket. The wind has dropped a bit, which is pleasing. Lindsay Smith is going to continue. Here she is, bowling to the left-handed Farron. Farron just giving herself room and working the ball to the fielder at point, and it's going to be another dot ball. So just a little run of dots here Smith comes in once more and bowls to Farron again, who's undefeated on 5. But Smith has been the aggressor so far. I think you would probably expect that outcome. Farron pushing elegantly out to deep extra cover. They take 1 and settle for it. Farron just rehearsing the strike as she moves on to 6 and brings Smith back onto strike, the right-hander. Lots of batting still to come. Paige Schofield, Sophia Dunkley, Alice Davidson Richards, as this one is drilled to the fielder Kemp at cover, making sure that she attacks and gets those first couple of steps in nice and quickly so that she's very close to the wicket, crouching into position Kemp, as this time the ball goes out to the fielder at mid-wicket, and the fielding is carried out there by Georgia Elwis, who's in that position, just strengthening the offside as Smith faces up once more to Smith in the Vipers shirt. Lindsay Smith wearing the number 50 shirt, and that is the end of the over. With spin in operation, you do get through the overs very quickly, and the two batters just having a little chat. No real concern for Bryony Smith or Tash Farron so far. They need to make sure that they are where they need to be at certain points, and there will have been a lot of chat in the dressing room. The Sunrisers are 100 for 2 in the 27th, chasing just 115 to win, so they're very close to victory, as Farron pushes back down the track again, and another dot. Grace Scrivens, the captain, undefeated on 56 at the top of the order. Here is Freya Davis at the top of her mark. Nat Wraith, the wicket-keeper, scored 42 for Western Storm. There's going to be 1, maybe 2 here, as the ball is worked out into the covers. The left-handed Farron picking up a couple and slowly growing in to this opening role, getting an opportunity again after an injury ravaged spell, and facing up to Davis, running in from this city end, the wind up again, and just working the ball to straight mid-wicket. No thought of a single, the fielder in very close in that position. Bryony Smith and Tash Farron opening up. Paige Schofield, Sophia Dunkley, Alice Davidson Richards, Eilish Cranstone, Phoebe Franklin, Chloe Hill, Bethan Miles, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay and Danny Gregory to come. Hopefully from a Stars perspective, not all of those batters will be required, and we'll see a sizable partnership, as this time Farron just pushes to extra cover again. James Treadwell, who played a number of games here for Kent under Graham Ford and Simon Willis, really found their feet on this ground and enjoyed playing here when the move came about. We had the topping out ceremony, and then Kent started playing first class fixtures in Beckenham. They did of course previously play at the Moat in Maidstone. What a shot that is, straight down the ground from Tash Farron, just leaning into it, transferring the weight onto that front foot, and that is the best shot of the innings so far. Very elegant, just letting the ball run onto the bat, getting right in behind it, pushing the ball straight down the ground. And she now waits on Farron, the opener, the left-hander. And charging in once more comes Freya Davis. That is the end of the over, so a boundary off the penultimate ball of the over. 25 for no wicket is the score. And we've had 6 overs. We're into the 7th now. I think everybody agrees that it's very, very cold. John, being the diligent reporter that he is, went out to find out the dog query, and Alice Davidson Richards does own that dog. Very lovely dog he is too. He or she, I'm not sure if it's a boy or a girl, but one thing we do know, very well mannered. Made a real fuss of John. It was a two-way street. They were both enthralled, as this time just turning the ball round the corner rather is Bryony Smith to the fielder at mid-wicket, and racing in once more, and this time pushing the ball down the track and coming through for a sharp single, just running slightly wide of the fielder at mid-on. You could see she was quickly on the move. I think that's Freya Kemp. In fact, it's not Freya Kemp, it's Freya Davis, who of course is bowling at that other end. She had to move, take a couple of steps away to the right hand side, and Bryony Smith knew that that gave her the option of going for that quick single and racing to the danger end. Tash Farrant back onto strike, facing up here to Lindsay Smith, working the ball out to deep cover. It's been a good start this from a South East Stars perspective, up against the Vipers, who've been so good in this competition. Certainly very good last season, weren't they? So it is a good matchup. First time out, driving down the ground is Bryony Smith. That's good fielding from the bowler. Lindsay Smith right in behind it. Our two on-field umpires for this fixture, Sophie McClelland and James Treadwell. Helen Pack is the match referee. Bit of width on the offside. Bryony Smith just rocking back and working it to extra cover. It's going to be another dot, and that is the end of the over. Smith, the spinner, and Freya Davis, the quick bowler, the two bowlers on show so far from a Vipers perspective. Ella McCocken, Charlie Knott, Georgia Adams, Georgia Elwys, Freya Kemp, Emily Windsor, Rihanna Southby the keeper, Alice Monaghan, Lindsay Smith, Freya Davis and Mary Taylor, the bowlers on show, or the team on show I should say. The two bowlers on show so far, Lindsay Smith and Freya Davis, who's going to continue from the city end. She's going to bowl to Farrant, the left-hander, who's looking on and moving across. And it just runs past the outside edge through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper Southby. 274 is the victory target in this game. Work to do. Smith though and Farrant both into double figures. Into the 8th over now. Both of them have got 13 runs apiece. And Farrant on strike is just moving across and fortunately getting no connection as she went to drive. And it runs through to the keeper again. Just twirling the bat. Similar to how Alex Stewart used to do it all those years ago for the England men's team. Alice Davidson Richards is a good bat twirler as well. You always feel it's a skill, something that we like to see. Here is the bowler running up past James Treadwell again. That's a brilliant shot. Just punching the ball between the two fielders, and out it races to the boundary's edge. Good bit of fielding from the man just watching on. He was very close to the boundary's edge, And rather than get in position with his hands, which may well have been in his pockets, he decided to, just with his right foot, kick it back to the fielder. Well played, sir. Freya Davis will continue at the top of her mark, running up past umpire Treadwell once more. Bit of width on offer to Farron, who just opens the face, works it to the boundary's edge again. It's going to run out for another 4. Suddenly, after a rather circumspect start, you just get the feeling that Tash Farron is finding her feet here. She's on to 21. And Bryony Smith is just looking on and thinking to herself, you're bowling very, very nicely here. Smith has been the more expensive of the 2 bowlers. And this time, that's a much better delivery from Freya Davis, just forcing Farron back. And getting over the top of the ball, she pushes back down to the bowler. Just the 1 wide so far. There were too many extras in the first innings. 33 in total, 10 leg byes, 3 no balls, 17 wides and 3 byes, which helped towards that 273 for 9 total. What a glorious shot that is. Again, just perfectly dissecting the field, beating the 2 fielders who were in close, and racing away to the boundary's edge. A very, very nice shot to end the over, and that takes the score on to 39 for no wicket after 8 overs. So running along at 5 and over. You only need that small little acceleration. There is going to be a bowling change, and it is going to be Mary Taylor coming into the attack. So 4 overs for Lindsay Smith. No wicket for 15 from the 4 that she's bowled so far. And Mary Taylor just showing where she wants the fielders. Wearing the goal-getter shirt in football, the number 9. Scored a few at the end of the innings, in fairness. Looked quite tasty with bat in hand. What can she do with the ball? Here she is, running up, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Bryony Smith. Runs through to the wicket-keeper for a dot first up. Lots of stars support all around. Plenty of people in bobble hats. I think that's sage advice for this time of the year, to make sure you got the beanie with you. Taylor comes racing in once more, gets into that good position. That's the ball high up in the air. She gets into that coil position, then releases it. Bowling to Bryony Smith, who's hit the buffers a wee bit after getting off to a good start. She was certainly the aggressor to start with, but it's Farron who's found her feet. As Taylor comes charging in once more, running up past the umpire. And again, Bryony Smith might think that she's missed out there. A little bit short and wide. Kind of deliveries that she generally thrives upon. She just moves away. It's a little chat, and then gets back into position as Taylor is ready to continue, and runs into Bryony Smith, this time with the field up. She knows that she can use that bottom hand to drag the ball across the line, and it races past the fielder out long on. Freya Davis, the fielder in position, went straight past the 2 fielders, perfectly between them, and with lots of power on it. It was always going to be a boundary. What's Taylor got here? Drilling the ball down the ground this time. It might be back-to-back boundaries. It is. This is where Bryony Smith is so dangerous. It just sat up nicely, turned into a little half volley, and she's put it away expertly. Taylor just shakes the hand, You can see frustration etched across the face. As she gets the ball back from Davis, she just needs to shine it up here. And needs a good response after those back-to-back boundaries. Here is Taylor continuing, and perfect in defence is Bryony Smith. And that is the end of the over. But again, a good positive one from a South East Stars perspective. And we know that it is very, very cold. And with the 9 overs bowled, 47 for no wicket is the score. We've seen 3 bowlers so far. Are we going to see a change at this end? Well, it looks like we might. There's a little bit of discussion. Is that Charlie Knott? Just wait for confirmation. There is a little huddle at the moment, which makes it difficult to see who might be coming on. It is Charlie Knott who's going to come on. So Knott, a spin bowler by trade, will bowl from this City end. And here she is, not continuing, and this has been worked away leg side. Good diving stop, 1 turns into 2 as it's thrown back into the bowler's end. Knott has to do the fielding. Decent little bit of work from the fielder out there at deep mid wicket, or deep square leg. She raced round to deep mid wicket, and Farrant this time goes the other side of the wicket, beats the first fielder in the ring and goes out to deep cover. And that is the 50 partnership between these two, coming up at a good rate. And you can see Charlie Knott just calling the fielder up at deep cover to come into the ring. There is a fielder out at deep mid wicket. No slip in place. The wicket keeper standing up to the spin. As this one is just drilled to the right hand side of the fielder, who got hands on it, I believe. They raced through for a single. It was hit with great ferocity. Would have been a good catch, but it wasn't too far wide of the fielder. Half a life maybe for Bryony Smith. Let's hope that she can go on and take full effect. There is of course the live stream via the South East Stars YouTube channel, as Farrant this time works it to the same fielder. And I believe it's Mary Taylor, wearing the number 9 shirt, who got her hands to that stinging effort from Bryony Smith. Tash Farrant here working it to the same fielder, just trying to stop Smith from backing up and pinching a single. Farrant just moving into position once more, back and across, and working the ball to the fielder at extra cover, and that is the end of the over. And the score is 51. 51 after 10, so they're keeping it at 5 and over, which is where they need to be. Farrant has 28 rather. Smith has 22. 274, a reminder, is the victory target in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy fixture. 223 more runs needed then, with 10 wickets in hand. So far so good. A little meeting between captain and 2 key players, Freya Davis, Mary Taylor the bowler, and Georgia Adams, all very close to each other. Adams just making sure that she wants everybody in position, in the right position, making sure that the Best fielders are where they need to be to try and stop the threat of Bryony Smith, who in fairness is pretty strong all around the wicket. The wind has died down, but the sun's gone in. It's still very cold. Taylor continues to bowl and bowls a Yorker, a Sandshoe crusher at Smith, who's in behind it. Gets the feet out the way. Just drops the bat, anchors it down. No runs. We're almost at the 3 o'clock mark. Saturday the 20th of April. The start of the new campaign. Lots of optimism as driving down the ground is Smith to the fielder Adams, who's set deep at mid-off. Taylor again getting the advice of those that know. Adams the captain and Davis the opening bowler. She comes charging in once more past the umpire. This is Uppish, driven out to the sweeper, who has to move away to her left at deep cover. Always seems a good shot just for one when it does find the sweeper, but that's what they're there for. Put into position to stem the flow of runs. James Treadwell, the square leg umpire, has to move from one side to the other because Tash Farrant, the left-hander, is back on strike and facing up to Taylor, who's in once more. Driving down the ground is Farrant. To the fielder at mid-off, Davis does the fielding. And Mary Taylor will again just have a little chat with Davis, who bowled those 4 overs up front, as did Lindsay Smith. Taylor now bowling her second, and she's on her way once again. And here is Georgia Adams carrying out the fielding, shining up the ball, making sure that it's as it needs to be. We are racing through the overs. You do get a good over rate. Certainly shows up the men's game when we see the bowlers getting through the overs to such good effect. This one is Uppish, and it's going to race away to the boundary's edge. It was just wide, and you could see that as soon as it left the bat off Farrant, it was likely to be a boundary, and that is the outcome. So Farrant will be pleased with this. She moves into the 30s. And certainly you have to think to yourself now, with these two batsmen, or batters rather, being well set, it does give every opportunity to the Stars to get off to a winning start, and that will be the aim. End of the over then. Just confirmation of the score. 56 for no wicket. 11 overs have been bowled. I would think those two women just walking around the boundary's edge are sisters. They look very, very alike to me. Both watching and enjoying their cricket. It is a game that we can all enjoy, as this time Bryony Smith just works the ball out to deep square leg, takes one and settles for it. Good return into the wicket-keeper Southby. Rihanna Southby behind the sticks today. I think everybody knows that it is the big coat weather. Very, very cold. Yeah, you might even need the blanket. I think that probably is quite fair. Dot ball this time, and the fielder is back. South East Stars, of course, in partnership with Surrey County Cricket Club and Kent Cricket. The Southern Vipers first up in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And Tash Farrant just sees the ball go to Freya Kemp at extra cover, and it's going to be another dot ball. And this is a much better shot as it works out to the boundary's edge. Good bit of fielding, but they should come back for 2, and they do. Farron beating the fielder at extra cover. You could see Kemp wasn't happy with herself. She does have those long levers. And here is Knott at the top of her mark, just a gentle approach and bowling to Farron, who this time works it out again to that deep cover region and picks up a single. The Stars not helped by Tasmin Brits no longer joining the team for the start of the season after undergoing surgery. Our thoughts with Tasmin. We wish her the very best of luck in that return to cricket. Does give opportunities to others though. And this time, after picking up that single, is Bryony Smith, the captain, back on strike, who just opens the face and works it down backwards a square on the offside, and that is the end of the over. So it is the aggressor who's staying on strike, Tash Farron. And the score 60. And we've had 12 overs, so exactly 5 runs and over. Right where they need to be. Mary Taylor is going to carry on. And Farron going along at more than a run a ball. So she'll be delighted by that. Good contribution so far. Taylor. Talking to those 2 close fielders again. The captain, very busy, Georgia Adams. And here is Taylor at the top of her mark and comes running in once more. Plenty of bottom hand as this is just turned round the corner. Out to deep square leg. They take 1 and settle for it. In fact, they're back for a second. That's very good running. They pushed very quickly to get the second. I thought it would only be 1. You could see Farron had 2 in mind and she shouted 2. Thought that was more in hope than expectation. Taylor continues outside off stump this time and driving elegantly, but straight to the fielder at extra cover. And Tash Farron really looks in the mood here, which is very good from a South East Stars perspective. Taylor comes racing in again. Just wrapped the pads, but it was going down the leg side, so not even a strangled appeal. I think there might have been one fielder that went up. Quickly waved away, a shake of the head from Sophie McClelland, who's one of our 2 on-field umpires with James Treadwell. Gregory races in once more and bowls with a fair bit of width, and this is going to be 1, and they will settle for 1. Just went to the right hand of the fielder at extra cover. Good bit of work racing round from the fielder in the deep. Lindsay Smith is that fielder. And Taylor will bowl again here to Smith, the captain for South East Stars. A misfield from the fielder at straight mid-wicket, but no thoughts of a single. The fielder quickly had it back under control. And Taylor at the top of her mark, wearing that short sleeve shirt. The jumper will go on at the end of the over. It needs to go on. Driving down the ground is Bryony Smith. Straight to Freya Davis. And that is the end of the over. 63 for no wicket after 13. And the helmet just comes out for the wicketkeeper Southby, who's going to be standing up here. Looks like Charlie Knott is going to continue. Just has a little word with Georgia Adams. Adams making sure that everybody is in position and where they should be to give them the optimum chance of taking a wicket. Get your right fielders in the key positions. The wicket keeper involved in the chat, Rihanna Southby, moving one or two around as the bowler just continues here. It is Charlie Knott who's continuing. 38 off 38 for Tash Farron, which is a great effort after this injury return. Just bowling in the cap is Charlie Knott. Sunglasses on top of the cap, and she's on her way once more, and a couple of quick steps down the ground, drilling the ball out to the fielder, who's very straight at deep cover. They take one, and that's all they're going to get. And Bryony Smith comes back on. You can see the Vipers looking to try and save runs where possible, make it difficult to score. Lindsay Smith just being moved around. She's now at straight mid-wicket. Three fielders on the offside in short, and then the deep cover as Bryony Smith works it to backward point, and the fielding is carried out and quickly thrown into the wicket-keeper's gloves. A cold, crisp start to the season here at the county ground in Beckenham. Smith goes leg side. The fielder dives over it. It's going to be the same outcome. There's only going to be a single. James Treadwell just moves back into position, the umpire. And facing up is Tash Farron. And it is not bowling. Out it goes to deep cover once more, and they take one. A reminder that the next game is against Central Sparks, and that is a week today. Saturday the 27th of this month. That is the end of the over. And just confirmation of the score. Is it 64? 66. 66 for no wicket is the score. We've had 14 overs. Two dogs just having a little chat with each other. And Taylor will continue here into her fourth over. Davis and Smith opened up and bowled 4 apiece. Knott's bowled 3 now. And here is Taylor continuing, and driving the ball out to the fielder at deep extra cover. And taking one is Tash Farron. Farron moves on to 40 now. 10 away from what will be a real well-deserved half-century. There's still lots of work to do against a good bowling attack. Taylor comes charging in, right arm over the wicket, wraps the batter on the pads. You can see though that was outside the line, no appeals, and Bryony Smith just looking to try and heave into the leg side. No purchase. You can sense some frustration out there. Yep, the runs have slowed down a wee bit, but they're still in a good position, the Stars. 274 is the victory target. Taylor continues, and Bryony Smith is going to pick up 4 runs here. It was a half tracker into the pads of Smith, and she's not going to miss out there. Taylor, you Can't bowl them anywhere, never mind on this pitch. You would expect most batters, top class batters, to put that away. And that's exactly what happened there. It is a good batting wicket here. It's renowned for offering a good opportunity to the batters to get in amongst the runs, as Taylor bowls to Smith, who didn't time it very well, and you could sense that she got plenty of bottom hand but not too much in the way of bat behind it. Just threw her hands at it. As a consequence, it was quickly picked up by the fielder, and back it goes to Taylor, who's at the top of her mark and comes charging in once more. This is very uppish. It should go over the head of the fielder, and it's going to come straight into us here. The bank just stops it. 4 runs though, and Freya Davis had to run over the boundary rope and carry out the fielding. Good again. It was uppish, but it was safe, wasn't it? It was measured from Bryony Smith. And when she does get going, she really is difficult to stop. Smith facing up once more to Taylor, who comes charging in. Worked away out to deep mid-wicket. They take 1. 76 for no wicket is the score. The dog's getting excited. There's a gentleman going to see them. Bit of barking. They look like they might be gun dogs. He's barking away, one of them. How many overs have we had now in the run chase? 15 overs have been bowled. So again, keeping at that 5 runs and over, which gets them very close. 200 to win off 35. You have to think to yourself, with 10 wickets in hand, game on at the moment. A dot ball to start this latest over, which is being bowled by the Australian Charlie Knott, who's at the top of her mark once again. And running in to bowl to Bryony Smith, the right hand bat. Very, very cold day here in Beckenham. Young chap just walking round with a sun hat. That is a nice shot. Lofted drive down the ground. Is it going to be maximum 4 runs? It is, yep. A boundary to Bryony Smith, who's just clicked up through the gears again. She does score a high percentage of boundaries when she gets in and gets going. That's proving to be the case at the moment. We'll give you the individual batter scores at the end of the over as Knott continues. Smith pushes back down the track. Should be carried out, the fielding that is, by the fielder at mid-off, and no run comes about. And Smith in position again, facing Knott, backing away, working the ball out to deep cover. Another single, and it brings the left-hander onto strike. Tash Farron open the bowling, open the batting. Probably served the drinks in the pavilion. Great contribution from Farron so far. She works the ball to extra cover. It's going to be a dot, and I think that is the end of the over, confirmed. 81 for no wicket, 16 overs bowled. Smith has 39, Farron has 41, so it's been sizeable from these two. A reminder that the 2 openers for Vipers, Ella McCocken scored 30, Charlie Knott 41. So already that's been matched and bettered. 10 wickets still in the tank, and there is going to be a change of bowling here. The captain is coming on, Georgia Adams, and she knows that she needs wickets. 5 bowlers used so far. Adams becoming the latest to bowl from this Beckenham end. So another spin bowling change, and Adams throws one up to Bryony Smith, who might have missed out there. Was a gentle loosener to get up and running. Adams again, wearing the number 1 on her back, captaining the side. Slow and waiting for it is Bryony Smith. It was very slow. She just works the ball in front of cover. The fielder at backward point, so between cover and backward point. And out it goes to the fielder. They took one. They might well have tried to come back for a second. They decided against it. And the weather now just improves a wee bit as the sun comes out. We see some blue sky. There's been quite a bit of cloud cover throughout the day as Adams continues and bowls to Farron, who's pushing forward. Goes to the fielder at straight mid wicket, and Adams just shines up the ball and then steps forward again, bowling to Farron, who drives down the ground. Adams has got a hand to it, stopped it carrying on. I think she was trying to deflect it onto the stumps and run out Smith at the non-striker's end. Smith might well have been in trouble had the ball gone towards those stumps. Fortunately it evaded them, and Adams again continues and driving the ball past the fielder at extra cover, and picking up 4 runs is Farron. And she really does look in the mood here. A reminder that in that first innings we only saw 1 half century, and that was a 50 for Freya Kemp. That is the top scorer in the innings so far, Kemp. And is that 45 now for Farron? 5 away. 1 more for a career best. So in this format, if she does get another, looking good. She's on strike again and just waiting. She pushes forward to extra cover, and that is the end of the over. 86 for no wicket is the score. We've had 17 overs and 45 not out. To Tash Farron. Might be a change at the other end here. Or is Charlie not continuing? No, she is going to. Just trying to play some mind games with us. So Knott does continue, wearing the 88 shirt. And Bryony Smith just works the ball out backwards a square on the leg side to the fielder. Out at deep square leg, they take 1. And again, with this left-right hand combination, it does mean that the fielders really have to be on their toes, and the captain and wicket-keeper have to move them around and make sure they are where they need to be. As Knott continues and bowls to Farron. Car goes racing into the distance. You always know that it's not mine when it's that powerful. And here is Charlie Knott at the top of her mark. James Treadwell, the umpire, close by her. She runs past him and bowls to Bryony Smith. Down the track to the fielder at long on, and they take 1. These 2 batters moving along very, very nicely. It's been unchallenged so far. They've obviously bowled with the hope of taking wickets, but no lives really. A couple of uppish shots, but you would expect that. And Farron just works the ball on the offside, and another dot is the outcome. But it doesn't matter as long as the boundaries keep materialising, which they are. Not again. bowling to Farron, who will probably have that PB, the personal best in this competition, at the back of her mind. Players say it doesn't affect them, it doesn't bother them too much. But most of them are aware. 46 she wants, 45 she has, and she was very nearly on to 46. She's got 46, so she's there. She's made it. Apologies, I was one away. My friend and colleague John had that problem in the first innings, and I've kept it going this time around. That is the end of the over. It's catching. That's my excuse. We'll just confirm the score. 89. 18 overs bowled, 89 for no wicket from 18. And here is Adams at the top of her mark, running up past the umpire and bowling to Bryony Smith, who's going to race through for one. Went past the fielder at cover, who slowed it down a wee bit but couldn't stop it. Lindsay Smith is the fielder at cover. Smith opened up with Freya Davis. We've also seen Mary Taylor, Charlie Knott and Georgia Adams, who's bowling at the moment, into her second over. 274 is the victory target, as this time waiting is Farron, 4 away from a half century. It really will get everybody up on their feet if she can reach that milestone, and we're all hoping she can after the injuries that she's been forced to endure over recent times. She's facing up to Adams once more and drilling the ball down the ground and taking one. Brings Bryony Smith back onto strike. Smith very dangerous. It's been very good this from the Stars so far. They really need to keep going as captain to captain, and Bryony Smith works it out to deep square leg and takes one. Farron back onto strike. Adams is bowling this latest over. 3 away from the half century now, Farron. A 4 seals the deal, and she gets there. She's going to pick up one here. She works it out to deep mid wicket. Bit of a wayward return. And 1 or 2 clouds just coming over that look like they might have some rain overhead. Hopefully we'll evade us and carry on moving. We don't want any rain as the ball is drilled to extra cover here. Good bit of fielding from the player in position. And that is over bowled. 93 for no wicket the score now. 19 have gone. So just shy of the 5 runs and over mark. 274 the victory target, so 5.5 needed or thereabouts. 19 overs in an hour, so a very good bowling rate. Racing through the overs. And Tash Farron is on strike here. Eyeing up that half century. 181 the victory target from 31. Just under 6 runs and over. You used to think to yourself, as one more run added to the total, that would be very difficult. But with 2020 coming in, you almost feel that no score is insurmountable now. Especially with 2 batters well set and seeing it well. Knott continues and bowls to Bryony Smith, who uses the bottom hand to work the ball to straight mid wicket. And Smith again just faces up here to Knott, who bowls one outside off stump, and this time it goes out to deep cover and they pick up another single. Farron back on strike here. Who's only one away from a half century, and facing up to Adams. And this time she does drill the ball out to the fielder at deep cover, and there is the 50. Seven fours from the 56 balls that she's faced, and just confirmation, we mentioned it was a personal best, so that is a maiden list day half century. Great to see. Tash Farron will take great satisfaction from that knock. She just gives something to umpire James Treadwell. And Smith is on 45 at the other end. And these two have just got to keep going, making sure that they keep working the singles, finding the boundaries. This really would be a wonderful win if they could get underway with a victory. There is still a real long way to go. We mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As Smith pushes the ball down the track and takes a single. And that is the end of the over. 97 off 20 is the score, so just shy of 5 runs and over so far. But both batters well set. Around 6 runs and over required. There is going to be a change of bowling here. Lindsay Smith is returning. She bowled 4 up front. And Lindsay Smith did do her bowling. In fact, she bowled from the other end, I think. No, she did bowl from this end. Confirmation. It was Freya Davis, wasn't it, who bowled from the City end. So Lindsay Smith, who bowled from this end, will continue. 4 overs for 15 so far, so nice and economical. Just under 4 runs and over. The first one isn't a good one, and it's worked out to deep mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket, and they only pick up 1. Not the best of returns. In and out of the wicket-keeper's clutch. But there was a fielder close by. It's got cold again. I think we're all finding it rather difficult, these temperatures. John promises it will be balmy this time next week. Ever the optimist. Lindsay Smith is going to continue. The umpire standing at this Beckenham end is Sophie McClelland. And back it goes to the bowler after picking up another single and bringing Bryony Smith back onto strike. Smith facing up to Lindsay Smith, working the ball to extra cover, and it was a bit of a misfield. They take 1. The fielding carried out by Charlie Knott, and that is 100 for the South East Stars. And of course a century partnership for these two, which is wonderful to see, and just goes to show the dominance of the South East Stars with bat in hand. We thought that the Vipers were going to put on a score of around 300 at one point, maybe a few more, so it was pegged back, chasing 274. And even though there is great work to do, you will be happy with the contribution so far of these two openers. Smith the captain and Tash Farron, and it is Smith on strike who's picking up a single, hit very hard to the fielder at cover, Charlie Knott. Slight misfield allowed the opportunity to come through, and Smith now with that 1 run moves on to 49 and brings the left-hander Tash Farron, who's past the 50 mark, onto strike. Farron facing up to Smith and drilling the ball to the fielder at extra cover, who kind of turned her back on it, and that's a real painful blow. They go through the through for the single because it just got big, and it might well need a little bit of treatment here. Everybody is on to tend to the needs, and the batter just comes across to check that she's okay. Of course, there wasn't any fault attributed to Tash Farron. That's still very nice and sporting. Georgia Elwis is the fielder, the afflicted, who's been caught here. And again, it just got big off that wicket end, made it difficult, and when that happens, you do think to yourself, rather that person than me, because it is very, very painful. Tash Farron, born in Athens, born in Greece, an England international, made her debut way back in 2013. She stayed with Kent, played for the Vipers, of course. And we are worried for Georgia Elwis here. Hopefully she'll be okay. Well, it might be the ear. John just checking and seeing, and if that is a blow to the ear, that's very, very painful, because very tender, that position of the body. Yep, the worry is there might well be a change here. Megan Sturge is on 12th duties. Yep, that might well need to be looked at. Hopefully there's nothing or too much to worry about for Georgia Elwis. She is going off. We hope that that's nothing too serious. It means that Megan Sturge will come on.
Switching to the city end and replacing Charlie Knott, number 1, Georgia Adams.
And Charlie Knott has gone off, and it means that Georgia Adams has switched ends. She's going to be bowling now at the city end to accommodate Lindsay Smith, who clearly prefers being at this end. A little bit of width here to the left-hander, and drilling to the ball to the right-hander, or right-handed side of the fielder out there at deep cover. Picks up 2. Good, you have to say, from Tash Farron. Who's facing up again and working the ball to extra cover, where Kemp does the fielding for Vipers. And again, Adams on the move and running in once more. Farron facing up to Adams, who is a good twirler, on her way once more. And bowling to Farron, who works the ball out to the fielder at deep cover once again. Johan Myberg will be pleased by what he's seen so far. Darren Stevens working alongside him, who of course played a number of games here at Beckenham. He could certainly give the ball a good crunch with bat in hand, and certainly later in his career turned into a very fine opening bowler for Kent. Bryony Smith still waiting on for that half century. She's 1 away. And facing up here to Adams. There it is. She works the ball down the ground to long on and reaches the 50 mark. 7 fours contained within the knock. How many balls for Bryony Smith?
69. 7 fours.
60, 69. 69 balls, 7 fours. I would think that Lindsay Smith will continue because Adams has changed ends. Couple of dogs down in front of us, watching on. And here comes Smith to continue. Bowling to Bryony Smith. Out to deep cover it goes. They take one and settle for it. Just went rather quickly to the fielder. Plenty of people starting to mill around, and very nicely they decide to stand right in front of me, which makes it rather difficult here. Smith will carry on, slightly uppish. They do carry on, which is very nice of them. I always thought they were nice people in this part of the world. That now has been confirmed. We're watching the South East Stars at Beckenham. So far so good from a Stars perspective, chasing 274 to win. Lap sweep shot, it's going to pick up a couple. Might run away to the boundary's edge. No, just stopped in pursuit. Good from Freya Davis. And they pick up 2. Farron really looks in the mood here. This is a list day best for her, and she's still going. There's still work to be done, and that is exactly what Bryony Smith will be saying to her. Captain of the side out there in the middle, leading from the front. She bowled nicely, she's batted well. 2 half-centuries out of 2 in the South East Stars team. We only saw 1 for the Vipers. Maybe it's local conditions. They always say you never know a pitch until both sides have batted on it. And Lindsay Smith here is back at the top of her mark and running in again. The left arm spin bowler. Nice little shot here. Oh dear, that's going to go over the boundary's edge. So that is rather fortuitous for Farron. It matters none because she hit it out there in the hopes of picking up a boundary, and that's exactly what happened. But it was carried out, or helped to be carried over the boundary's edge, and the score 114 for no wicket after 23. Adams takes her cap off, so she will continue. Getting towards the halfway point of the innings, just a couple of overs away. And a reminder that 274 is the total. You have to think to yourself all the time, they've got wickets in hand. They won't be able to defend that score. Or it's unlikely. This one worked out to the fielder there at long on. They take one, and Farron is back on strike here. Still plenty of batting to come should they be required, but at the moment no risks having to be taken here because they're just beating the field, picking up singles, and a runner ball gets you home. Here is Adams continuing and bowling to Bryony Smith, who works it to extra cover. Good fielding. Fizzed into the wicket-keeper's gloves. Rihanna Southby is behind the sticks and watching on once more as Adams comes in again. Running up past umpire James Treadwell and driving uppishly, but beating the fielder. It went purposefully past the fielder at extra cover, and then it beat the fielder, who was fairly wide at mid-off, and as a consequence it's 4 more runs to Bryony Smith. And she'll be so pleased with this contribution. Both of these batters just need to keep going. Adams continues, and just backing away is Smith. Out to deep cover it goes. She takes one more. Thanks for joining us on the live stream. If you're watching via YouTube, it's great to have your company. This is Jamie Reid. We were joined in the first innings by John Bathurst from the ECB Reporters Network. Great to get John's unique insight. Watches a lot of women's cricket. Enjoys it as we all do. Over bowled. 1-2-6 for no wicket. 1-2-1 for no wicket rather. 24 overs bowled. So we need one more and we'll be at the halfway point of the innings. And you can see at the moment all of the pressure is on the Southern Vipers. They need to make sure that they pick up a few wickets here to give themselves an opportunity, to give them a chance. Great shot. A good way to start the over from Bryony Smith. She picks up 4 more runs. Just drilling the ball through extra cover and hitting it with great force. It always makes it difficult from that perspective. Just wonder if this man here with the 2 dogs could be related to Bryony. He's really enjoying watching this innings, and you would feel very, very happy, wouldn't you, if it was one of your relatives. In fairness, the dogs are watching John, but then he has always been a great entertainer. As we continue here, and that's going to be 4 more runs, and Bryony Smith is in the mood here. And she's overtaken Tash Farron, who moved away momentarily from her. You always know that Bryony can crunch through the gears and through them very quickly. We'll give you the individual scores and the total score at the end of this over as we see another single picked up here. Bryony Smith off strike now. And it means that Tash Farron can look to try and catch her up once more. As Smith comes in and bowls to Farron, who's perfect in defence and pushing back down the track. Smith just has a little word with Adams, her captain, and goes back to the top of her mark. Comes racing in once more, the left arm bowler, and into Farron, who picks up a single. And that is the end of the over. 131 for no wicket at the halfway stage. Smith has 66. And Farron has 64. And we're going to take some drinks. So it has been very impressive so far between these two. 25 overs to go. 143 are needed then. 170 for 2 at this stage were the Southern Vipers. So that maybe tells its own story. 117 for 2 rather. That maybe tells its own story that the South East Stars are moving along very, very nicely. We did have that little bit of impetus, if you remember, from Kemp. But they were 2 wickets down. The Stars at the moment, as we continue with the drinks, are undefeated with Smith on 66, Farron on 64. Smith no wicket for 38 from the 7 that she's bowled. Davis has bowled 4 overs, no wicket for 24. Taylor 4 overs for 26. Knott has bowled 6 and she's gone for 23, and Adams has bowled 4, giving away 20 runs in the process. So you look down at the bowling and really not with a good economy rate of 3.83. Apart from that, Everyone's been a little bit expensive. It is advantage at this stage with those 5 bowlers used to the South East Stars. Paige Schofield, Sophia Dunkley, Alice Davidson Richards, Eilish Cranstone. You know, there's a lot of batting still to come. And that's no disrespect intended to Phoebe Franklin, Chloe Hill, Bethan Miles, Rihanna McDonald-Gay and Danny Gregory, who can also contribute if required. But really that top order does look good. And I'm sure that Johan will be saying, we've just got to keep going here. We've got to make sure that we continue to do the business. The head coach was born in South Africa. He played domestic cricket in England for Somerset, Hampshire and Durham. Darren Stevens, of course, started out at Leicestershire before becoming the star all-rounder with Kent. He won the T20 in 2007. He was a 6-time Player of the Year with Kent. Dan Hellesfay is another assistant coach. He previously worked with Western Storm, Surrey Stars in the Kia Super League, and he's in the process of completing a level 4 coaching qualification. So they're well coached. There's plenty of help and support if required from the support staff. And Georgia Adams is going to continue here, the captain. 274 the victory target. And so far, so good from a Stars perspective. Farron just pleasantly driving down the ground. These two really getting the Stars off to the best possible start in this game at the halfway point, knowing that there's plenty of batters in the hutch if required. Smith plays a dot ball there and then faces up to the next one and just has to wait. Just rocks onto the back foot and works it out to deep cover and takes one. Nobody really wanting to move from their position. A lot of cricketers are very superstitious and thinking to themselves, we've got to keep going here. As the ball is worked out to deep cover by Farron. They take one. The fielder out there on the rope throws it into the wicket keeper. Wasn't the best of returns to Southby. She's got the helmet on, which makes it a bit easier. You don't want one catching you. A little bit of indecision here, but you could see that's good running from Farron. She knew that she was going to the danger end. Bryony Smith was a little bit undecided, but she picks up another single. And that's certainly what you want to see, just rotating the strike, making sure that they keep interchanging with this left-right hand combination. This time it's the left-handed Farron just reaching for one. It was uppish as she was driving to extra cover. Kemp with those long levers stepping forward. That is the end of the over. Not many off it. Just a couple. And the score moves on to 135 for no wicket. 26 overs bowled. What a life dogs have. Just rolling around this side of the rope, I should add. 3 of them in very close proximity. 4 of them, in fact. There's a little Jack Russell joining in. And Freya Davies thinking to herself that she wants to get involved. Back into the attack. She bowled 4 up front with the new ball. And she's going to bowl at this Beckenham end. She bowled her early overs at the City end. And Davis goes back to the top of her mark. Make sure that the ponytail is in place. And Davis, wearing the number 61 on her back, runs in and bowls to Bryony Smith, who catches it very low on the bat as she drills the ball up to the fielder. At mid-on, no thoughts of a single, knowing that Kemp is the fielder in position. And Smith faces up once more, slightly uppish as she drives this time to Adams at mid-off. Freya Davis is back into position. They're still making sure it's just under a run of ball here, and it's very doable with those 10 wickets in hand as Bryony Smith turns the ball this time to mid-on and they take a single. The fielder made sure initially she got in behind it. When you stop it, even if it's only just a minor stop, it puts a bit of indecision into the batter's mind. That's exactly what happened there. A field position from Freya Davis, just moving the individuals around with this left-right hand combination. Tash Farron back onto strike here, driving down the ground, should just evade the two fielders. It might run over the boundary's edge. It has. 4 more runs to Tash Farron, making sure that she got it between those two fielders. Raced rather close to the stumps. It beat the bowler, and then it beat the two fielders, and Kemp, I think, is just being told to stay in position here at long on. And Adams will come on to mid-off. And Tash Farron moves into the 70s as she faces up once more and hits one slightly uppish to Adams, who dives away to her right. It's only going to be 1, but another run to the total takes Farron on to 71. So this really is a great effort opening up. Just what you want from a player, to open the bowling and then open the batting. 29 away from a first list day century. Smith takes another one, and this is a purposeful over. 7 off it, so above the curve in terms of the runs required. And the score now is 142 for no wicket. 27 overs bowled, so 132 needed, and we've got 23 overs in which to get them. And there's only been 1 extra so far, so disciplined with the ball and the field. 30 odd, wasn't there, from the Stars? Adams to continue, bowling to Bryony Smith. Smith slightly uppish as she opened the face and worked it to the fielder at short third. And Adams will continue here. Smith drills the ball down the ground. Adams to continue, bowling to Smith. A couple of quick steps to get to the pitch of it. The fielder is set quite deep there at mid-off. No thoughts of a single. The Stars knowing that they need 274. Going about this in a positive fashion. This time Smith goes down the ground and picks up 1. And these dogs are desperate, aren't they, for the treats that they're being given by the gentleman watching on. Adams will continue. Bowling to Farron. Works it out to deep cover and picks up a single. It's just been very clever, this, because they've taken very few risks. They've offered very few chances. From a South East Stars perspective, this really is so far so good. Adams continues. Works the ball out to deep mid-wicket. A good over this from Adams. Over complete, only 3 off it. So she has bowled nicely and looked to lead from the front. Georgia Adams, she scored 33 earlier on before being trapped in front by Miles. We saw that half century from Freya Kemp. But we got 2 half centuries in the innings so far. 72 apiece for these 2 openers. Who's scoring at the faster rate? Who's faced the fewer balls?
Smith's facing 90. She's had the majority of bowling. She's faced 78. So Farron's striking better.
Farron is striking better. Smith's seen more balls faced. But it's not really a competition in that regard. It's just about trying to chip in. Uppish should be 4 and is. Just splits the field very nicely. And it goes right down by the bench of the South East Stars watching on with their bibs on. You can see Johan Myberg is there in position. Lovely range of clothing made by Adidas for South East Stars this season. 149 is the score, 1 away from the half century. That's hit the stumps and they're not going to run. Would have been very tight. You could see Adams was quickly into position. Bryony Smith really did hit that hard. Tash Farron helping out, and the wind is really getting up again. Yeah, it does feel like we could be moving. Our 2 umpires on field, Sophie McClelland and James Treadwell, have done well to stay out there as uppishly Bryony Smith just works the ball out. And there is the 150 for the South East Stars.
South East Stars 150 in the 29th over.
Coming up in the 29th over.
50 partnership with the opening pair.
And of course 150 between these 2. We got to think, is this a record? I would think it's got to be, yeah. 150 put on between these 2 for the first wicket must be a record. This is very, very impressive. My daughter asked me before I left for today who would win. I said to her, of course it will be the South East Stars. I didn't even have to think about it. She said to me, that's the answer I wanted to hear, Daddy. I said to her, yeah, that's the answer it will be, and I was hoping that would be the case, and I still am.
It's the highest opening partnership.
Highest opening partnership between these 2. Wonderful. That's down the leg side, should be a wide.
The highest ever is 154 for any wicket.
154 for any wicket is the highest. Has that doubled the extras?
Yes, it has.
Yep, 2 extras now.
Richards, a couple of in the Oval, 2021.
So it's the highest opening stand, and it could be the highest stand, full stop.
So it's the highest opening stand. This is very good from the South East Stars. Here we go. That should be 4 more and is brilliant. Hit with great ferocity from Bryony Smith.
The Oval versus the Western. 156 makes it the highest ever partnership for South East Stars in
List A.
this day.
This is the highest ever partnership in List A cricket, and it eclipses the
154.
154 made by
Davidson Richards and Dunkley at the Oval in 2021.
Alice Davidson Richards and Sophia Dunkley at the Oval in 2021. So history has been made here between these 2 batters. They may or may not be aware, but the only thing that matters, they've been quite wonderful here.
157 now for the 29.
157 for no wicket after 29. There's 21 overs to go. 114, is it?
117, sir.
117, sorry. 117 needed Bit of wishful thinking, trying to chop 3 off. John's just told me off. He's ever the stickler for detail. He's scribing away. Did us a real good turn in the first innings, and we are forever grateful. Wonderful help and support. Adams is going to continue here. Georgia Adams, the captain. And driving down the ground is Bryony Smith. She's going to pick up 4 more runs. Powerful, wasn't it? And you just hear, come on, Bryony. Suddenly, there's just been a little release of pressure, you feel. They know that there's still work to do, but when you get ever closer, only needing like another 100, 120, you've still got plenty of wickets in hand. You can see Adams just having to change the field. She's going to drop the fielder out at long off, and the fielder at deep cover comes into the ring. As Adams continues, and backing away is Bryony Smith, and it goes out towards that fielder. Nothing is going right. Is that going to carry over the boundary's edge? It has. 4 more runs. And she now moves into the 90s, Bryony Smith. It's been quite brilliant, this, from the captain. Leading from the front. Remember, she was forced into bowling when Danny Gregory was taken out of the attack, had to finish the over. And this one just runs past the outside edge and through to the wicket-keeper. She's missed out there. But it matters none. We're just trying to look up the highest score as she edges ever closer towards the 3 figures. This time she's out. She's just hit the ball straight to the fielder at cover. And that is a wicket, and a welcome wicket. I think it was Lindsay Smith who took the catch. Bryony Smith, though, is out. 490. I think that was caught Lindsay Smith. It was Alice Monaghan, in fact. So Monaghan taking the catch. 90 off 99 deliveries. And a South East Stars list day record, as we told you. A wicket there for Georgia Adams. And Paige Schofield is the new batter. Yeah, the last thing you want is there to be a problem, and Alice Monaghan taking the catch off the bowling of Adams, who's going to carry on and bowl to Schofield, the new batter. Just takes her guard. James Treadwell tells her where she needs to be, how many balls left in the over. She's been through that process many, many times. 2 to come as Adams bowls to her. Schofield just turns it round the corner to straight mid-wicket. It's going to be a dot first up. Just over 5 runs and over required for victory. The foundation has been laid by the captain and Tash Farron, her opening partner. That is the end of the over. 30 bowled. 165 for 1 is the score. 165 for 1. Freya Davis will continue, wearing the number 61 shirt. It's very, very cold And just continuing is Davis. They take one. Almost pinching a single there. You just feel that maybe that wasn't brilliant fielding. The left-right hand partnership continues. Paige Schofield comes back onto strike. And facing up to Davis. Davis on her way. Schofield just opening the face and working it into the covers. The dot ball is the outcome. You really realise just how cold it is when you have a little look. But the real positive is that we're watching cricket, we're enjoying ourselves. And with the blue sky up ahead, the weather's only going to get better as Schofield gets off the mark here, working the ball to square leg. Davis is at the top of her mark and running up past umpire Sophie McClelland and bowling one to Farron, who drills it to extra cover. Good bit of fielding carried out. By Lindsay Smith. And Smith again is brought into action as Farron misses out on one, and you could see the frustration there. And you can see Southern Vipers, who are used to winning, not wanting to lose this one and knowing that they need to stem the flow of runs, put pressure on the batters. This is uppish and this could be the release valve. It's 6 runs. Very, very impressive from Farron, making sure that she cleared that front leg out of the way and then drilling down the ground, and a nice end to the over. 8 off it with the 6. And the score now is 173 for 1. 173 for 1. 101 needed from 19 overs. It's going to be edge of the seat stuff. You just fancy that it's going to go right down to the wire. We said it might. It's been a very good game of cricket, this.
Number 88, Charlie Knott.
There's going to be a change of bowling here. Charlie Knott is back into the attack. And Knott continues with that cap on, and that just runs past the outside edge. Paige Schofield wanting to try and just open the face and run the ball down. Rather nervy Schofield. Not again continues, and Schofield goes uppish here. This could be out, and is. So Paige Schofield has gone. And suddenly it's 2 wickets down. And Schofield hasn't really been able to contribute here. Charlie Knott has got her first wicket. Only 2 have fallen, in fairness.
Paige Schofield was caught by Freya Kemp off the bowling of Charlie Knott for 1.
Freya Kemp taking the catch off Charlie Knott's bowling. And Schofield has gone for 1. And it brings about Sophia Dunkley wearing the number 47 shirt, who is immensely talented. She just needs to play first and foremost to Tash Farron, who's out there and seeing it very nicely. And Farron just talking to Dunkley. Oh, it's got very cold. Sophia Dunkley is getting ready to face her first delivery. 25 years of age, went to Mill Hill School, plays for Surrey, the South East Stars, Welsh Fire, Melbourne Stars and England. Made her county debut in 2012 and instantly off the mark. First ball out, and you can see Tash Farron just stretching. She's done really well here so far. 80 off 83, which is some contribution. She might well want a drink here. I think she's cramping up a bit. You can understand why. A naturally fit athlete, but she will have a little drop of drink, I'm sure. All good athletes limber up and get going with drink, and at the back of this press box I'm pleased to say that John Bathurst is doing likewise. He's carried out 50 press-ups in the last minute or so.
Nobody who knows me is going to believe that.
And my nose now is incredibly long.
It is indeed.
Oh dear, 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 dear. It is very, very cold, very nippy. But the live cricket is back, and that is the pleasing factor.
Rain stayed away.
And the rain has stayed away, yeah, which is another good thing in these early rounds of matches. The last thing you want to do is be on and off. Doesn't help anyone when the covers keep coming on and off, least of all the ground staff. And Knott will continue. Bowling to the left-hander, Farron, who's been out there all innings and continues those stretching routines. You just get the feeling that this one is going to be very close, whichever way it decides to go. That's why you've got the benefits of watching the live stream. Joining us via the South East Stars YouTube channel, this is Jamie Reid. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Lots to look forward to this season. Watch all of the action unfold via the official channels. Make sure you subscribe. Join in via the website. Looks like there might be a change of bowling here. Is this Mary Taylor coming back? And just confirmation of the score. 174 for 2 off 32. 100 off 18 then required. So it is now a runner ball. But 8 wickets in hand. Just the 2 wickets have fallen so far. Bryony Smith caught by Alice Monaghan off Georgia Adams for 90. And then Paige Schofield caught Freya Kemp off the bowling of Charlie Knott for 1. She's struggling a wee bit here, Tash Farron. The last thing she will want to do is have to retire hurt. So she is taking on a little bit of an energy boost. This dog comes charging past us.
Rotated bowling at the Beckenham end, replacing Claire Davies. Number 9, Mary Taylor.
And just confirmation that Mary Taylor is going to replace Freya Davis. And here we go. Fasten up your seatbelts. Taylor is on. Bowling to Sophia Dunkley, who's pushing down the track. Fielding is carried out at mid-off. Kemp is the fielder. And Taylor now will continue. Both sides will feel they're in with a chance, and that means that we're going to have a good end to this game. More and more people looking on. Every dot ball brings an extra bit of pressure to the South East Stars and a bit of relief for the Vipers, who would have thought they were out of it a short while ago. They would have thought they were in it when they were batting nicely. That one just races past the outside edge, and in fairness, Taylor is moving through the gears and the wicketkeeper is standing up, so we probably should commend Rihanna Southby. It's never an easy art to have to stand up to a fast bowler. Taylor bowling cutters and mixing up her pace, still bowling a rapid knot, as this one is just opened up and turned down to third, and it means that Tash Farron will come back on to strike, the left-hander. Farron knows she really needs to be out there, but she is finding it difficult fitness wise. And here is Taylor continuing and driving to extra cover, and Farron quickly through for a single. She's done well there because she had to get through the gears very, very quickly. Alice Davidson Richards, you would think, will be the next batter in. Just outside off stump and sending away, you could see straight away, was Sophia Dunkley, and that is the end of the over. 176 for 2 is the score. 33 overs have been bowled, so there's 17 to go. 98 off 17. Just under a runner ball. Work to be done. And here is the Australian. This is very uppish out towards the fielder, and it just bounces in front. So single will be picked up. As mentioned, Charlie Knott has bowled well here into her 8th over. She scored 41 earlier on in the day. And she's on her way again. They might come through for a single here. Dunkley has to get through the gears and race down to the non-striker's end. Young lad who has walked past us a few times in a sun hat, just knocking the bat up a few times. He's got a Grey Nichols bat. He's absolutely loving it. That was the first bat I had, a Grey Nichols Elite. Was it? And John's as well, yep. Robin Smith's signature on it. I thought that the world was at my feet. Unfortunately, Robin Smith had a wonderful career and I didn't. Such is life. Here comes Knott, continuing. And bowling to Dunkley, who turns one round the corner. The fielding is carried out there by the substitute, Megan Sturge. And here comes Knott, continuing. A couple of quick steps to get to the pitch of the ball. Slight misfield and they race through. And she did really have to race through there, Dunkley. The last thing you will want at this stage is a run out. I think in fairness to Farron, she knew that she was going to the non-striker's end. But you could see all of the pressure was on Dunkley, who had to dive in. And here is Farron facing up. Plenty of bottom hand. Picks up one. Settles for one. So 5 off the over. 181 for 2 is the score. And Charlie Knott's figures so far? 1 for 29 from 8. So she's bowled very nicely. Under 4 runs and over conceded. With the runs that she scored, 41. It's been a good contribution. 24 dot balls contained within that analysis so far. So yeah, 8 overs, 48 balls she's bowled. Yeah, 24 have been dots. Very good. Mary Taylor to continue. Here she is. Taylor running in, and this is uppish. High up in the air it goes. It's going to evade the fielder. Will it go out over the boundary's edge? Yes, it will. 4 willing runs to Tash Farron. Takes her score on to 88. She's faced 90 deliveries, so it really has been a wonderful knock, this. Almost striking at a runner ball and on facing up again, and this has gone very uppish here. Just beats the fielder, and just confirmation of whether it's 4 or 6. We wait. The umpire doesn't really know. 4 is the answer. So back-to-back boundaries, and into the 90s goes Tash Farron. Top score of the match, a personal best in list day cricket for Farron. It's been a wonderful day so far for her. Just great to be back out there. And another meeting between the minds, 3 players all converging. Freya Davis, the captain Georgia Adams, and the bowler Mary Taylor. How many's Taylor gone for? 36 off 5.2 overs, so quite expensive. Tash Farron continues, looking on as Taylor, just assessing the field. You dream and you hope, don't you, that you might be able to reach 3 figures. There's still plenty of work to do in that regard as Taylor comes in and bowls a slower ball. It was out the back of the hand. Farron, in fairness, just waited. She was ready for it, but not through the shot. The last thing you want to do is be through the shot and potentially caught. So she did read it well. 85 off 93 is the total required. Taylor continues uppish, but just driving to the fielder at a very wide long off. They take one. Farron continues to stretch out and make sure that she's in the best possible shape. It's hurting out there fitness wise, but it's great to be back, and if she can see her team to victory, well, it would mean perhaps that little bit more after what she's endured. This one is wide, and Dunkley is cutting and cutting very elegantly and picking up 4 runs. You can hear the ripple of applause all around the boundary's edge. People now up on their feet, realising the significance of just what might happen here. The Stars wanting to beat a very talented opponent. We know how good the Southern Vipers are. You've only got to look at last season, but they've been good throughout this competition. And that is the end of the over. 194 for 2 is the score. 15 overs to go. 80 off 90. 80 off 90 with 8 wickets in hand. Knott is going to continue. She's picked up 1 wicket so far. Paige Schofield, Georgia Adams picked up the dangerous Bryony Smith, who made 90. And the left-hander, Tash Farron, just opens the face. It's going to be a dot here. Tash Farron just needs to continue. Picks up a single here. Dunkley may well need to be the aggressor here and play to Tash Farron, who the Stars will want to be there at the end, but fitness is proving an issue with fatigue setting in. No real surprise when you've had the absence, but it is a wonderful story, this. Knott at the top of her mark once more and runs up. Dunkley picks a single. She works it to extra cover. It really couldn't be any colder, this. You can see everyone just huddling all around, finding it cold, but continuing. Knott just moves into position once more. Just 2 off the over so far. She's been very economical, the bowler. Comes wide of the crease this time and just traps the batter in front. And she's been given out. You can see the frustration. James Treadwell gives the batter out, and she's absolutely furious. Tash Farron might well have said something here. You can see frustration etched across her face. Sophia Dunkley just has a word, using her experience. Alice Davidson Richards will be the new batter coming out to the middle, but that really is heartbreak.
LBW to Charlie Knott for a career best list day score of 94.
94, and a round of applause, which is deserving. You can see how frustrated Tash Farron is here. Doesn't really need anybody to say too much to her. How many balls did she face? 94 off 97. 11 fours, 1 6. And Alice Davidson Richards comes out now
Still 78 needed.
to join Sophia Dunkley. 78 further runs still required. Another batter just pads up. Eilish Cranstone will be in next. The last thing you want to do is keep losing wickets. What they need to try and do is build a partnership here, and Davidson Richards
31 for 3.
can really bat well. Taylor's gone for a few here. How many has not bowled? 9?
1 more to go.
So just one more to go. She's been the pick of the bowlers in terms of the wickets taken and the runs given away. Taylor's been more expensive. And she's on her way again, bowling a full bunger. Pushed down the track, but another dot. Davidson Richards looks on from the non-striker's end. These two are experienced, Dunkley and Davidson Richards. Dunkley just faces up here to Taylor and drills the ball to Adams at mid-off. They take 1 and it brings ADR onto strike. Takes a guard from umpire Sophie McClelland. And McClelland sees Taylor racing in. Plenty of bat speed as she works the ball out to deep mid-wicket and takes 1 straight off the mark. It's getting ever colder, folks. And that wind picking up. More and more people looking on from the grandstand. That's going to be 4 runs. She's just opened the face there, Sophia Dunkley. Got a bit of bat on it and picks up runs. That's very deft. It's only just run past the off stump, and there is the 200 up for the South East Stars. $72 more needed. 81 balls. 81 balls in which to get them. 80 in fact, so 72 off 80. Oh, Taylor had started there. And then she was just dancing. She goes back to the top of her mark, and here she comes. Running in. Bowling to Dunkley, who drives to Kemp at extra cover. Dot ball. And Taylor will continue here. Bowling onto the pads of Dunkley, who works the ball to deep square leg and takes 1. And keeps the strike. 203 for 3 is the score. 13 overs to go. 71 needed from 13. And Charlie Knott is going to bowl her 10th and final over here. It's been a good contribution with bat and ball. Here she is starting her 10th over and bowling on off stump to Dunkley, who goes downtown and picks up one. Alice Davidson-Richards back onto strike, wanting to take the correct guard from umpire Trebwell. Smith made 90, Tash Farrant 94. Those two, the big run contributors so far. Dunkley has 16 to her name at the non-striker's end. Davidson-Richards wants a single here and gets it. She moves on to 2. You know that she does have the ability to quickly get going. And here is Dunkley facing up to Knott. A couple of quick steps down the track she goes, and Knott equal to it. Gets right in behind it. And here is Knott trying to entice Dunkley into another foray down the wicket. This time she just gets right in behind it and pushes to the fielder. Out long on, and they take one more. Singles are still good enough at this stage of the game as Davidson-Richards follows suit and goes to the same part of the ground. You're watching the live stream provided by South East Stars on the club's YouTube channel. This is Jamie Reid. Pleasure to be back with you for the 2024 season. A quicker delivery. Dunkley in behind it. And that is the end of the over. 10 bowled. 2 for 35 for Knott. She's bowled really, really well. Very, very nicely. Picked up Schofield and then Tash Farrant. So there is going to be a bowling change required at that City end. You can see the two batters just chatting, talking it through where they need to be at various positions. The score now is 207 for 3. 12 overs to go. 67 required then from 12. It is going to be a real interesting end to this game as Taylor continues. You can't help but thinking we're going right down to the wire here. Davidson-Richards pushes to extra cover. That might well have hurt the fielder. Kemp. More bat twirling from ADR, who grew up a stone's throw from the Neville Ground in Tunbridge Wells, where Kent used to play first class cricket. Tunbridge Wells Cricket Club play there, of course. Nice part of the world in West Kent. We are in South East London here at Beckenham. Kent and Surrey Cricket Club, Surrey County Cricket Club, both working together to bring you the South East Stars, as this one just goes down to the fielder at long leg and they take one. Little bit of bat involved. And it brings Dunkley back onto strike. And here is Taylor. Comes charging in. And it's going to be another dot. Pushing back down the track, and no thoughts of a single with the fielder right in behind. A runner ball wins it for the South East Stars. You would expect that that figure will continue to increase, but we await to see. Taylor continues and bowls to Dunkley. Opens the face, thought about coming, decided against it. Good fielding at backward point, never a single there. You always feel that the best fielders are generally in that position. It's a busy little junction, isn't it, at backward point. The last thing you will want is a run out at this stage, especially with two batters who can do the business and so often contribute. Dunkley works the ball onto the onside. This time there is a single. Played it with soft hands to allow both batters to get through. Just 2 off the over though. It was good. Taylor has been expensive, but not on that occasion. Let's see which way Adams decides to go here. She's got to make a bowling change. So far, we've seen 5 bowlers used. And she is going to go back to the tried and tested formula. She thought about Lindsay Smith, but she's going to go with herself. It looks like it is going to be Georgia Adams here to continue. And it is the captain. 3 left for Georgia Adams. The score now is 209. So 65 more runs needed from 66 deliveries. So simple maths tells you that there's just over a run a ball. Does it? Driving down the ground, it is now 65 from 65. Pressure now on both sides. Lindsay Smith is going through vigorous warm-up routines as Dunkley drives down the ground. He's going to go right to the wire, this one. Great shot that. It's going to pick up only 1. Sophia Dunkley just worked it to the left hand side of the fielder at extra cover, and it brings Alice Davidson Richards back onto strike. They will know all about the captain Georgia Adams, but she can vary up her repertoire, and that's why Dunkley was just giving some words of wisdom to Davidson Richards. That was a very slow delivery. She picked it and was right in behind. Very picturesque part of southeast London, this Beckenham, an affluent area. As we see, driving down the ground, Adams might well have hurt her fingers here. She tried to take a return catch. Davidson Richards gave it a right crunch, and she might need some treatment here. I think that probably does go down as a dropped catch, because she got her fingers set, but it was just hit with great pace and power. I think she's okay. But she's going to know all about that in the morning. She might well need to go off here. She has gone off, or is going off. They might well be being clicked back into position here. It's not nice for anybody, but certainly not for Georgia Adams. So we are going to have a little stoppage in play. Who'd want to be a physio? You've got to be from a special breed, I think, to do that kind of job. are far too squeamish. And again, you can see just how much it means that she wants to continue, she wants to be out there. The Vipers scored 273 for 9 from their 50. In reply, there is work to be done, isn't there, for the South East Stars. We've got a very good game. 211 for 3 is the score. 1 ball to go in the 40th over. Dunkley has 19. Davidson Richards has 5. 63 more does it. 10.1 overs to go. 63 from 61. And we are going to the wire here. Adams has bowled 7.5 overs, 1 for 37. They're still tending to the needs of the captain. Smith, no wicket for 38 from the 7 that she's bowled. Davis, none for 51 from 7. Taylor, she's gone for 50 from the 8 that she's bowled.
Further Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games before the competition pauses for the T20 tournament, the Charlotte Edwards Cup. And 2 of those matches are here at Beckenham. The first is a week today on Saturday.
And a week today, you'll hear the public address announcer just mentioning and making reference to that Central Sparks game, which takes place next week. Northern Diamonds then here at Beckenham on the 8th of May. That one a Wednesday fixture. And then we take a little break and we go into T20 matches. The Thunder and Western Storm upcoming. And then the Southern Vipers again in the T20. She certainly doesn't want to go off, does she, Georgia Adams? But that decision might well be taken out of her hands. She's going to carry on. Made of stern stuff. Well done to the physios as well. It's never nice seeing somebody who you like and a teammate there struggling. She's still looking down at those fingers.
So if it's her left hand, she'll be alright to bowl.
Yeah, it is her left hand, which does make it easier, but there is plenty of strapping around those fingers. It's not going to be easy to field, in fairness. The last thing you want is somebody drilling it back at you now.
2 players who can do that.
And both Sophia Dunkley and Alice Davidson Richards, as we've just seen, can do that. Dunkley on strike, up against Adams, comes down the track. To extra cover she goes where the fielding is carried out, and crucially, it's going to be another dot, but it's a no ball.
What for an overstep?
Yeah.
That's a free hit.
And it's a free hit.
Oh dear.
So, Sophia Dunkley now. Can she take advantage of the free hit? She leans back and it goes out to the boundary's edge. They take 1 and they might have to settle for 1. Good bit of fielding. But still a bonus run.
60 off 60.
And the extra.
So we have extras of 3. 2, 1, 3.
40 overs to bowl, and with 10 overs of their 50 remaining, South East Stars are 2-1-3 for 3.
2-1-3 for 3. 61 from 60 required.
Say,
These extras
Southern
are going to
Vipers
cost
worth
them,
200 for 4.
Lindsay Smith.
And a change of bowling.
And Lindsay Smith is back into the attack.
Number 50, Lindsay Smith.
So Smith returns at the pavilion end.
She's also got 3 left.
3 overs left for Smith. She's had to really fiddle the bowlers. Only 5 used by Georgia Adams, so she's had to make sure that she keeps chopping and changing as this one is drilled down to the fielder at long off. 1 run brings Davidson Richards back onto strike. These two just being very sensible about this run chase. No need to hit the pressure button yet. Davidson Richards backing away, drilling to extra cover where they take another 1. The Vipers got 73 off their last 10. It is always easier doing it first. Tougher when you're chasing with the pressure on. But having said that, they've got the extra wicket in hand, so that kind of balances it up a wee bit. We'll wait to see how this one's going to play out. Another single as Dunkley pushes down the track, and both of these two are experienced. Dunkley very, very talented. Can she help see her team through to victory? 58 off 56 required now. Davidson Richards, a couple of quick steps to get to the pitch of it. Long on is the destination as another single comes about. Smith wearing the number 50 shirt on her way once more, the left armour, and they're going to pick up a single here again. Was a good bit of fielding. That is the end of the over. 218 for 3 is the score. 9 overs remaining, so it's 56 off 9, 56 off 54. It's going to be Mary Taylor.
Number 9, Mary Taylor.
How many has Adams got to bowl?
Adams got 2 left.
2 left.
Taylor's got 2 left. Smith's got 2 left.
Taylor's got 2. Smith's got 2. So that's why Taylor's got a bowl at this end then, because they've got to mix it up, haven't they?
Freya Davis has 3.
And Davis has got 3. And she will probably bowl at this end then. And they'll have to fiddle it about. 56 from 54. It will be a good game to win for either of these two sides. We're hoping the Stars come out on top. Cricket, though, is the winner here, regardless, because it's been a wonderful spectacle. Dunkley to extra cover, dot ball. They fielded well. They've been well led by their captain, who's having to hide at third man. And only 3 extras. So they've been very tight, haven't they? They've not given much away. This one is worked out to deep cover. They take 1. Only 1. Davidson Richards back onto strike, twirling that bat very elegantly. No pressure running through these veins. ADR facing up to Taylor. Plenty of bat speed as she works it to cover. It's a dot. Good bit of fielding, bit of juggling there, but it was enough to stop any thought of a single. Nobody moving around now. Everybody watching on. The rate just creeping up. Taylor to Davidson Richards. And another dot is the outcome. Just 1 coming off this Taylor over. She was quite expensive up front, but she's dragged it back a bit. When it gets up to 7s and 8s, it does become more difficult. But two experienced batters out there. And Davidson Richards just releases the valve once more and goes out backwards a square on the leg side and picks up 1. But again, just a single. You rather feel that a boundary is required just to give a little positivity to this run chase. It's been good so far. 2 batters into the 90s. Bryony Smith, the captain, with exactly 90. Tash Farron at the top, a personal best in list A of 94. Turning one round the corner. Is this going to run out? Good bit of fielding, so it's only 1 more. So 4 off that over. 221 for 3 the score. 8 overs to go. So 48 balls required, or 48 balls to go rather. And 53 to win. 53 from 48. Lindsay Smith to continue at this pavilion end. Adams is going to have to bowl. Unless if somebody else comes on. Yep, that is the other permutation. But if she does only use the 5, coming down the track is Dunkley, drilling the ball very powerfully, and that is the boundary that the South East Stars have been waiting for. That releases some of the pressure, and you could see as soon as she got to the pitch of the ball, head over the top and just drilled it straight. Plenty of bat speed. The perfect outcome. And Smith, the left arm spin bowler, up against Dunkley once more, and Dunkley thought about coming, decided against it. They've got to be careful. The last thing they would want is a run out. How many's Dunkley got now, please? 29 off 39 deliveries. You really need her to be there at the end. Davidson Richards, the rate now required falls below 50. And Lindsay Smith will continue. Runs up past the umpire and bowls to Dunkley, who's back down the ground to long off. They take 1. And that's all they get. But they should get their required target, what they need off this over. Here's Smith again. Bowling to Davidson Richards, who's out. She's been bowled. And that makes it so much harder now. Davidson Richards has been dismissed by Lindsay Smith for 8. Phoebe Franklin is the new batter. Confirmation that Davidson Richards was bowled by Smith for 8. And Franklin goes out to the middle. And it really is nervy stuff here. Sophia Dunkley, well, a lot resting on her shoulders, her young shoulders, but very talented shoulders. Dunkley knows what's required to win games of cricket. In fairness, they all do, but it's those who have the greater opportunities and play at that very top level. Lindsay Smith has picked up that wicket, her first of the innings so far. Charlie Knott has taken 2. Georgia Adams also in the wickets column. She got rid of the very dangerous Bryony Smith, who made 90. Tash Farrant with 94. You'll see the score at the bottom of your screens, and it really is a lot of work required now. Off the mark very quickly. Good from Franklin. She's just got to make sure that she gives good support. 47 off 43 is the runs required. Lindsay Smith back to the top of her mark, and Dunkley is going to pick up another single and keep the strike crucially. 228 for 4 now the score. And Dunkley has really got to be there at the end. You just get that feeling that if she is, you would expect the Stars will be good enough to see it through. If Dunkley does go, well, it would be a strong advantage to the Vipers, and that's why we're all on the edge of our seats watching on. Taylor will continue. She bowled a good last over. So just the permutation, it's in terms of who's got what left. Taylor's got 1. Smith has 1. Adams has 2. Davis and Davis has 3. So Davis is going to bowl out at one end. Yeah, how many overs left? 6. So 7. So she'll bowl out at this end, won't she? Because there'll be 6 left after this. And then they'll have to fiddle at the City end.
46 off 7.
46 off 42. It's tense. We're enjoying it though, as Taylor drilled through extra cover. It was uppish. It did evade the fielder though, and they come through for a second. That's wonderful running. She knew, Phoebe Franklin, that she was going to the danger end. She is quick between the wickets, and she needed and had to really get Sophia Dunkley back on strike. Dunkley is seeing it well, and that is a good start, picking up those 2 runs. Taylor back at the top of her mark, and the pressure is now on the bowler as she bowls outside off stump to Dunkley, who picks up a single. And now it is going to be over to Phoebe Franklin to see what she can do. Yeah, you get the feeling maybe nudge 1 and try and get Dunkley back on. I think Dunkley's just saying that. She's explaining the kind of delivery, a little bit skiddy, that's going to be coming the way of the batter. Here she comes, bowls a slower delivery. No thoughts of a single there. Franklin wanted to go through. The last thing you want is a run out at this stage. You can't afford to sacrifice a wicket, not with so much cricket still ahead of us. We're all on the edge of our seats watching on. Great shot under pressure, and it is going to be a boundary. The pressure was on Phoebe Franklin after that dot ball. She wanted to try and punch one through the leg side. She's done just that. And she's got it between the 2 fielders, and she's picked up 4 welcome runs. Seven off this over so far.
Yes. 2 to come.
With that latest boundary, and there's still 2 to come. Taylor comes in and bowls to Franklin, who's going to pick up a single. Quickly through, shy at the stumps, hitting. But the batter was comfortably in. And 1 to go here. Sophia Dunkley knows that she needs a single to get back onto the strike, or it will be nice to get a little bit more than that. We'll wait to see. She's looking around. 8 from the over so far. It's been purposeful from the South East Stars. Dunkley knows that there's still 1 ball to go. What can she produce here? What can she achieve? She picks up one run as it's just turned round the corner to the fielder at fine leg. And she's got the strike. 237 is the score.
10 overs, no maidens, none for 62.
And Taylor's 10 overs.
None for 62.
None for 62.
Roots out.
So just confirmation of the status of this game.
47 needed
47 needed.
from the last. No.
37.
No.
No.
47.
47.
Oh, 37.
37 off 30.
37 off 36.
It's getting to us all. 37 off 36.
I never could count. Bit of a short pen.
And it is going to be the captain by the look of it.
Oh my word. Well, brave.
A change of bowling at the Beckenham end. Replacing
So there's 6 to go.
Georgia Adams.
So Freya Davis has got to bowl out a 3 from the other end. Otherwise they'll need another bowler.
Still got Lindsay Smith to bowl one.
Lindsay Smith's got 1 and the captain's got 2. Yep.
Davis 3,
So that's the way it's got to be. Either.
she'll bowl out from the other end.
Yep.
Davis.
Well, hey ho.
The pressure now
God, this is
is on the fielding side.
so close.
And this is very close. It's a good game of cricket. 1 run to get us underway. Sophia Dunkley
Do that for the rest of the game.
happy to give Phoebe Franklin the strike. She's got plenty of faith in her teammate. Franklin is ready and facing up to the skipper, Georgia Adams. Oh dear, it's over the head of the fielder. It was very aerial.
That was very,
They pick up a single.
very fluky. That was. That wasn't good. Not at all.
And everybody on the edge of their seats here as Adams continues and runs in past the umpire. Oh dear, that's painful. That's been caught on the other hand. She is okay. Just 1 more run picked up
One more.
through the pain barrier. Another single to Dunkley. 34 more runs needed as Adams continues. And this one's going to be 1 run as it comes out, whizzing out to the fielder
Should have gone before, really.
at cow corner. And she's missed out there, Franklin. As the ball was played in there, Adams couldn't even stop it with her fingers for fear of a problem. She had to stop it with her feet. She's on her way again. It is brave, this, from the captain, leading from the front. This time the ball comes down to the fielder, Kemp, at long on. They take 1, slight fumble, but nothing too much to worry about. 5 off 5 so far. Dunkley is at the non-striker's end. It would be lovely to finish with a boundary here.
So tight.
And here is, they decide not to take a single. I'm not sure it was there anyway, as it was drilled to extra cover. So that is the end of the over, and what a game we have in prospect.
30.
32 off 30. 5 overs to go.
5 overs to go. Southeast Stars.
32 runs required.
3.
This is tense.
Correction, 242 for Macquarie.
This really is
Sam can't tell the other one.
edge of the seat stuff.
Tins.
32 off 30. It's got to be Freya Davis. She's got to bowl out from this end, or they would need another bowler. So cold, but it all matters none. The only thing that does matter is that we are getting very, very close to having a tremendous game at the end here. And Franklin is on strike. And facing up to the challenge of Freya Davis, born in Greenwich, Phoebe Franklin. So not too far from here, the all-rounder. Plays for Kent, the Stars, previously with Birmingham Phoenix, and now with the Northern Superchargers as well, as this one just races past the outside edge. In fact, it's Dunkley on strike, isn't it? What a game this is turning into. It really is going to be a dramatic finish, regardless of which way it swings. You're watching the live stream via the South East Stars YouTube channel, and that's another dot ball. Freya Davis has certainly bowled better, but she's come back strongly here. 2 dots from the first 2 balls, and suddenly the pressure now is on the batter. And what can Sophia Dunkley produce? Davis runs up past umpire Treadwell, drills the ball in the air, it beats the fielder at extra cover. They take 1 and they settle for 1. It's a good return. Dunkley knows that it was always going to come back to her end, and the last thing you can afford is a run out. Lindsay Smith's got 1 left, hasn't she? So Smith and Adams will have to bowl from this end, and Davis is going to bowl the 2 and the remainder of this from the City end. Down the ground goes Franklin and picks up a single. It's who bowls the next over. Do you bring Smith back and then leave Adams with 1? Or do you bowl Adams and leave Smith to bowl the last over from this end? I think if you're the captain, perhaps you look to give Smith the next one and you keep yourself back. Who knows? We wait to see. That decision's not mine, fortunately, as Dunkley takes a single. 1 to come. 1 to come in the over. 29 from 25. 29 runs needed for victory by the South East Stars. 4 overs and this 1 ball. Driving down the ground, it should be 4. And it is 4. That's a brilliant shot. Plenty of power into it. And Phoebe Franklin is playing a great cameo here. 13 off 9 for Phoebe Franklin. Just what was needed by Sophia Dunkley. And that is a big, big 4. 249 for 4 is the score. 25 off 24. Just as we thought, Adams has decided not to bowl this over, so Lindsay Smith will bowl this one. It means that Adams has still got 1 in the tank. She'll bowl the final 1 from this end. And Freya Davis will bowl the final 2 from the other end. Here comes Smith, the left armour, bowling just outside off stump to Dunkley. It's a dot ball to start. 25 off 23. Who's your money on? You wouldn't want to be a betting individual, would you? They're going to take a quick single here. The ball was worked out to extra cover, but it was a good bit of running. Is that the 250 up?
It is. That's the 250.
250 up, so 24 more needed. And 23 balls in which to get them. 22 rather. 4 runs, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Phoebe Franklin. This really is a crucial hand, drilling the ball through extra cover. We needed a contribution, and we're really seeing one from Phoebe Franklin. She's wanted to get involved, wanted to put her stamp on it. She opened up with the ball in hand, and she might be able to see this out. Here is Smith continuing, hit very powerfully. 1 bounce to the fielder. 1 or 2 thought that she might be out. There was that bounce. And just a reminder of the permutations. As Smith continues down the ground, she goes. The fielder is there. They're only going to pick up 1. 19 off 19. 1 to go in the over, and then there will be 3 left. Freya Davis has got to bowl 2 of the 3. The captain will have the other, as here is Davis to complete her set. They take a single, which means that Franklin has got the strike, and it's 18 off 18. Dunkley's got the strike rather, and it's 18 off 18. Dunkley has played a very good hand here. Just a reminder of her contribution. 42 from 54. Franklin 18 off 12. Wow, 3 fours for Franklin. Coming at crucial times. Dunkley has also picked up 3 boundaries. 1 for 57 for Lindsay Smith. And Freya Davis, who's got 2 overs to bowl. She's going to bowl 2 of the 3. The captain, you would think, Georgia Adams, will have the other. They won't want to introduce a new bowler. And here she is. This has gone high up in the air, and it should be safe. It's going to be stopped by the fielder out on the boundary at Cow Corner, but they're back for 2. When it went high up in the air like that, you're frightened that there might be a fielder underneath it. It is the drama of live sport, and this really is great drama. What a way to get the season back up and running from a South East Stars perspective. We hope that it'll end in a win, but as I've mentioned, cricket very much the winner here, because it's been a wonderful spectacle, and some of these people here today will come again on what they've seen here from this game so far. Here is Freya Davis continuing, running up past the umpire. This has gone high up into the air. Couple of bounces as it goes out towards the fielder at deep cover, and they take a single. 15 off 16. It's so tense and tight, this. Yep, 1 ball could change the overall complex of this game massively. 15 off 16, and there's a dead ball, just to add to the drama. Freya Davis is sent back to the top of her mark. 15 off 16. You're watching the live stream here on our YouTube channel on South East Stars. We're playing the Southern Vipers. What a game. 15 off 16 as this gets drilled out. Goalkeeper fashion. We see a fumble. They're back for 2. Oh, it's very close. Gone. The umpire's finger goes up.
That's Dunkley, isn't it?
And that is a run out. Wow.
That's a great piece of fielding.
Great piece of fielding out in the deep, because initially it looked like there was a second run when we saw that misfield. Looks like it is going to be Monaghan with the fielding. Great bit of work. And Phoebe Franklin has been run out, but they did get 1. Ailish Cranstone is the new batter, and confirmation of how many Franklin made? 19 off 13. So she certainly played a great hand there. Cranstone is on strike, confirmation. Well, she can certainly bat.
14 off 16?
15, I think.
15.
14 off 15. Wow. This really has added all, this game.
Yes. A very capable batter.
And a dramatic finish is what is going to be the sum outcome. Cranstone, the left-hander, is on strike. Remember, Bryony Smith made 90, Tash Farrant made 94 this time. Cranstone can't get off the mark as she just pushes to cover. It's going to be a dot. A little bit of dancing, adding to the drama. 14 off 14.
Yep. Run a ball.
14 off 14. A runner ball gets you home. 5 overs, 5 wickets in hand, I should say. This time just going down, lap sweeping, picking up 4 runs. What a brilliant shot that is from Cranstone. Pressure, what pressure? 4 runs picked up, and all the pressure now is on Freya Davis. 10 from 13.
That's a very big shot.
Wow. That really has released the pressure valve and some. She's twirling that bat for all she's worth. A wonderful contribution from the number 28, Ailish Cranstone.
Sorry, captain.
Surrey skipper, knows what experience is, of course, Cranstone. Good cricketer. The pressure is on. Cranstone, this time again, might pick up 4 more runs to the same part of the ground. Brilliant. With the pressure off, the pressure has been put on Freya Davis.
6 off 2 overs.
And they now need
48 overs bowled. Southeast Stars 268 for
6 more runs,
6 from 12.
and they've got 12 balls in which to get them. Georgia Adams just working out what she should do here. Adams is going to bowl this penultimate over.
a change of bowling at the Beckenham end, replacing Lindsay Smith. Number 1, Georgia Adams.
Strike.
And 6 runs required. Dunkley is on strike. 2 overs to go, 12 balls, 6 runs required. Pushing down the track, too long on, they take a single. And Cranstone, who's been so impressive, with ice running through her veins.
Most people have to, I think.
The left-hander.
It's true.
So 5 more runs required for victory. Wow, what a game this has been. 5 off 11. We thoroughly enjoyed it.
8 off 3.
We thank you for your company, joining us on the live stream. It's got cold again. It all matters none because we are very nearly done. What can Cranstone provide here? She's been able to hit boundaries, and that's proven to be massive. Central Sparks up next, of course, a week today. It will be lovely to go into that game with a win. Next home fixture next Saturday. Central Sparks, the opponents, as this time drilling down the ground. It's a dot ball. Adams right in behind it. She has, of course, got that strapping on that left hand, trying to take that sharp return catch. Here is Adams charging in again. This has gone high up into the air. It could be out. Taylor's underneath it and makes no mistake. Could there be another twist in this game? We await to see. Looks like Rihanna McDonald-Gay could be the next batter coming in. Caught by Mary Taylor.
The incoming batter for Southeast Stars, number 29, Rihanna McDonald-Gay.
And that's another wicket for Georgia Adams. She picked up Bryony Smith earlier on in the game. And how many for Cranstone? 8.
8 off 5. 2 boundaries.
8 off 5 with those 2 boundaries, only the 2 scoring shots. And how many runs required for victory?
5.
5 from
10. 9. Oh, from 9.
9. 5 from 9.
Oh, for goodness sake, don't screw it from here.
5 from 9. 3 balls to go in this over before the final one that will be bowled by Freya Davis.
Back on ball, Rihanna. And just go to Dunkley. That's all we need to.
Rihanna McDonald-Gay just needs to try and push one here if she can.
Capable bat. Just capable bat.
Adams, 3 balls to try and change the fate of this game. that looks like it could be going the Stars' way, but you never know. This goes down the leg side. It's a wide. The umpire signals. As soon as it went down the leg side, Sophie McClelland was extending those arms. 4 more runs required. Still from 9. This time driving to extra cover, coming through for the single. And of course, as they throw the ball in, she can't do anything about it because of those damaged fingers. It was a direct hit or nothing, really. And Dunkley is back onto strike here. 3 more runs needed from 8. Still 2 balls to go in the over. Dunkley on strike. Looking all around. 3 more runs needed. It's getting a wee bit darker. There is a bit of blue sky, and drilling down the ground. There's going to be another single, which means that 2 more runs are required. And there are 7 balls here. Dunkley 3 away from a half century. You really feel you've got to try and get the field up where possible. If they hit out over the top, well, so be it. Try and stop the singles here for me. Yeah, that is what they're doing. Getting everybody up. This makes total sense. I'd have everybody on the 30 metre circle, put the pressure on. Adams will bowl. Turned round the corner, no thoughts of a single. Quickly sent back Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. And 2 needed off the final over. I think that's wise, because you know that Sophia Dunkley, 2 for 48 from her 10 for Georgia Adams. That's a good set with that injury. And Freya Davis will bowl the last over. They've only used the 5 bowlers, so they've chopped and changed nicely. We've seen good captaincy from Georgia Adams. 6 balls to go. Just a couple more needed. The pressure is well and truly on Freya Davis. If she picks up the wicket of Sophia Dunkley, well, the pressure then would in turn be with the South East Stars, you feel. We'll wait to see. Everybody's up. They've got to be. Adams hides herself at 3rd. And in comes the bowler. Outside off stump. They think about taking a single. It's not there. And they decide against it. Freya Davis bowling just outside off stump. It was hit quite powerfully to extra cover. 5 balls to go. Lots of people up on their feet now, watching the dying embers. Davis runs up past Treadwell once more, drilling down the ground. They're going to take a single here. Very good from Dunkley. She was in. Good backing up too. 1 more run required for victory. 4 balls to go. The scores are level. 1 from 4. And it means that Rhiannon McDonald-Gay is on strike. And she can bat. Decent batter down the card. McDonald-Gay facing up to Freya Davis, who runs in and bowls. It's a full bunger, and they're going to run through for the single, and they are through. Very good backing up from Dunkley to make sure she got through to the danger end, and that's a wonderful win for the South East Stars against strong opponents, the Southern Vipers. What a tremendous game of cricket we've witnessed, and just confirmation that it is victory for the South East Stars. And you can see what it means to Sophia Dunkley. You could see what it means to Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. It is a remarkable win, and they do it with 3 balls to spare. And it has been dramatic. It's been enjoyable. Dunkley just misses out on what would have been a well-deserved 50. But the South East Stars have taken it through to victory, and they've done it in the last over to win by 4 wickets. And you have to say, it's always a very good competition, this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. But the South East Stars will know they've been in a game today, but to come out on top against the Vipers, absolutely fantastic, and delighted to get underway with this win. Dunkley finishes 48 not out. McDonald Gay 1 not out, because that final one was an extra. At the top of the innings, we saw that great opening partnership between Smith and Farron. Absolutely fantastic to put on 165 for the first wicket. 90 for Smith, the captain, 94 for Tash Farron. It has been a wonderful day from a South East Stars perspective. They've won this game by 4 wickets in very good fashion. Keenly contested by both sides, you wouldn't expect anything less, and it sets us up nicely for the next home game, and that is the Central Sparks. That game will take place also here at Beckenham next weekend. On behalf of myself, Jamie Reid, many thanks to John Bathurst from the ECB Reporters Network for joining us, and thanks to you for your company, for joining us on the live stream. A reminder that the game continues next Saturday. We look forward to joining you for that one, when the Central Sparks are the opponents. But from everyone involved in the live stream production, thank you very much indeed for joining us. A tense one to start, and we'll bid you a very good evening from Beckenham. Bye for now.